The Concordia Deception, Space Colony 1, Book 1, written and narrated by J.J. Green. Chapter 1. Their planet had no name, but they were about to fix that. The colonists had been using its dry scientific designation, or calling the planet their new home, long enough. The time had come to settle the question of what to call it and get on with the colonization. Cariad sat on the stadium bench, waiting for the leader to get to the point. The votes on the proposed names had been cast. All the leader needed to do was to announce the most popular choice. Then the job would be done and everyone could party. But like the natural politician she wasn't going to miss out on an opportunity to speechify. Cariad stifled a yawn, conscious that, sitting in the leader's box, she was under everyone's gaze. Ethan caught her eye and winked at her. He had to be finding the experience as tedious as she did. The rest of the audience was tiring of the drawn-out address too. The assembled gens and Woken were restless, and a low chatter had started up. Even the few guardians present, stiff in their uniforms, appeared to be struggling to maintain their attention. The leader began winding up her speech. At last! She consulted the interface on her podium. Placing a fingertip on the screen, she said, "I am pleased to announce the winning name is..." A massive explosion roared. The force hit Cariad, flinging her from her seat and through the air. She landed heavily, and her head struck something hard. Debris rained down, trapping her. There was a crunch that sounded terrifyingly like a bone breaking. She lay in the darkness, unable to move. Her ears rang. Dizzy and faint, she pushed against the wreckage holding her down, but it was too heavy. She couldn't move it, and one of her arms didn't seem to be working. She was losing consciousness. She fought to remain awake. She had to get out. She mustn't pass out. She mustn't. She had broken the hearts of everyone who loved her. She couldn't die within weeks of arrival. Her confused mind drifted, trying to make sense of what had happened. Her shift was over, but she wanted to check on the final batch of fetuses before she left for the naming ceremony down on the surface. She had time to catch the last shuttle planet-side if she didn't take too long. Planet-side. She smiled as she repeated the word in her mind. She was picking up the gens' vernacular. Their English wasn't very different from hers and the rest of the Wokens, despite the 184 Earth years that separated them. But the gens had invented new words. She admired their creativity, though other Woken made a point of not adopting the new terminology. Quite a few Woken stubbornly insisted on calling themselves the previously cryopreserved, or project scientists, and using the Nova Fortuna project's official designation for the gens, referring to them as the generational colonists. Still, the gens' words accurately described the new way of living. Why shouldn't she use them? In time, a blending of Woken and gen language was inevitable. She thumbed the code in the gestation room door and exhaled into the breath reader. The lock gave out its familiar metallic whir and clunk. She eased the heavy door open and stepped into the dim red light of the room. 50 thick-walled, transparent gestation bags hung in rows from the ceiling. Some of the bags were motionless. Others gently swayed or jiggled as the human infants inside squirmed or kicked, their tiny limbs testing the constraints of the artificial wombs. As she walked the aisles, Cariad checked the bag monitors. She could have checked the growing baby's vitals on her personal interface, but she liked to get a visual. She liked to see the little faces, slightly distorted by the pressure of the bag and the fluid that surrounded them. The babies would grimace and smile and yawn and suck their thumbs and sometimes even open their unfocused eyes. It was a pleasure to watch their personalities and habits developing even before they were decanted. Her comm chirped, and she lifted her lapel button to check it. Ethan was calling. She opened the channel. "You're still aboard the ship too? I thought you would have left by now." "I was packing the last of my stuff. I transfer planet side today. Do you want to meet in the shuttle bay?" "Sure, I'll be there in around 20 minutes. "I'll meet you at the entrance. Don't be late, I'm not waiting for you." Cariad chuckled as she closed the connection. Ethan would wait for her, even if it meant he might miss the shuttle and the ceremony. That was the kind of person he was. Taking a final look at the last generation of colonists ever to be decanted aboard the Nova Fortuna, Cariad left the gestation room, passed through the fertilization lab, and walked to the nearest transit bay. Her footsteps echoed faintly in the empty corridors. All but a skeleton crew would remain aboard for the duration of the naming ceremony. Afterward, most of the gens wouldn't return to the ship, unless for a special reason. Cariad, as awoken, would be able to come and go as the shuttle schedule allowed. For the time being, she was needed aboard ship. She would assist in the final decanting and wrapping things up in the reproductive facilities. Shutting everything down properly was essential. If things didn't go according to plan, they might need to start up the processes again. What she would do after she'd finished her work aboard the Nova Fortuna, she hadn't yet decided. She would think about it during the naming ceremony. The transit car drew up, and she boarded the predictably vacant carriage. Without any more passengers to stop the car, she was whisked 6 clicks around the outer circumference of the Nova's gigantic spoked wheel in less than 10 minutes, arriving at the shuttle bay ahead of Ethan. A few more last-minute passengers passed her at the entrance while she waited for her friend. By the time she finally spotted him approaching, she was beginning to wonder if she would be the one who would miss the naming ceremony due to his delay. Ethan jogged closer, a large bag over his shoulder. "Sorry," he panted when he was within speaking distance. "Took longer than I thought." "That's okay, but we'd better run. The shuttle's leaving in 1 minute." They sped through the entrance and across the wide bay to the station at the very end, where a single shuttle stood, its ramp down. An attendant appeared as they approached and took Ethan's case to stow in the hold. The passenger cabin was nearly full, but they managed to find 2 seats together, where they sat and caught their breath as the pilot made the final checks and sealed the hatch. "I can't believe I almost missed the ceremony," said Ethan when his breathing had returned to normal. "What would I have told my grandkids when I'm old and grey? I'd have to make something up. Oh yes, Grandpa had a front row seat and saw everything. The leader forgot her words 3 times. No, that's no good. I'd have to think up something more interesting than that." "Whatever you made up, it would likely be more interesting than the actual ceremony. I know it's a momentous occasion and all, but I'm not looking forward to it. Our new leader's capacity for monotonous droning has to be some kind of record." "Didn't you know that's an essential requirement?" Ethan asked, straight-faced. "The candidates take a test after nomination. If they can't drone monotonously for at least 4 hours straight, they're not allowed to stand for election." Cariad chuckled, but when her laughter subsided, she said in a serious tone, "I still think it should be you up there speaking today. It's what most people want. They look up to you. You would make a great leader." No, I wouldn't, and I don't want that anyway." Her friend began to look uncomfortable, as he always did when she mentioned the issue, so Cariad let it slide. She would only be stating the obvious. The facts were plain. Ethan had saved hundreds of colonists' lives, practically single-handed during the first night attack, when a sabotage had led to an invasion of predatory native wildlife in the first encampment. Everyone knew of Ethan's heroism, though the man's role had never been formally acknowledged. The gens and even some of the Woken would have felt safer with Ethan in charge, but his self-effacement wouldn't allow him to contemplate the notion. "It's a pity you can't be leader. You would be perfect for the job. Plenty of people would vote for you." "No, it's right that none of the Woken can stand for election. We're from the old world. The new world belongs to you gens. We're only here to help with the transition." Ethan tutted and shook his head. "But if it weren't for you..." Cariad placed a hand on his arm. "We've talked about this often enough already. Let's not go over it again, huh?" He was referring to her actions that terrible night of the attack. She had figured out how to repel the predatory organisms, but he always overstated her role. It wasn't her who had nearly died saving others. What was more, Ethan was wrong to think the gens would countenance a Woken as leader. Gens viewed the Woken with a mixture of suspicion, envy, and animosity. The friendship between her and Ethan was rare. The window covers around the passenger cabin retracted. The shuttle had entered the atmosphere of the planet and would be landing soon. Cariad looked out at the view of the blue and green dome beneath them and wondered what the planet would be called. They dropped lower. The settlement was coming into view. At the center of the small town of prefabricated houses sat an open-air stadium. Within it were the tiny moving figures of 2,000 people. The surrounding streets were empty. Beyond the town, a low jungle of vegetation spread out. The life forms that had attacked the first night's camp had come from among the plants, and now a well-maintained electric fence and regular patrols protected against a reenactment of that devastating event. Cariad recalled the digging of the first cemetery afterward with sorrow. To one side of the settlement, the rest of the Nova's shuttles stood in short, neat rows. Standing out among them was the sleek, shiny shuttle that belonged to the Guardians, the most recent arrivals at the planet. Their ship, Mistral, humanity's first faster-than-light starship, hung in orbit above the New World like the Nova Fortuna did, though Cariad had never been to it. The Guardians hadn't invited any of the Woken or gens aboard. It was odd, but no one dared to challenge them on the subject. The shuttle was making its final descent, and Cariad realized that the normally talkative Ethan hadn't spoken for most of the flight. He looked pensive as he gazed out at the rapidly approaching shuttle pad. "Thinking about your new life? Have you received your allotment yet?" "I haven't. That's tomorrow, I think. All the farmers have a meeting in the morning. I expect they'll tell us then." "Is there any area you'd prefer? The lake area looks pretty." He shrugged. "I don't really mind what they give me. The work will be the same. Clear the land, plough, sow, reap, just as people always did on Earth." "You don't seem too happy about it." The cabin intercom chimed. "We have safely touched down," said the pilot. "Welcome to your new home." His announcement was met with cheers and applause. For some of the passengers, it was their first time on the planet's surface. If they worked in a profession that had kept them aboard the Nova, they might not have had the opportunity to go down until now, but everyone was invited to the naming ceremony. "Disembark from the rear," the pilot instructed. "That's the cool zone, and no pushing. You have plenty of time to get to the stadium before the ceremony begins." In spite of his words, the rising excitement in the cabin did result in a mild scuffle among the passengers in their eagerness to leave the vessel. Cariad and Ethan waited for the aisles to clear. When they finally arrived at the bottom of the ramp, a Guardian called Strongquist was waiting for them. He had never told Cariad his first name. Like all of the Guardians, Strongquist was tall, and he wore the Guardian uniform. A tunic of dark grey with thin white stripes, close-fitting and neat from his gaiters to the collar. His hair was drawn into a neat topknot, and not a trace of stubble was visible on his face. He nodded in greeting as they reached him. "Ethan, Cariad, it's a pleasure to see you again.
I was becoming concerned that neither of you would make it to the ceremony. None of the shuttles were posting manifests, and I believe this is the last one."
"You've been waiting for us all morning."
"I have, but that's no matter. It's been interesting to meet more colonists. Would you care to accompany me to the stadium?"
Cariad exchanged a subtle look with Ethan. Like her, he seemed uneasy about the invitation, but she couldn't think of a reasonable excuse to refuse. Everyone Cariad had spoken to about the Guardians seemed to share her unease regarding the newcomers. They had set out in their starship centuries after the Nova Fortuna had departed, their mission to warn the colonists of a plot to sabotage the colony, uncovered in historical documents. And they had been the colonists' ultimate saviors during the first night attack. No one could deny it. Yet they volunteered few details about themselves or the Earth they'd left behind, which was odd.
"I have to collect my luggage,"
Ethan said, and walked around to the hold. Strongquist was watching Cariad expectantly, waiting for her reply. "Sure, we can go together. Why not?" Ethan reappeared with his bag. He looked hopefully at Cariad, but his expression fell when it became clear she hadn't thought of a way to turn Strongquist down. The Guardian positioned himself in the middle of their small group as they left the shuttle pad and crossed the open area leading into the settlement. The passage of many feet had already worn paths through the rubbery, moss-like ground cover.
"You must both be very excited to be present at the naming of not only a new world,"
said Strongquist,
"but also humanity's first deep space colony. I know I am. It's quite something, don't you think? The names of every person present today will go down in history."
"Are we still the first, then?" Cariad asked, seizing the opportunity to probe the man for information. "No colony ships left after ours? I've always wondered about that." Strongquist looked like he'd swallowed a fly.
No, none did."
He paused.
"As you know, the natural movement was growing very powerful at the time the Nova Fortuna departed, and soon afterward it entered its heyday. The movement's influence continued for centuries."
He brightened his tone.
"But that's all in the past. Today we should be thinking about the future. And what a future it will be. Nova Fortuna colonists will thrive and spread across the planet. I'm sure of it. And, who knows, one day another colony ship may launch, and humanity will take a step farther out into the galaxy."
"That's a long way ahead," said Ethan.
"If we ever get there. I'll be happy if we make our first target of self-sustainability within 5 years. That's what we should be thinking about right now, not what our descendants might achieve. We'll all be dust by then. Practical as always, Ethan. I know I can rely on you to bring me back down to earth. Or rather, I wonder what name I should use. What did you vote for?"
He addressed the question to Cariad. "I didn't vote."
"You didn't? Why not?"
A, I don't really mind what we call it, and B, I don't feel I have the right."
"Don't have the right?"
Strongquist's tone was surprised. He turned to Ethan.
"What about you? Don't tell me you didn't vote either." "I did vote. I voted for—"
A klaxon sounded within the stadium. The ceremony was about to begin.
"Hurry up,"
Strongquist said.
"We don't want to miss the opening."
He grabbed Cariad's and Ethan's upper arms and urged them forward. Cariad squirmed free. "Ease up. It won't matter if we miss the first few minutes. The leader's going to speak for at least an hour before she gets to the point."
"Oh yes, it will matter. Come on, they're all waiting for you."
Cariad and Ethan stopped in their tracks. Strongquist turned to face them, then swept his arm in a wide curve, inviting them to lead the way. They shared a worried look. There seemed no other option than to do as Strongquist suggested, however. Together, the three went through the wide open doors that led into the stadium. A deafening cheer erupted from the assembled Gens, Woken, and Guardians. It was so loud and unexpected, Cariad's first impulse was to run, but Strongquist was right behind her, lightly pushing her forward. Along with her friend, she walked into the open area at the centre of the stadium, entirely bemused. She stood side by side with Ethan in the strong afternoon sunlight, while the crowd cheered and clapped. Eventually the noise began to die down, and the leader brought it down further by speaking over the broadcast system. At first, Cariad couldn't make out what she was saying, but as the cheering subsided, it became clear the woman was speaking about the first night attack and the roles Cariad and Ethan had played in it. At last, it all began to make sense. The leader was well aware the gens would rather have had Ethan in her position. By orchestrating this show of appreciation, she was piggybacking onto his popularity among the gens, and, to a lesser extent, Cariad's with the Woken. The leader would be perceived as gracious, humble, and generous. She was an intelligent woman. There was nothing Cariad could do except smile and bow to show her thanks. The leader talked for an excruciating 10 minutes or so, while Cariad and Ethan stood and waited for it all to be over. When she had finally, mercifully finished, and the audience had given another round of applause, they took the seats reserved for them in the dignitaries' box. A drop of water hit Cariad on the nose. She held out a hand, looking up at the sky. Grey clouds had blown in. The stadium roof would protect most of the seating areas, but it looked like the ceremony would be slightly spoiled by rain. She realized Ethan wasn't with her. He had left the box and was standing at the edge of the field, holding out both his hands and looking up in wonder at the sky. Gasps and murmurs were running through the crowd, and people were running down to the stadium centre. Rain had begun to fall, softening the light and dimming the view. Of course! Cariad laughed. It was the first time any of the gens had experienced rainfall. They had grown up aboard the Nova Fortuna, where water had been a precious commodity. Each drop had been carefully dispensed, collected and recycled. No gen had ever felt the rain on his or her face or listened to a thunderstorm at night. Nearly all of the 2,000 gens were wandering about the field, getting wet, grinning and whooping. Some of them were dancing. Cariad watched, her heart warmed by their enjoyment of the simple pleasure. Their lives on the new planet promised to be an amazing adventure. Chapter 2. Something was lying across Ethan's chest, pinning him down, and it was covering his face, so all he could see was darkness. His legs were free, however, and he didn't seem to be badly hurt. The only discomfort he could feel was an ache where he'd hit his head and the crushing pressure on his rib cage. All around him he heard sobs, screams and cries of pain. The memory of where he was flashed back into his mind. There had been an explosion. He began to struggle. He had to find Cariad. She could be seriously hurt. He had to help the others. He pushed against the thing trapping him. He felt it shift, and he pushed harder, grimacing with the effort. The object seemed to move toward his head, so he concentrated his efforts in that direction. The pressure on his chest began to lift. He pushed harder, drew up his knees, and used his legs to drag himself downward. As he eased out of the confined space, his chin caught on a metal corner. He twisted his head away, but he couldn't escape the sharp edge. He was panting with the effort of holding up the object above him, but he couldn't let it go. If he did that, the corner would descend into his neck. There was nothing for it. If he wanted to get out, he would have to drag his face down the corner. He took a deep breath and pushed upward as hard as he could. He lifted the trapping object another few millimeters and pulled with his legs. As he slid along, the corner bit into his skin at his jawline. He winced. A cut tore up his face to his cheekbone. He gasped in pain and paused for a fraction of a second before making a final effort. The corner grazed his eyelashes and hit his eyebrow. It drew another cut up to his forehead. With a yell of effort, he pulled himself the last few centimeters. He was finally free. His left eye immediately filled with blood, and more ran down his face and dripped from his chin. He sat up and looked about him with his one good eye, wiping the blood from the other. Before the explosion, he'd been seated in the leader's box. Now he was nearly at ground level, and the seating was in broken chaos all around him. A section had fallen onto him. He was lucky to have survived relatively unscathed. Some people from the unaffected parts of the stadium were running over to help. Some were already lifting the wreckage left by the explosion, desperately trying to free trapped victims. Still wiping the blood from his eye, he climbed to his feet. He had to find Cariad. She'd been sitting right next to him. She couldn't be far away. He scanned around and spotted a single white shoe. He was sure it was one of hers. Then he caught another glimpse of white deep within the jumbled remains of the seating. It was the other shoe. He was sure of it. He scrambled over shards of broken plastic and metal and put his face to the opening where the shoe was visible. He could see a glimpse of her ankle.
Cariad!
He repeated her name twice, but heard no reply, and her foot didn't move. He pulled at the remains trapping her, removing the mangled pieces one by one.
Have you found her?
Strongquist had appeared by Ethan's side.
Let me help you,
the Guardian said. Ethan briefly wondered where the man had been seated that had allowed him to survive the blast. He'd thought Strongquist had been sitting close by, but his fears about Cariad soon drove the thought from his mind. He could now see her leg. Blood spattered her dark skin. Together, he and Strongquist removed the remaining pieces that covered her. They each grabbed one end of a large section of seating and lifted it up. Beneath it, Cariad lay on her side. One of her legs was folded up, but looked okay. One of her arms was bent at an unnatural angle. Her clothes were stained red, and her eyes were closed. He crouched down beside her and gently touched her shoulder.
Cariad, don't move her,
said Strongquist.
Her neck could be broken. Is she breathing?
Ethan watched her chest, which rose and fell slowly.
Yes. Good. Stay with her. If she wakes up, keep her still and calm. I'll be back as soon as I can.
The Guardian stepped down over the seating and ran across the stadium field, heading for the exit that led to the shuttles. Other Guardians were working through the wreckage, but many gens were standing around in shock, simply watching what was going on, or wandering around the muddy ground aimlessly. Rain had begun to fall again, but this time hardly anyone seemed to notice. Ethan remained with Cariad, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder. The fact that she didn't seem to be bleeding heavily reassured him a little, but he wished she would wake up. What had caused the explosion? There had been nothing explosive in the stadium, no fuels or anything under pressure. It had to be a bomb. But who would want to set off a bomb during the naming ceremony? He didn't have to think hard to answer that question. It had to be a member of the natural movement. After the sabotage on the first night attack, the perpetrator had been caught and executed. But now it was clear there was more than one of them. Natural movement fanatics were living among the colonists, determined to prevent the expansion of humanity into the galaxy. Memories of Lauren flooded his mind. He would never forget seeing her fall beneath one of the predatory native life forms on that fateful night. He couldn't erase the image of her remains from his memory. His feelings of loss were still raw. Looking down at Cariad, he swallowed. He couldn't face losing someone else he cared about. Her eyes were moving beneath their lids. They flickered, then opened wide in alarm. She tried to rise, but he gently restrained her.
You're okay, but you mustn't move. You've been hurt. Strongquist has gone for help. You're going to be all right, but you need to stay still."
She seemed to hear him because she stopped struggling. Her gaze sought out his. When their eyes met, he managed a small smile to try to reassure her, but he imagined the sight of his bloody face was less than reassuring. She struggled to speak, but he couldn't make out the words.
"Don't worry, we'll get you fixed up. Everything's going to be okay."
Strongquist was back. He'd brought 2 of his guardian buddies with him, and they were carrying a board somewhat like a stretcher, and other items Ethan didn't recognize. A flitter hovered nearby, and more was spread across the field. Guardians were loading the injured onto them. First they pressed a jet injector against Cariad's neck. Immediately, her body relaxed and her eyes half closed. Then they carefully turned her onto her back, while one of them held her head, keeping her as straight as possible on the uneven surface. They slipped some kind of collar around her head, neck, and back, and lifted her onto the board. Ethan helped the Guardians carry Cariad down to the flitter.
"Where are you taking her?" "Back to the Nova Fortuna,"
Strongquist replied.
"Her back or neck may be broken, and the settlement's medical facilities aren't equipped to deal with an injury of that severity. We can assist with her treatment aboard the ship."
Ethan wanted to go with Cariad, but he also wanted to remain to help search for more survivors. The scene was still in chaos. The leader was missing, and no one else seemed to be organizing a response to the emergency.
"Can you please send me word as soon as you know anything about her condition?"
"Of course," Strongquist replied.
"Don't forget to have someone check you over and fix that cut."
With those words, the Guardians sped away on the flitter with Cariad. Ethan turned to face the pandemonium. He went to the nearest group of bystanders who seemed to have been frozen into immobility and gave them instructions for organizing others who were also doing nothing, forming them into rescue teams. He also told them to find people with medical experience and send them to him. They needed to divide the destroyed portion of seating into sections, and they could take it apart piece by piece, shoring up unstable parts. They would find everyone who was trapped. He realized he was still only using one eye because the other was covered in blood. He took off his shirt and ripped off the sleeve. He tried to wipe the blood from his eye so he could see out of it, but it was too crusted up. Instead, he cleaned his face as well as he could, though his cut continued to weep fresh blood. Then he tied his shirt sleeve over his eye. A gen ran up to him, panting. "I'm a medic. Where should I go first?" It was going to be a long, heartbreaking afternoon. When Ethan woke up the next morning, the whole left side of his face ached. He reached up to touch the gauze covering his cut and the healing gel the settlement doctor had applied. He seemed to be the first to wake in the dorm of 20 men. Instinctively, he lifted his lapel to check his comm button for messages, then remembered he was planet-side and the comm network wasn't set up yet. The colonists were using stationary interfaces. There was one in the dorm, and the previous evening when he'd checked it, there hadn't been any messages from Strongquist. He got up and weaved through the sleeping men to check the screen by the door again. A message had finally come. It was short. Strongquist only stated that Cariad had a broken arm and was heavily concussed. She should make a full recovery in 2 or 3 days. He exhaled in relief and rested his forehead on the wall beside the screen. After a moment, he lifted his head again to check the general news. 14 people had died in the explosion. 13 gens, including the leader, and 1 woken. 32 people had been seriously injured. No one had claimed responsibility for the bomb, but the natural movement was suspected. The Guardians were investigating the cause of the explosion and hoped to find evidence that would lead them to the bomber. The Guardians were coming to their rescue again. He couldn't imagine what they would do without these late arrivals from Earth and their advanced tech. He hoped they would catch the saboteurs before they killed or hurt anyone else. The other men in the dorm had begun to stir and wake. Like him, they were all farmers, or rather, they were going to be farmers. He hadn't had much success at school, so not many professions were open to him. Farming had seemed as good as anything else when the time came to choose, but he'd never been content with his decision. He would be confined to his farm most of the time. His crops would need a watchful eye to guard against pests, diseases, drought, and any of the other hundreds of things that could affect them. On the other hand, the colony needed farmers. The colonists were relying on the success of the farms to survive. If their buildings leaked or their children didn't learn much from their teachers, they could live with it. But they couldn't live without food. Yet for as long as he could remember, from when he'd first understood the purpose for which he'd been born, he had always nurtured a secret desire to explore the new planet. But that role was strictly off the cards for Jens. It was written in the manual. Aside from venturing a day or two from the main settlement, exploring wasn't allowed. The new settlers couldn't afford to risk their lives on adventures, and that stricture had been cemented after the first night attack. Even with all the supplies they had brought, the colony wouldn't last longer than 5 or 6 years if they couldn't make it self-sustaining, and that would require the utmost effort from everyone. "That's a beauty," remarked another farmer, Misha, as he passed Ethan on the way to the showers, gesturing toward Ethan's face. Ethan followed along to check his reflection in a mirror and found a black and purple bloom surrounding his eye. "What's happening about the explosion?" Misha asked as he entered a shower. "Did you hear anything?" "The Guardians cordoned off the area once everyone was out. They're going through the wreckage, looking for evidence. I haven't heard any more than that." He stripped, stepped into another cubicle and began to wash, carefully avoiding exposing the gel on his face to water. His skin crawled at the thought that whoever had planted the bomb was living among them, pretending to be the same as everyone else, working toward the colony's success while secretly plotting its downfall. The saboteur could even be Misha. He shook the thought from his head. Suspecting everyone of belonging to the natural movement would be playing right into the terrorists' hands. The only bright side to the situation was the fact that the bomber hadn't been able to create a bomb large enough to take out the entire stadium. If they truly wanted to destroy the colony, that would have been the obvious move. For the moment, it seemed they didn't have access to materials to make larger or more deadly explosives. He turned off the shower and turned on the blower, which quickly dried him. After dressing, he ate breakfast before joining the rest of the farmers in the meeting room. The organizer waiting for them wasted little time in getting down to business. "I'm sure what's at the front of all your minds is the explosion at the stadium yesterday. I don't have much news on that, but what I will say is this. Whatever the murderer might think, we're not going to let him or her stop us from building a thriving community. We're going to carry on as normal and not let the bastards stop us, right?" "Damned right," said a voice, and the other farmers joined in with loud agreements. "Let's get on with it then," said the organizer. "I have the land allotments here." He swiped a pad, and a hollow of the settlement and the landscape surrounding it appeared above the desk. Lines cut through the 3D map, marking boundaries. At the center of each block, a name floated. The farmers got up out of their seats and went closer to see their allotments. Some asked to swap with others. Ethan had remained in his seat for a while as the rest crowded around the hollow, but he decided he might as well find out where he was going to spend the rest of his life. He went over and saw he'd been allocated a squarish block that bordered a lake about 7 clicks from town. Well, Cariad said it was pretty. Chapter 3. Cariad woke. She opened her eyes and gasped. Where was she? Then she remembered. She was aboard the Nova Fortuna. She'd made it. She'd survived cryo. The lights above her were bright, blindingly bright, and she closed her eyes against the pain. She tried to move, but her limbs were leaden. She recalled her last memory. She'd thanked the medical team and said goodbye before they put her to sleep. It had been a weird, sad parting after they had cared for her so well while preparing her to be frozen. By the time she woke up, if she woke up, they would all be long dead and buried. The team had been emotional too, though for some of them it was probably because they believed they were euthanizing her. Yet, despite the risks, despite the unproven success of cryonically preserving people for centuries, the chance had been too good to miss. Public opposition to the launching of the Nova Fortuna had grown to fever pitch in the years and months leading up to departure. If she hadn't taken the opportunity, another wasn't likely within her lifetime. As a world-class geneticist involved in the project, accepting her application had been almost a formality. She had familiarized herself with the cryonic preservation process and knew it should work, yet she almost couldn't believe she'd survived. After she'd been made unconscious, her blood was replaced with a non-aqueous, oxygenated solution that would not expand when frozen. External to her body, the solution was circulated and gradually cooled until she grew so cold that her breathing ceased and her heart stopped beating. She had been lowered into a frozen slush that suspended her, avoiding pressure sores from the pooling circulatory fluid. Her body was cooled still further until she was entirely frozen. To all intents and purposes, she had died, along with 199 other scientists, some old friends and acquaintances, a few strangers. She was sealed within an individual chamber aboard ship weeks before departure. She hadn't witnessed the ship leaving Earth orbit, never seen the protesting mobs, never met the first-generation men and women who had embarked knowing they would end their lives in deep space. People who would create and raise children who, before they were even conceived, were sentenced to share the same fate. The long journey was over. She had survived. She opened her eyes again and felt the smooth sheet beneath her. She moved her fingers and toes and tried again to lift an arm. She winced as a bolt of pain shot from the limb. Something seemed to have gone wrong with it. She tried to raise her head and she winced again. She had the mother of all headaches. To one side, out of her field of vision, a door opened and she heard footsteps. "Glad to see you're finally coming around," a voice said. "How are you feeling? You took quite a knock. How's your arm?" She squinted and managed to bring into focus a familiar-looking man in red scrubs, one of the infirmary medics. She thought his name was Alistair. She became very confused. How did she know his name? He was 6 or 7 generations in the future from her perspective. And what did he mean about a knock? Alistair was fiddling with the infuser attached to her inside elbow. "How are the others doing?" she asked, hoping the rest of the scientists had been successfully revived. "There were 14 deaths and 32 injured, I'm sorry to say. You've been out around 50 hours, in case you were wondering." "What?" "Dr. Montford put you into a coma to give your brain a chance to heal from the concussion. We withdrew the sedative a couple of hours ago." "What?" Utterly confused, she tried to sit up to get a better look at her surroundings. Maybe she would see something that would help her make sense of what the medic was saying. Alistair placed a hand on her shoulder. "Just relax for now. You'll be feeling the effects of the sedative a little longer. I've told the doctor you're awake. He'll be along in a moment. After he's checked you over, maybe you can sit up and have something to drink." Now he mentioned it, she realized her throat was dry and sore. as if she'd been sleeping with her mouth open. She gave up trying to move and tried to make sense of what was happening. A memory of an explosion flashed into her mind. She recalled flying through the air, then nothing. She worked back from the explosion. She'd been in a stadium and resigning herself to listening to a boring speech, then everything came flooding back. She'd woken from cryo 2 years previously. The Nova Fortuna had reached her destination. They'd held the arrival day celebration, and after that there had been the first night attack. She gasped again. "Is something wrong?" Alistair asked. "Are you in pain?" "Ethan, is he okay?" Alistair smiled. "He's fine. He pulled you from the wreckage, in fact." As she closed her eyes, Dr. Montfort arrived. After examining her, the doctor said she could sit up. He wanted her to stay in the medical bay another night in case of any after effects of her concussion. Her broken arm would be mended in about a week, and then she could return to work. Montfort paused. "A guardian, Strongquist, has been asking about you. He wants to speak to you about the explosion. I can put him off another few hours if you don't feel up to talking to him, but—" "No, it's fine. I'll speak to him." She had a burning desire to find out who or what was responsible for the disaster. Though she had her reservations about Strongquist, she was willing to put them aside for the sake of a successful investigation. The Guardian came into her room. "I'm glad to see you looking so well, Cariad." "Thanks. I'm lucky I didn't suffer worse injuries, but you're even luckier than me. You weren't hurt?" "I have to confess, I'm not one for long speeches. When the explosion occurred, I'd already left the box." "Good timing." "Indeed. I'm sorry for being so impatient to see you, but I want to catch the person or people who did this, and quickly, before they do something else." She sat up higher in bed. "Then it was a bomb?" "I'm afraid so." "The natural movement again." "We can't think of any other explanation." She digested the information dejectedly. After the Guardians had apprehended and executed the person responsible for the first night attack, she'd thought the threat to the colony was over. She hadn't imagined there might be more than one natural movement fanatic among them. "Whoever is masterminding these attacks," Strongquist said, "it could be a Woken or a Gen." "It's more likely to be a Gen, don't you think? Though I hate the idea. The person you executed was a Gen." "We aren't ruling out the possibility that it's a Woken. The first night attack saboteur could have been persuaded to turn off the electric fence by someone else. She said she'd acted alone, but she must have been lying. Conversely, she could have been a member of a covert Gen cult that's existed since the Nova Fortuna departed Earth." "You mean like a secret tradition passed down the generations?" "Exactly." "If that's the case, we could be talking about more than 1 or 2 people. We could be talking about tens or hundreds." "I doubt that it's hundreds. If there were so many, it would be difficult to keep their beliefs secret, and they wouldn't be confined to single small acts. They could do something much bigger and more damaging. A few hundred can overwhelm a couple of thousand with a little planning." "But if the natural movement followers are Gens, there could still be quite a few of them." "We already know there's more than one." She sighed. The colonization was going to be hard enough without contending with a secret, subversive faction. "We seem to have lost track somewhere. How can I help you with the investigation?" "Ah, yes. I'm enlisting the help of the Woken because you may remember things from the development of the project that may not have been recorded. We've analyzed the bomb residues, but the chemicals used aren't particularly difficult to acquire. Anyone could have stolen small amounts while we were bringing down the supplies. So we turned our search to historical records, hoping to discover natural movement affiliations among the Woken or the original Gens. But we haven't uncovered anything useful so far."
Then it occurred to me the project scientists are living, talking historical documents. People like you, Cariad, are a source of knowledge and memories. I've been asking all the Woken to watch the news recordings from the protests and read the reports and other documents. Perhaps you'll see a face or read a name you recognize, and you may make a connection. Would you mind going over a few things and telling me of anything that strikes you as possibly relevant, however insignificant or tangential it might seem?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
And when I'm up and around again, in a day or so, according to Montfort, I'll help with the investigation too. Strongquist looked less happy about this proposal.
Thank you for offering, but I don't think there's any need.
We can't continue to rely on guardians all the time. We aren't babies, and now my work with the actual babies of the colony is coming to an end. I'll be able to devote some time to ensuring justice for those who were murdered. She gave Strongquist a fixed smile. The guardian didn't buckle under her gaze, but he seemed to concede the fight wasn't one he was going to win.
As you wish. I've sent links to the relevant files to your account.
He rose to leave. I want to thank you for everything you and your colleagues have done for the colony, Strongquist. It isn't that I don't appreciate it. I just think the sooner we learn to stand on our own 2 feet, the better.
I understand perfectly.
He nodded to her and left. She reached for an interface with her broken arm, winced and swapped to the other arm. She pulled the screen in front of her and swiped it open. Strongquist's list was at the top of a string of messages from friends wishing her well. She opened the first of the Guardian's links, a VidNews report. She checked the date. It was the day the Nova had begun her maneuvers to break free of Earth orbit. The official departure date. By that time, she had already been frozen in slush for several weeks, and she'd missed the response of Earth's population to the ship's departure. It was quite the reaction. The recording showed massive crowds in the world's capitals and major cities. Protesting millions surged through the streets of Beijing, Washington, Moscow, London, Cape Town, Nairobi, New York, Sydney, Mumbai and Buenos Aires. Her hand rose to her mouth as she watched the rioting, fires, water cannons and the effects of exploding nerve gas canisters. Leading up to the final preparations, she'd been aware of the growing popularity of the natural movement, but she'd been working around the clock and hadn't followed current affairs closely. She also hadn't been very interested in them. As a scientist, the movement's objections to deep space colonization had been hard for her to understand. She would have better understood an angry reaction to the fact that so few were able to come along. What was she supposed to be looking for? Did Strongquist expect she might see something significant in the mobs? After witnessing a particularly violent confrontation, she gave a shudder and silent thanks that the Nova Fortuna had been built in space, out of the reach of natural movement followers. They would probably have tried to blow up the ship. The next link led to an interview with some natural movement leaders at a protest. She leaned closer. Here was something that might yield useful information. She scanned the faces in the background. Prominent figures wouldn't have been so foolish as to try to infiltrate the colonization project, but individuals behind the scenes had a greater degree of anonymity. Yet no one looked even remotely familiar. The scene shifted to a studio interview, and her heart skipped a beat. What had moved her wasn't any of the debaters, natural movement leaders and politicians with global influence, but the large image projected behind them. It was the portrait of a scientist. Though she looked younger in the photograph than Cariad remembered her, she recognized the woman right away. It was Dr. Crowley, the first victim of the first night attack. Poor Meredith. Always so warm-hearted, so ready to see good in others, so trusting, too trusting as it turned out. Cariad had warned her friend that the project's ambition of creating a society free of violence was too lofty, that human aggression was innate and not a product of social conditioning. She would have given anything to have been wrong and have Meredith back again. Sickened by the brutality of the riot scenes and the anger from the natural movement leaders, she closed the recording and opened another of Strongquist's links. It was a list of members of the subversive society. The Guardian had attached a note explaining that, in her time, the document hadn't been in the possession of authorities. It was a secret list, uncovered by historians centuries later. He wanted to know if any of the names meant anything. She scanned it. The names numbered in the thousands. For several minutes she saw nothing familiar. She yawned. After the surge of adrenaline when she woke up, her injuries were catching up with her. She drank some water to help her stay awake, but her mind drifted. 184 years had passed while she'd been in cryonic suspension, but she had only lived through 2 years since her revival. Yet her time on Earth seemed a lifetime away. Memories she'd previously suppressed began to surface. Memories of saying goodbye to her parents and sisters, knowing she would never see them again. Recollections of the sharp sting of guilt at the stoicism on her family's faces. Their parting was something she would never forget. Effectively, in her terms and theirs, they had all died at that moment. She wiped away a tear with the heel of her hand. Her family, friends and acquaintances had all passed away while she'd been in suspension, and by the time she was revived, they were turned to dust and long forgotten by everyone but her. She swallowed, trying to force down the emotions threatening to overwhelm her. But it was no use. For the first time since she'd been brought back to life 2 years ago, she gave in to the grief and sorrow she had been denying for so long. It was some time before her feelings softened and she returned to browsing the lists of natural movement members. Almost immediately, a name caught her eye: Frederick Aparicio. She frowned. She wasn't sure why the name was familiar. She couldn't place him in her memories of everyone she'd known on Earth. Yet she knew the name, unless her mind was playing tricks on her. She opened her personal files of vids, mails, and images from her previous life. She rarely dared to look at them, but perhaps because she'd vented her feelings, viewing the files didn't upset her as much as she'd feared. In fact, it gave her pleasure to remember all the people she'd left behind and read their messages. She searched all the files for the name Frederick Aparicio, but she turned up a blank. She was puzzling at the problem, deep in concentration, when a new mail arrived. It was from Ethan.
"Heard you're awake and feeling better. I'm glad to hear it. I'm going to see my farm tomorrow. Do you want to come along?"
Chapter 4. Ethan waited for Cariad in the lot outside the shuttle station. A regular shuttle schedule of 3 arrivals and departures per day had begun to run, and Cariad had come to say she would be on the noon arrival. He had watched the shuttle fly in, appearing from out of the sky as if by magic. To him, the Nova was now no more than a stationary point of light at night, and in the daytime the starship was entirely invisible. As a Gen, he now required special permission to return to his old home. The new rule rankled, especially because Woken like Cariad could come and go as they pleased. The reason given was that the Woken's roles were mostly scientific and performed aboard the starship, while Ethan's and other Gens' jobs were confined to the settlement or nearby. Yet the delineation was clear. The Woken had freedom to travel to and from the ship, and the Gens did not. The planet-side dwellers had quietly pushed back by taking control of the flitters. The ship had brought 30 of the fusion-powered land vehicles to the New World. They would run for around 3 years before their energy ran out, and the technology to refuel or replace them was unlikely to have been developed by that time. Consequently, the manual stated they must only be used when absolutely necessary, such as for emergencies and transportation of materials or equipment too heavy to be moved by any other method. The gens had taken it upon themselves to bend the parameters of what constituted absolute necessity by routinely using the flitters on trips outside the settlement. Massive road-making machines were already crawling slowly across the landscape, and solar-powered electric vehicles were being assembled from kits, but were not ready yet. The gens were nervous about venturing into the wild with no means of escape from predatory organisms, other than their own 2 feet. Also, they had quickly picked up on how convenient it was to ride a flitter. After growing up aboard a starship with transit cars, they weren't used to walking long distances. Ethan was looking forward to taking Cariad for a ride. He'd packed some food so they wouldn't have to return to the settlement to eat when they got hungry. Shuttle passengers began to emerge from the station exit, and he smiled as he saw Cariad's familiar figure among them. She spotted him seated in the flitter and waved. "Hi," she said as she approached. "How did you get permission to take one of these? I thought we were hiking there. I wore my walking boots." "It's a little too far to walk. Besides, all the farmers have use of the flitters." Cariad's eyebrows lifted. "All the farmers? But aren't you supposed to be—" "Saving them for emergencies? Strictly speaking, yes. But the roads aren't ready yet, so that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Also, though the creatures from the first night attack are nocturnal, there's always a chance something else might take an interest." "Have other life forms been spotted?" "Not yet. Xenobiologists have combed the farming districts, but they didn't find anything. We put up an electric fence around the farms anyway, just in case." Cariad opened the flitter door and climbed in. There were seats for 6, but the rear 4 were folded down to make room for a load. The flitter briefly dipped under the extra weight, then returned to its former elevation. "What happened to your face?" Cariad asked when she saw him close up. He had forgotten they hadn't seen each other since the bombing. She probably didn't remember being rescued. "Just an injury from the explosion. The scar's fading now. How's your arm?" "It's getting better. The doctor said just another few days and it'll be good as new." "And your head?" "It's fine. I heard you pulled me from the wreckage. I wanted to thank you." "You don't have to thank me. Anyone would have done it." "I know, but—" She drifted to silence, apparently unsure how to frame what she wanted to say. "It's good to be planetside again. I always feel a little claustrophobic aboard ship, even though it's as big as a town. There's something weird about living in an entirely artificial environment. I've never quite gotten used to it." "I never minded it. Living aboard the Nova was all I knew before we came here. In fact, the first time I came planetside, I was nervous. The idea that I could walk for years and never walk in the same place twice freaked me out, though I wouldn't admit it to Lauren." Cariad's expression turned sympathetic, but the atmosphere between them became awkward. He wondered if it was the first time he had mentioned Lauren in front of her. He couldn't remember. Thinking about Lauren since she passed was almost unbearably painful. Maybe he hadn't talked about her up until now. "It's about time we left," he said, starting up the flitter. He reversed the machine from the curb and pulled out of the lot. Once they were through the gate in the electric fence, he set the flitter to automatic. Cariad gave a surprised, "Oh!" as it left the road before setting off through the fern-like trees surrounding the settlement. He chuckled. "We're heading directly to my land. The flitter doesn't pay much attention to roads. When you're floating 30 centimeters high, there's no need for them." "I would have thought there would be some need for them."
Nope. Flitters go around anything in the way, moving or not, or they rise up and pass over. They're very safe. You never went on one back on Earth?
I didn't. They were entirely new technology. Anti-gravity propulsion had only just been invented, and the engineers had barely run all the safety tests on flitters before they were loaded onto the ship. I hadn't even seen one in real life, only in vids. I remember the FDL Starship engineers had hopes that AGRAV would lead them to a breakthrough, but that hadn't happened by the time we left.
This is really your first time in a flitter?
A wave of delight washed over him. He'd always seen Cariad as smarter and more experienced than he was. He'd never thought he would be more accomplished at something than her. What are you thinking?
Nothing much. Why?
You have a goofy grin on your face.
I do?
Is it because I said it was my first time in a flitter?
No. Yeah, actually. I didn't think I'd ever have more experience in something than a woken. You always seem to know everything and have done everything. Being around you makes most of us gens feel stupid, if I'm honest.
Her expression fell, and she turned to look out at the passing landscape.
Is something wrong? I didn't mean anything by what I said. I was only talking about what it's like being a gen. I wasn't criticizing you.
When she turned back to Ethan, her face remained sad. Is that how you see me? Is that what I am to you? Awoken?
No, I didn't mean it like that. I was only talking generally. I don't think of you as just another woken. You're a friend, Cariad, a good friend.
She appeared to feel a little happier. You're a friend too. I don't think of you as a gen. She returned her gaze to outside the flitter. They had left the forested area surrounding the settlement and were travelling across an open plain where the rubbery ground cover grew waist-high. The flitter adjusted its height accordingly. On the horizon lay a thin blue line, the lake that bordered Ethan's land. He stole another look at his companion. She seemed to have gotten over the downturn in her mood. He recalled seeing her in the first night attack, carrying a flaming brand in each hand, the light of the torches flickering across her features. The image had remained in his mind and probably would forever. I think I can see it, she said. That's the lake, right? Is your land on this side of it?
Yes, it is. Of all the allotments, mine is farthest from town. The land on the other side of the lake doesn't belong to anyone yet.
Yes, it does. It belongs to everyone, Cariad said with a smile.
Yeah, that's right. Until it's allocated.
Maybe if your farm does well, they'll give you the land on the other side too. You could have a huge place.
I guess so.
Wouldn't you like that? The only other person he had told about his dissatisfaction with the idea of becoming a farmer was Dr. Crowley, his other woken friend. She had died that terrible first night of the settlement. The profession allocation system was intended to be flexible within the parameters set by academic achievement, strengths, and temperament. But refusing to choose any of the positions offered to you upon high school graduation was seen to be antisocial. He was only going to be a farmer because he didn't really have a choice. He thought he would have done something quite different. He realized he hadn't replied to her question.
I'm not very enthusiastic about farming. If I could choose, I'd rather explore this new world. I used to read a lot when I was a kid. Mostly when I should have been doing my homework. I read about the great explorers of the 18th and 19th centuries on Earth. They would go places where no human had ever set foot, like the South Pole. Then fewer and fewer of those places existed. Later on, people went to the summits of the highest mountains and deep into ocean trenches. They went to all the places on Earth where it used to be too hard for people to survive. They went to the moon. Then, by the 22nd century, there wasn't even anywhere on the colonized solar planets that someone hadn't explored. But this place, We hardly know anything about it. We only have information from probes to tell us what's here, and we found out on the first night that information isn't reliable. We need to know more about this planet. I want to find out more, but I'm going to be stuck here digging the ground and growing crops for the rest of my life." His voice had risen. He paused and gave a wry smile. "Sorry, I guess I needed to vent." They had passed through the gate in the fence surrounding the farming district. Cariad looked out at the approaching lake in silence for a little while. Then she said, "You know, you're right. What if there's some other menace out there that could destroy us? We need to know about it. If we don't, how can we defend ourselves? We're lucky that the electric fence seems to keep everything dangerous out of the settlement. What would we do if there's a life form that isn't affected by electricity? We need people like you to find out what the dangers are." "I'd love to do that, but I don't see anyone giving the order any time soon." A new leader had yet to be elected after the bombing, and a date for a new naming ceremony hadn't been set. "We're nearly there. We might already be on my land, in fact. It isn't easy to tell without boundary markers, but I think this is it." The lake stretched out in front of them. If he had to be a farmer, he counted himself lucky to have such a useful resource on his doorstep, though water channels to other farms would cut across his land. Maybe the lake contained something like fish, too, something that humans could eat. He stopped the flitter a short distance from the shore, and they got out. The ground was spongy, and their footsteps left imprints as they walked across it, wading through the vegetation. Together they went toward the stretch of water. "I wanted to ask you, is this planet very different from Earth?" She thought a while before replying. "At first look, it isn't. The sky's blue, the vegetation is green, there are mountains and oceans, rocks and soil, and the gravity is nearly the same. That was the main reason this place was chosen. Once the colonists arrived, they would be on their own. No request for help would even reach Earth until it was way too late. So we couldn't commit to a colonization except on a world where conditions were as near perfect as possible. But now that I'm here, it's different in so many ways. The plants look weird. The air smells funny. The sunlight isn't quite right. And of course, the night sky is totally different. And the sounds? Can you hear anything?" "Only the noise of the wind." "On Earth, if we were out in the countryside, we would hear birds and insects, maybe frogs and other animals, depending on the time of day. This planet is almost entirely silent. If I don't think about it, I don't notice, but I guess I feel it on another level. Nothing is quite right about this place. I don't dislike it, but I seem to be always a little bit aware that I'm somewhere different." A warm, humid breeze came toward them from across the lake. The sun was still high. Its rays blazed across the water surface, creating a silver sheen on the smooth expanse. They reached the lake's edge, where the vegetation gave way to black sand. Lazy ripples lapped at the shore. They were alone in the alien landscape. "What do you think?" Ethan asked. "It's beautiful." Chapter 5. Cariad squatted down next to a gestation bag. 5 trainee midwives stood in a half-circle behind her. So far, none of them had volunteered to assist with a decanting. There really isn't anything to be frightened of, you know. Isn't anyone willing to try? I know it seems scary, but the chances of losing a baby are vanishingly small. I don't think a single one has been lost at the decanting stage. It's much safer than natural childbirth. We can see if the baby's stuck or the umbilicus is wrapped around its neck or it's past meconium. We don't have to rely on instruments to tell us what's happening. Things are going to be a lot harder planet-side when you're assisting women giving birth. She shut her eyes.
That was exactly the last thing she should have said. She was supposed to be reassuring these young men and women, not making them nervous. When she opened her eyes, however, a fresh-faced man had raised his hand. "Great! Step over here."
"Oh, the man mumbled. "I just wanted to ask a question."
Deflated, she said, "Shoot."
"I was wondering why you don't just open up the bags and take the babies out. Wouldn't that be a lot safer and easier?"
Good question. So it might seem easier to do it that way, but when the babies are squeezed out through the decanting channel, the action forces mucus out of their lungs and respiratory tract, and that helps them breathe. There might be other unknown benefits too. We try to mimic nature as much as possible because sometimes we can only guess why humans evolved to reproduce the way we do. That's why we play the audio of a pregnant woman's heartbeat to the babies from the embryo stage onwards. Without it or other sounds, their hearing might not develop normally. We can't be sure because it would be unethical to conduct an experiment to find out, so we take the precaution of exposing them to noise. On the other hand, in the artificial method, we've removed the known risks of natural childbirth, like a too narrow birth canal. "Is natural childbirth really risky?" asked a frightened-eyed young woman. Cariad couldn't tell if the trainee was asking in a professional or personal capacity. "It's riskier, I can't deny it. Unfortunately, the reproductive technology that served us on the ship won't last forever. It's already wearing out. We need to move reproduction planet-side and increase the birth rate, which means that after this final decanting, it's down to you gens to do things the old-fashioned way. But the settlement hospital will be equipped with birthing facilities of the best quality, and those facilities are going to be staffed with the best midwives, right?" It was an unfortunate consequence of the impersonal replenishing of the gen population that none of them had any experience of natural pregnancies or births. Up until now, reproductive technicians had been responsible for creating and gestating the project's new babies. Working alongside the settlement doctors, the people she was training would be dealing with soon-to-be new mothers who would probably be frightened, if not terrified. What was more, the women might also have a higher risk of complications. For 6 generations, women hadn't had to give birth naturally. Still, Cariad tried to give the students her most encouraging smile. It seemed to do the trick. The man who had first asked a question stepped forward. "I'll try." "Fantastic! Come over here. You saw what I did, right? Make sure you have everything ready before you open the channel. I'm going to watch, but I won't intervene unless I see you need some help, okay?" When she had studied human reproductive biology, she only assisted with a decanting a few times in preparation for taking her finals. Students were supposed to experience the practical nitty-gritty of their subject. Later on, as a reproductive geneticist, she hadn't been expected to actually decant babies. That was a job for technicians. Since being revived from cryonic suspension, however, she had enjoyed bringing the little squirming, mewling infants into the world. She hoped she could pass on that enjoyment to these men and women. She moved out of the trainee's way as he prepared the receiving dish and checked the emergency equipment. The baby he was about to decant was one of the less active ones. The female infant hung upside down in her gestation bag, her eyes closed, a serene expression on her tiny face, entirely unaware that her life was about to begin. The man paused and half-turned toward Cariad for reassurance. "You're ready to go." He activated the decant function on the panel. Pulsations began to ripple the surface of the bag, and fluid dripped from the channel as, slowly, it opened. The student squatted as Cariad had and held his hands beneath the opening. It was a precaution in case a malfunction or a particularly wriggly infant caused the exit to suddenly burst wide. Now he'd found the courage to try, the man was doing well. Time wore on, and the gestation bag pushed the baby girl into the narrow, flexible channel at its base. The trainee was beginning to look uncomfortable, probably due to squatting for so long. "You can kneel if you want," she told him. "It won't be long now." The receiving dish gurgled as the fluid dripping from the bag was drained away. The trainee midwives leaned closer. The moment of decanting was approaching. The baby was packed into a ball, her small chubby arms wrapped up high around her chest. She gave a wriggle and the channel opened wider, spilling a gush of fluid into the dish below. "Nearly there," Cariad said to the kneeling student. "Get ready." He held his gloved hands beneath the baby's crowning head. Pink liquid soaked his hands and wrists. The top of the baby's head appeared. Centimetre by centimetre, the head emerged from the channel. A small face came next, its eyes still closed. Then a tiny fist showed up, followed by one round shoulder, then another. As the baby slid out of the collapsing bag, the man carefully took the weight of her head and body. He gently lay her down in the receiving dish. She took her first breath, and a pink colour suffused her skin. "Do you remember the procedure for the placenta?" Cariad said. The trainee nodded without turning around, apparently unable to take his eyes from the baby, who gently waved her arms and legs, testing out her newfound freedom. She grimaced, and her deep blue, unfocused eyes briefly peeked out from between their eyelids. When the placenta was ejected from the gestation bag, the trainee cut the umbilicus and picked up the baby to swaddle her. He turned around, his face wreathed in a beaming smile. "I did it!" "You certainly did. Do you want to take her to the nursery?" The baby was breathing well and didn't seem to have any problems, but the duty doctor would check her over thoroughly. "Sure. Do you think they'll let me name her?" Cariad chuckled. "Maybe. It won't hurt to ask." Like a proud new father, the man carried the newborn out of the gestation room. Cariad turned to the waiting students. "Who's next?" By the end of the session, each trainee had taken a turn at decanting a newborn, and Cariad finished the training a little less worried than she'd been when it started. Though the gens still had a long way to go to restart natural human reproduction on a scale that would increase the population, it seemed they could at least lose some of their fear of it. Dr. Montford would take over the students' preparation for the real thing, with natural childbirth vids and whatever else he had in mind. When the last of the trainees had left, she took a final look at the gestation room with its empty gestation bags, some still dripping. For nearly 2 centuries, the reproductive facilities had served the Nova Fortuna project well, steadily maintaining a heterogeneous gene pool of 2,000 individuals. But its days were finally over. Cleaning up the room and putting everything into storage could wait until tomorrow. It had been a long day. She turned off the heartbeat soundtrack and the lights and left. As she walked out, she bumped into someone on her way in. It was Anahi, an agricultural scientist and awoken. When she had been revived from cryo, the process had left her blind. The Nova wasn't equipped with the technology to grow new eyes and optic nerves, so she relied on a vision aid, a black strip of light-sensitive material wrapped around her head and connected with her brain through a contact at the back. The crueler gens, unused to seeing anyone who deviated from standard human physiology, made jokes about Anahi within her hearing. They said she had eyes in the back of her head and made other crass comments. In fact, Anahi did have better than normal peripheral vision and could probably see a wider colour range. However, Cariad imagined she would probably rather have had real eyes. Cariad had gotten to know the fellow scientist over the years they'd both been working on the project preparations, and though the older woman was likeable enough, Cariad had found her to be rather brittle and not the type to take the Gen's teasing in good humour. She must have barely met the psychological standard to be allowed to join the cryosuspended contingent of the colonists. "Did the decanting go well?" Anahi asked. "Yes, thanks. 50 new babies added to the gene pool, all healthy and normal." "Good. So that's it then. The last gens conceived and gestated artificially." "I hope so. They're on their own for the time being anyway. In the case of a disaster, we can always open up the shop again. You still have plenty of frozen eggs and sperm, haven't you? And how's the equipment? Has it held up well? I remember you were concerned about that." "It's still functioning adequately. I haven't encountered any failures. Have you in your section?" "No, but everything's looking tired and old, rather like me." Anahi smiled. "I'm sure you have quite a few more decades in you." "Thanks, but I wasn't fishing for compliments. I wanted to speak to you about something." "What's that?" "Well, first of all, I want to say the generational colonists have done quite well in getting this far. Do you remember when we were placed in cryo? We thought we might never be revived, or that only 1 or 2 of the ancient descendants of the first generation would be alive at the journey's end. Yet we woke up and it seemed everything had worked like clockwork. 2,000 healthy colonists with a good genetic mix. They'd followed the manual almost to the letter in that regard." She paused. "But," Cariad raised her eyebrows, "there is something, I'm not sure how to put it. The generational colonists, they're kind of childlike. They don't have much initiative, much get up and go, if you know what I mean. They just mindlessly do things without really thinking." "I'm not sure I understand you." "For example, the first night attack. I wasn't there, thank goodness, but I heard almost everyone ran around like panicked sheep. I heard that if it wasn't for you, they would all have been killed." "You heard wrong then. I helped, yes, but it was Ethan, a Gen, who saved the day. And the attack was terrifying. It isn't surprising the Gens reacted as they did. I was pretty close to running around like a panicked sheep myself. I don't think you'd be so quick to criticize if you'd been there." Cariad wondered where Anahi was heading. Something was clearly bugging her. "Still," Cariad said nothing, waiting for the other woman to speak her mind. "Cariad, I think we need to resume the revival process. We need more project scientists to oversee the colonization. If we don't, we risk the entire project failing." "But Anahi..." "What? Do I have to spell it out? You're one of the last people I would expect to make that suggestion. You lost your sight, others lost the use of their limbs, and some are permanently brain damaged. Some didn't even make it. Everyone we revive is at risk of serious complications or death. And anyway, I don't agree with you about the Gens. They're entirely capable of making a go of this. They might seem naive and inexperienced to us, but they were raised in an unnatural environment. They can adapt and meet the challenges of living on the planet. I'm sure of it. They're human, the same as us. Adapting is what humans do best." Anahi seemed pensive. "I thought you might say that." "Huh? You thought I might say what?" "Never mind. Look, I get it that you like the generational colonists. I like them too. I just don't think they're equipped for this job we've set them. And it isn't their fault. It's our fault for imagining they ever could be. Hell, it would be hard enough to colonize an alien planet, even for us. people experienced in living in a planetary environment and not coddled all our lives aboard a starship. I think it's time to admit we were wrong. It would have been better to freeze 2,000 individuals and maintain a much smaller population of living crew, just enough to look after the ship and begin the reviving process. That can't be helped now, but we do need more project scientists. We need their skills and their experience of living in a natural environment. Seriously? Do you really think we need more people from Earth so badly we should risk their lives? If we don't wake them up, they're as good as dead. Don't you think we should give them a chance of life? We need more time to understand what went wrong. How long do you think we should wait? The last I heard, we'd made hardly any progress in understanding why some of us were revived with no problems and others died. For all we know, it could be something to do with the way we were frozen, and there isn't anything we can do about that now. At least this way the question is decided, one way or another. Cariad hesitated to answer. She felt that Anahi was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on why. Her argument seemed rational. If only the cryo-organisers had thought to provide for this eventuality. All the Woken had written wills about life-saving measures if something went wrong during revival. But no one had been asked to state whether they should be revived. That was a given. Think about it. I'm going to speak to some of the others and see if we can come to a consensus. I'm not going to do anything if most of us think it's too risky. But personally speaking, I would rather be blind and living and breathing than lying frozen in sludge, possibly forever. And the generational colonists need more of us if the colonization is to stand a chance of succeeding. But even if the other Woken agree, you have to get the permission of the leader to restart the revival process. There is no leader, and even if there were, why do we need his or her permission? We were the ones who organised the project. We were there at the beginning, and we know what's needed for it to succeed. The others only exist because of us. Cariad was becoming increasingly annoyed at Anahi's reasoning and opinions, and it clearly showed on her face. The woman touched her arm in a conciliatory manner. I just want to help the gens, as you call them, for their benefit and our own. And to do that, we need strength in numbers. We need more of us. Cariad was about to reply when Stromquist appeared. She didn't want to continue the discussion in front of the Guardian. It felt like washing the Woken's dirty laundry in public, and she didn't quite trust the man.
I thought I'd find you here, Stromquist said to Cariad. I wanted to ask you something, if you have a moment.
Anahi gave Cariad's arm a squeeze and said, "Think about it," again before leaving. "What is it?" Cariad asked Stromquist, still irritated by her conversation with Anahi.
I was wondering if you'd gotten any further with checking the resources I gave you. Did you find anything that might lead us to the stadium bomber?
No. I checked everything through, but I didn't see anything that'll help. Stromquist peered at her.
You seem hesitant. Do you mean you didn't see anything, or you saw something, but you aren't sure how it might be useful?
She frowned. The latter. There was a name that seemed meaningful, but I looked through all my records and I couldn't see anything that would link me to the person. I think it's just my imagination running wild.
Maybe this person didn't have anything to do with you, but the name is familiar due to an event or encounter that you can't remember just yet. Don't forget that you were in cryonic suspension for nearly 2 centuries. It wouldn't be surprising if you experienced some memory loss. What was the name?
It wasn't difficult for Cariad to recall. The name had been on her mind so much while she'd tried to figure out its significance. It was burned in. Frederick Aparicio.
I'll check it out and see what I can find.
Are you any closer to catching the bomber? Asking the Guardian the question felt weird. It was as if they were the colony's police force, yet no one had appointed them.
I'm sorry, we aren't much further on, but maybe this name will help. I'll let you know if we discover anything.
Thanks, I appreciate it, Cariad replied, wishing she knew what she could do herself to find the culprit. Chapter 6. It was Ethan's turn with the plough. 5 of the machines had been assembled from kits brought aboard the Nova. There were plenty more waiting to be put together, but the first crop was a priority. The farmers were sharing the use of the available ploughs. The machine was mechanical only. It had no computer controlling it or refining its operation according to variations in soil, plants, or the weather, as agricultural technology on Earth had. The farmers would have to learn all the nuances of their job and not rely on support from tech, passing their knowledge and skills down to the next generation. Computers required complex parts, and those complex parts required rare, refined resources. Until the colony progressed to a level capable of providing those resources, it would rely on human ingenuity. Ethan stared at the instruction manual, then at the plough, and then at the manual again. The farmer who had brought the plough over had explained its operation. It had seemed straightforward while he was listening, but Ethan was having problems matching his memory of the farmer's words with the machine in front of him. His difficulties probably had something to do with the fact that he had no interest whatsoever in operating it. Heaving a sigh, he approached the machine. Maybe he could learn to work it by trial and error. There wasn't anything around for him to collide with, so he wasn't likely to do any harm. He didn't even have a house yet. He rolled the plaspaper document and pushed it into his back pocket before grabbing the bars on either side of the cab door and pulling himself up and in. He sat in the driver's seat and stared at the controls. They seemed simple enough. Some steered the machine and others operated the plough. "Hey!" called a voice. He nearly jumped out of his skin. A short woman was standing right next to the cab, squinting up at him from under a cap, her hands on her hips. "I didn't mean to startle you. I guess you didn't hear me arrive." A flitter rested on the ground behind her. "I'm your neighbour. Name's Cherry." She held up her hand. He leaned down and shook it.
"Ethan, but I thought my neighbour was."
"He got reassigned. I took over his land. Always wanted to be a farmer, and here I am. Can I join you up there? I think I'm next in line for this plough. Thought I'd get a handle on it."
"Sure."
With some difficulty, due to her shortness, Cherry climbed up into the passenger side of the cab. "Have you figured it out yet?"
"Honestly, no. I was just about to start it up and take it from there."
"Sounds like a good idea. Do you have the instructions? Can I take a look?" He pulled the thin book out of his pocket and gave it to her. Then he pressed a button. Their engine started. "Doing good so far," said Cherry, not looking up from the manual. He couldn't tell if she was being sarcastic. He had finally recognized her. Cherry had been 2 grades above him at school. Then he remembered something else that made him pause. "Aren't you going to start driving it? You should go to a corner of your land and begin there."
"Wait a minute. I'm just trying to figure out what you're doing here. Why are you a farmer? You were top of your grade in math and science."
She rolled her eyes. "Just because I was good at something doesn't mean I have to like it. I didn't want to do any of the jobs my grade average qualified me for. I wanted to be a farmer. I can't think of anything else I'd rather do."
"So they let you change jobs, just like that?"
"Not exactly just like that, but it wasn't too hard. Things are in disarray at the moment with no leader. I think they just got tired of arguing with me in the end and gave me permission to take over the land after it became vacant. They only wanted me to go away and stop bothering them."
"Really?"
"Yep. So, are you going to drive this thing or not?"
Do you want to try?"
"I'd love to." He jumped out of the cab and walked around the plough before climbing into the seat Cherry had vacated. She turned her cap around so the bill faced backward and, giving him a grin, pressed the accelerator. The plough lurched violently forward. He grabbed the side of the cab to prevent himself from being thrown out. "Sorry." He slid his door closed and she did the same. Then she set off. As they drove along, the rough ground bounced them up and down and threw them from side to side. She began to laugh, and he joined in. "Where do I go?" He turned and pointed to the side of the lake where his land bordered the shore. It was as good a place to start as any. She swung the plough around so hard it was in danger of toppling over. He held on tight. "Whoops!" "Take it easy. What's your hurry? We have all day." "I know." She stopped the plough at the edge of the lake where the vegetation gave way to the shore. Her expression turned more serious. "But it would be great if I could plough and sow my own land soon. The sooner this colony is self-sustaining, the better." "I don't think anyone would disagree with you on that. But let's face it, none of us knows what we're doing. This is an expensive item of equipment we can't replace. It might be good to take things slowly, step by step." Her look darkened further. "You mean none of us gens know what we're doing?" "I guess I do mean that. We grew up aboard the ship, while the Woken and the Guardians—" "Don't say it!" "Don't say what?" "You were about to say they're more experienced than us, better than us, just because they grew up on Earth." "Something like that. The Woken went to college. They worked hard to become the world's top scientists. They didn't have everything provided for them like us, and they know how to handle living planet-side." "And I suppose you think that makes them better than us?" "It depends what you—" "I can't believe I'd hear an opinion like that from you, Ethan. Everyone likes you so much because you helped save people in the first night attack. But if the others heard what you've just said—" "What did I say?" He'd only stated the obvious. "I didn't say anything bad about gens. I don't think there's anything wrong with us. But we're different from the Woken and the Guardians. There's no denying it." "And there I was, thinking of asking you." Cherry shook her head. "Asking me what?" When she refused to answer, he said, "Wait a minute. You aren't really here because you wanted to help me with the ploughing, are you?" "Yes, I am." "I don't think so. It doesn't make any sense that someone as smart as you would want to become a farmer. Why are you really here?" She wasn't meeting his gaze. "I do want to be a farmer, but don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. I think I'd better go. I'll walk back to my flitter. Bring the plough over when you've finished with it, okay?" Before he had a chance to reply, she jumped down from the cab and set off along the shoreline. His brow knitted in confusion, he slid over to the driver's seat and took the manual out of his back pocket to study it again. The engine was humming, and he only just heard another sound over it, something like a gasp and a thud. He checked over his shoulder to locate the source. A mass of thin, writhing threads from the lake had Cherry by her ankles. She was on her stomach being dragged into the water. Her mouth gaped in a soundless scream. He leapt down and was at her side in moments. Grabbing her arms, he pulled as hard as he could. She finally managed to scream, and the shriek she gave out cut through his mind. Instantly, he was back at the first night attack, hearing the most inhuman howls of settlers being digested alive. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't break the thread's hold. They were winning the dreadful tug-of-war. Cherry was slowly inching backward to the water's edge. The prehensile threads were also squirming up her body toward him, seeming to seek out the source of the resistance. Desperately, he cast about for something to cut the threads, but all around him was nothing but vegetation, sand, and water. All he had with him was his clothes. The moment he let go of Cherry, the threads would drag her into the water. Then there would be nothing he could do to save her. "Please," she gasped. "Please help me, please." "I'm trying. I can't pull any harder." As he spoke, his hand slipped on her arms, and Cherry jerked closer to the lake. She gave another shriek. He quickly grabbed her again and tugged with every ounce of strength he had, but he could only maintain a stalemate against the threads. There was no one for kilometers around, and even if he managed to calm someone, the struggle would be over long before help arrived.
I'm going to have to let you go, just for a moment.
No! Don't let go!
I have to run back to the plough. Try to hold on to the sand as hard as you can. Fight with everything you've got. Don't let them drag you into the water.
When she didn't answer, he said,
Cherry, do you understand? Don't let them drag you into the water.
Her face was drained of colour, but she managed a brave nod.
3, 2, 1.
He released his grip and flew back to the plough. As he swung the machine around, he pushed down a lever that looked like it might lower the blades. His heart surged as the long, sharp slices of metal moved downward. But then his heart fell as the turning machine brought him in sight of Cherry. She was scrabbling and clutching the ground like a wild thing, but she seemed to be having no impact on the inexorable tugging of the threads. She was nearly at the water's edge. He pushed the accelerator forward and the plough surged ahead. He would need to drive it into the lake to avoid cutting Cherry with the blades. The plough entered the lapping waves. He hoped the water wouldn't drown the engine. As he drove toward Cherry, he had to turn even deeper into the water or he would hit her. Her feet were submerged and only the threads wrapped around her legs remained visible. The threads jerked and pulled her deeper. The plough blades churned the water close enough to her to freeze his heart. He passed just beyond where he guessed her feet were, and the water filled with clouds of black sand and hundreds of pieces of thread, still wriggling as they bobbed to the surface. He was past her. He looked back. She was in the same spot. He turned the plough, watching her all the while. She pulled up a leg so she was on one knee. Then she was up and running. He steered the plough toward her. After running for half a minute into the vegetation, she stopped, looked around and found him, then sped over. She climbed quickly into the cab, covered in wet sand, raised, and still looking terrified. She grabbed him and sobbed into his chest. He comforted her until her weeping finally slowed. Wiping sand from her face and body, she said, "What the hell were those things? They were going to drown me. If you hadn't saved me, I'd be dead."
I don't know. When I think of the times I've walked along that shore by myself.
He shuddered.
We should head back to town and tell someone what's happened.
Yeah, let's go. We can use the flitter. He pushed the accelerator and turned the plough.
Only...
What's wrong? He peered back at the lake, then around at the low vegetation. Only what?
Those threads, or tentacles, or whatever they were. There were so many of them, and they were capable of moving an adult human.
You don't need to tell me that.
It was the first time the creature or creatures attacked one of us, but they didn't evolve to eat people, if that's what it had in mind.
I think I know where you're going. You mean whatever it usually eats is human-sized or bigger. I think I'm going to be sick. She wasn't speaking figuratively. She leaned out of the cab and vomited. When the spasm was over, she leaned back, looking exhausted.
Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned it.
It's okay. I was going to do that anyway. Have you ever seen any large creatures out here? I haven't.
No, but the plants are knee-height. It wouldn't be hard for a large animal to conceal itself. All it would have to do is stay still, and it would be impossible for us to detect it. We could have walked right by something and never known it.
I think I'm going to be sick again.
The electric fences we set up aren't enough. We need the xenozoologists to go over the area again with a fine-toothed comb. I don't trust their report that the place is safe for farming. Not after today. When we get back, I'll comm the ship.
You mean you have to ask the Woken for help? Why? Why can't we handle this ourselves? Why do we always have to go running to them at the first sign of trouble?
It isn't like that.
It's exactly like that. They drove the rest of the way back in silence. Chapter 7. An announcement was to be made in the stadium. Cariad's gaze roved the gathering crowd as she waited. A gaping hole in the seating remained from the explosion. All loose material had been stripped away by the Guardians for investigation, and the structure temporarily braced for safety, a stark reminder of the terrible event. The sight of it made her newly fixed arm ache in psychosomatic sympathy. The mood was in sombre contrast to that at the naming ceremony. Most of the noise came from the people manoeuvring between the seats. No one was saying much, and what was said was conveyed in low voices, as if in fear of being overheard. Guardians had scanned thoroughly for bombs and found nothing, but the tension and unease was almost palpable. There was another marked contrast. At the naming ceremony, gens and woken and even Guardians had intermingled and seated themselves randomly. But now the groups were mostly sitting apart. She could identify gens and woken even at a distance due to their clothing styles. Both groups clothed themselves from the ship's printing facilities, but the woken sported the fashions of Earth at the time they'd left. Cariad wore the same exaggerated swirls and folds in muted shades herself. The gens, however, favoured tighter, more body-defining shapes and bolder colours. A patch of dark grey in the corner of the stadium represented the Guardians. They made up the smallest group, only 10 or 12 of them. Cariad knew Strongquist and a few others by name. The faces of the rest seemed to constantly change, as if they were serving shifts planet-side or aboard the Nova, which was probably the case. She had sat among gens, but no one was speaking to her. Looking around, she noticed that people were avoiding her gaze. The gens' attitude seemed to have changed within the last few days. Even those who hadn't been planet-side during the first night attack knew who she was, and previously everyone had been friendly. Now she was beginning to feel like a pariah. Something was happening within the colony. Groups were defining themselves into factions. She was strongly reminded of her conversation with Ethan about the gens' feelings about the woken, and Anahi's attitude that the settlers were divided into gens and us. The divisions didn't bode well for the future, but she didn't know what to do about it. "Hey!" Ethan sat next to her, and her spirits rose immediately. She had one friend at least. He must have sought her out among the crowd. "How are things down at the farm?" "You didn't hear what happened?" "I haven't heard much news. I've been busy." He related a story about a farmer being attacked by an organism living in the lake. "That must have been terrifying. Was she okay?" "She didn't suffer any permanent injuries. Do you know what this announcement is about?" "I've no idea. I just received the message, the same as everyone else." The stadium sound system gave out low rumbles, indicating someone was about to speak. The background noise dropped to silence, and all eyes turned to the newly constructed speaker's box. A prominent gen called Garwin was standing there facing the crowd. Strongquist was in the box too, and another Guardian. A woman, she sat at the back with Strongquist behind Garwin. Anahi also stood there. "Gens, woken, Guardians," Garwin began. "Thank you all for coming here today. This meeting is long overdue. We've never gone so long without a leader." The mood seemed to soften. Garwin was well known and well respected among the gens. An older man, he had stood for election to be leader several times, but had never won, probably due to his reputation for philandering. While not particularly frowned on in gen culture, it gave the impression he was unreliable. He was a good speaker, however, and the gens were prepared to listen to him. "I'm pleased to tell you the election process will begin soon. I'm not going to be standing again. Don't worry. I don't need it spelled out to me. You don't want me, and that's fine. He spoke wryly and without rancour. Some gens began chanting, "Garwin for leader!" But the chant quickly faded when no one joined in. He raised a hand. "My chance has come and gone, my friends. As I said, the election process begins soon. We have important things to talk about before that happens." He paused as if to gather his thoughts. "It's been 30 days since we arrived at our new home, and what a tumultuous time it's been. Counting the gens and Woken who died in the first night attack and the stadium bombing, 55 people have been lost to us, and more have suffered serious injuries. The other day, we also nearly lost 2 more in a wildlife attack out at the lake." He looked down and shook his head before raising it to speak again. "Friends, we aren't well prepared for the dangers of our new lives. Whoever we elect as leader has a tough job ahead of him or her. The toughest leadership job ever in the history of the Nova Fortuna. But electing a new leader isn't enough. If we're to succeed and make this colony viable, we need to improve our game. All our lives, we gens have followed the guidelines laid down for us in the manual, but we weren't ready for what we found here. How could we be?" He spread his hands wide. "We only knew how to live aboard a starship. We'd never known danger, so how could we protect ourselves against it? Sure, we learned basic ideas about survival, but learning is one thing, practice is another. We've been doing our best, but it isn't enough. We need people with experience of a real world to lead us." Cariad had assumed that Garwin was going to try to dispel the unrest and calm people's fears, but the man's last few sentences brought her to a sharp focus. His words had begun to sound worryingly familiar. They were very similar to a certain person's opinions she'd heard only a short time ago. She was surprised to hear them coming from the mouth of a gen. She glanced around. The people nearest her were frowning. "It's time for a change," Garwin said. "There's an old Earth saying I've heard. Desperate times call for desperate measures. It's time that we rethink what we've been doing and invent a new way forward, a way that will save lives and bring us the success we need and deserve. I'd like you to listen to someone who has thought up a plan for that new way. It's a plan that promises to solve these problems we've been having and ensure a thriving, healthy colony for all." The previous warmth that Garwin's appearance had generated entirely drained away. Puzzled or concerned looks were turning angry. A Nahi stood. Cariad suddenly became very conscious of the fact that she was awoken, sitting among hundreds of gens. "Thank you for your wonderful introduction to my proposal." She turned to the crowd. "My name is Anahi, and I am what you call awoken. I was revived 2 years ago, along with roughly half the rest of the cryonically preserved. I want to speak to you today to give you my perspective on what's been happening. To say things have not gone according to plan would be a gross understatement. People have died. People have been injured. As some of you are no doubt aware, we are already behind the schedule laid out in the manual. I'm sure a few may be pointing the finger of blame at the natural movement, whose terrorists and saboteurs we've unfortunately brought along with us. And you would be entitled to do that. It was they who precipitated the first night attack, and it was a natural movement follower who planted the bomb in this very stadium. But the natural movement are not the only ones at fault here. We, the Woken, must also take some of the responsibility for the problems. It was we who unknowingly allowed natural movement members to infiltrate our ranks. It was we who were foolishly lax in putting security in place that might have prevented their terrorist acts. It was we who failed to anticipate the problems our new colony would encounter with native species. My friends, I am here today because I want to tell you we wish to make amends. Though Earth's best scientists did their utmost to create a viable plan for humanity's first deep space colony, we could not conceive of how that plan would play out in reality. Here, in our new home, we are finding that the information brought to us by probes was inaccurate. This planet harbours far more dangers than we realised. But all is not lost. The Guardians are helping us to root out the saboteurs, and we Woken can fix other problems. We can start anew, armed with fresh knowledge, gleaned from on-the-ground experience. We want to help, not only for our own sakes, but for yours. The Nova Fortuna was built for you. This planet is yours. Anahi held up a finger. But you need a new plan, a new manual written to see you through these fledgling days, based on everything we now know and everything that our current experiments discover. We Woken need to be more proactive. Simply put, we need more control. I would like to propose that, while this emergency situation continues, generational colonists take a step back. When we have assessed what needs to be done, we will tell you. We will guide you, as we did during your time aboard the Nova Fortuna, as we guided your ancestors for generations. In order to do this, the next leader should be a Woken. That did it. Angry murmurings had been growing around Cariad while Anahi spoke. At her last sentence, the murmuring broke into yells and shouts. Expletives were hurled. "Friends! Friends!" Anahi called. "Listen to what I have to say. This would be a temporary measure only, until—" The noise from the crowd drowned her words. Anahi gave up and returned to her seat. Strongquist stepped forward. Simultaneously, Guardians appeared from the tunnels leading to the stadium field. Armed Guardians. Cariad clutched her seat. No Guardians had carried weapons since the first night attack, when they had fired at the predators invading the camp. Their firearms were slim, sleek weapons, clearly far in advance of the weapons brought aboard the Nova. She could hardly believe they were being used to control the gens, for it was the stands filled with gens that the Guardians went toward. They left the Woken alone. A shocked hush settled on the crowd. Strongquist began to speak. "Please, do not be alarmed. The armed guards are for your own safety. I understand that you are upset at Anahi's proposal. I anticipated that it might not be well received, and I am sorry to say that I was correct. I want to make it clear that we do not want anyone here today to be hurt. We want to protect you. That, after all, was our role during the first night attack, and that has been our aim since. You have called us your guardians, and we will not shirk that task. So please, do not be alarmed. When emotions run high, crowds can get out of control, and then people get hurt. Remain calm in your seats, and no one will be in any danger. We will give more information about the election for the new leader at a later date. Meanwhile, I would like to answer the many inquiries we have received about the state of things on Earth. Gens and Woken alike are naturally very curious about their old home. I wanted to take this opportunity to satisfy that curiosity. In order to do that, I have brought Faina here to speak to you. She is our captain. She can outline the pertinent facts for you." The Guardian woman stood. Her dark grey short hair matched her uniform, and when she spoke, her voice was crisp and loud. "Gens, thank you for this opportunity. I acknowledge that the time for answers is long overdue, and I apologize for that. We felt that you were all psychologically vulnerable after the first night attack." Cariad and Ethan shared a puzzled look. Whatever the Guardian was about to say, it didn't sound like anything good. I will first answer the question that's on many lips. I'm sorry, but there is no going back. It's true that our ship travels faster than light. It's also true that we could take some of you to Earth tomorrow. But it is an Earth that none of you would want to live on. Our origin planet is full, and its resources depleted. Mars is full. Ganymede and Ceres are full. There is nowhere for you to go. Gens and Woken, your new home is a difficult place to live. There's no denying it. But it's your home. It must be, and so you must make the best of it. The Guardians wholeheartedly endorse Anahi's proposal that the next leader should be a Woken. We are prepared to enforce this. This colony must succeed, and the Woken have the expertise to ensure it. We are lending them our support to safeguard everyone's survival. Faina sat down, and no one rose to take her place. The announcement was over. The armed guards moved away from the stands, walking backward toward the centre of the field. It was the signal that the audience was free to leave, or perhaps that they had to leave. The gens filed silently out of their seats. "I can't believe it," Cariad said quietly to Ethan as they stood to take their place going down the stairs. "Me neither. The gens already have a grudge against the Woken. And Anahi doesn't respect the gens." They'd reached the bottom of the stairs. "I want to talk to her. I'll see you later." "Okay, take care." Cariad sped around the edge of the field until she spied the person she wanted and walked quickly over. She caught up to Anahi as she was about to enter an exit tunnel. Strongquist, Faina and Garwin were ahead of her. The Woken stopped and turned when Cariad touched her arm. She pulled the older woman to the side of the tunnel, out of the way of the crowd. "What the hell are you doing?" Cariad whispered fiercely. "Do you have any idea what you've started? They already dislike us." "So what? All children hate their parents, and that's what they're like. Children. They need our guidance, and now they're going to get it, whether they like it or not." "You're an idiot! You've handed over military control to the Guardians. This isn't supposed to be a military state. What's wrong with you? We're supposed to be building a new kind of society here. A better society. Not another Earth with people murdering each other." "Ha! Weren't you one of the ones who insisted on bringing weapons along? Look, the situation's only temporary, okay? Until we get things back on track. I'm not prepared to sit around while some stupid gens cock everything up. When the colony is working, and when the gens gain some more experience of living in the real world, then we'll hand back control. But not until then." Maybe Anahi believed her own words. Cariad wasn't sure. Maybe she really was that deluded. Whatever she thought, if history was anything to go by, the Woken had just started the events that were going to repeat it. A battle for independence and control was coming. "I thought that you were going to propose that we revive more Woken, like you said at the final decanting." "Oh no, why would I propose that to the gens? We don't need their permission to restart the revival process. At least now we don't." Chapter 8. Ethan stood at Dr. Crowley's grave, hardly able to believe that it had been only just over a month since they'd buried her. The remains of the other victims from the first night attack were also buried in the small graveyard, along with those who had died in the stadium bombing. The soil on the bombing victims' graves was still fresh, while on Dr. Crowley's, the moss-like native ground cover had already overgrown it and was creeping up the gravestone. He cleared the tendrils away, detaching them with some difficulty, as their roots gripped tightly to the stone. When he had cleared off the surface, he sat on the ground and stared at the inscription. "Meredith Crowley, Star Voyager, your journey is over. May you rest in peace. Far beyond the graveyard, a roadmaker trundled along, its square, bulky form inching across the horizon, dark against the sky. Even with the intervening distance, its deep bass hum penetrated as it turned the native soil and rocks to firm, cambered roads. Some days he almost forgot that Dr. Crowley had died. Then the memory of that awful sight of her, trapped beneath the alien predator, would resurface like a wound torn open, and his grief would rise up, fresher than ever. He wished she was still alive. Everything seemed to be going wrong, and he didn't know what to do about it. What would Dr. Crowley have said about what happened at the stadium meeting? He suspected she wouldn't have approved of the Woken's proposal to take over the leadership of the colony. She would have definitely protested the Guardians' use of guns to control the gens. He was certain of that because she and Cariad had argued about having weapons aboard the Nova. Dr. Crowley had been against the idea. She had believed the colony should be founded upon non-violent principles. He recalled one of the talks they'd had not long after they'd become friends. They'd met in the ship's main park, as they usually did, beneath the clock. He had spent the morning studying the fertilizer requirements of root crops, and he was numb with boredom. He perked up when he saw the older woman waiting for him, reading an interface she held in one hand.
"Doctor, sorry I'm late."
"Are you? I hadn't noticed." Dr. Crowley looked up at the clock. "Only a few minutes." She closed her interface and slipped it into a pocket. "Where would you like to go today?" The time they spent together usually followed the same pattern. He would suggest a section or facility for them to visit, and Dr. Crowley would explain the history behind the place as far as she knew it. The colonization project had involved tens of thousands of people, and she wasn't familiar with all its aspects. He found it fascinating to hear about the building of the Nova from the perspective of someone who had actually been there when it took place. Dr. Crowley would name long-dead space architects and engineers she'd known personally, but to him they were historical figures. That day, however, he hadn't been in the mood for a trip into the past.
"How about we go to the observatory?"
"You want to go there again? I think I've told you all I can remember about it."
"That's why I want to go. I'm kinda tired, and I don't think I'll take much in today. It would be good to relax for a while."
"Sure, if that's what you want." The observatory was quiet as usual. They sat down and reclined the seats until they were nearly lying flat. Dr. Crowley asked after some moments of silence, "Is something bothering you, Ethan?"
"What makes you say that?"
"You're quiet. You usually have lots of questions for me. It isn't just that you're tired, is it?"
"I'm okay. I'm just bored of my course."
"I remember you telling me once that you would rather be an explorer than a farmer. I think if that's what you want to do, you should do it."
"It isn't as easy as that. Exploring was removed as an option when they revised the manual."
Dr. Crowley's pff of disgust came through the darkness. "You know what I think of the new manual. I'm sorry, Ethan, but no one gave gens the mandate to rewrite the manual. Scientists and engineers with decades of experience in the outer planets put those guidelines together. I appreciate that it's gens who will be impacted by the rules, but that doesn't give them the right to change them. No explorers? Nonsense. And forcing people into occupations they have no interest in or aptitude for is even more unwise. I have to tell you, I have grave reservations about the success of the colony if we follow the revisions that were made to the manual." "Grave." Somewhat subdued by the older woman's ire, he didn't respond. After a short while she continued, "I would hate to see our new home go the way of Earth. I don't know what you understand from the vids and learning resources, but politicking is one of the greatest flaws in human nature. The lust for power and desire to control others is a highly addictive, corrupting drug. I've read the revised manual, and the motivation to change things for the sake of leaving a mark, to know that the new guidelines would affect others for generations, is written clearly between the lines. It worried me to see it. Perhaps I'm only a foolish old woman, but I had hoped we would leave such evils behind. I had hoped such things were taught, not instinctive, and that if we could shape the gens' education to promote egalitarianism and empathy, you wouldn't develop such traits. It seems, alas, I was wrong. Ethan, I've been meaning to tell you this for some time, and I suppose this is as good a time as any. You have some wonderful qualities, and I believe you should put them to better use. I hope you don't mind my frankness when I say that you seem to think less of yourself because you weren't top of the class at school. But after getting to know you, I have to conclude that the education system we devised did you a disservice. Either that or the guidelines in the manual for teaching were also revised. You strike me as a very intelligent, capable young man. What's more, you're very personable. You would be very popular if you put yourself out there more. Dr. Crowley's words made him uncomfortable. He wasn't sure how he'd given the doctor such a positive impression. Was she trying to make him feel better about not wanting to be a farmer? What I'm trying to say is, it wouldn't hurt you to have a little more faith in yourself. You have a lot to offer. Don't be afraid to speak out if you think something isn't right. Believe me, it seems there will be plenty of people vying for power in the not-too-distant future, and they won't be the ones who should be leading the colony. It's people like you, people who don't want to lead. They're the gens who will serve the colony best. Watching the stars move slowly past, he weighed his friend's words.
It's good of you to say that, but I don't think I'll be leading anyone anywhere. I just can't see myself doing that.
Can you see yourself being a farmer?
Nope.
We have a long way to go yet. Think about what I said. The colony will need a very special leader after arrival. A stiff breeze had started to blow through the graveyard, and the chill brought him out of his reverie. While he'd been musing over the past, shelf clouds had risen, towering tsunami-like overhead. The roadmaker had edged farther along the horizon. For the first time since he'd had that conversation with Dr. Crowley in the observatory, he began to wonder if there was some truth to what she'd said. After the first night attack, as the Guardians prepared to execute the natural movement saboteur, Strongquist had called him a hero. It was true he'd been one of the few to keep his head during the attack. Maybe Dr. Crowley had been right when she'd said he had more to offer the colony than he'd thought. Maybe he could do something to stop what was happening with the Woken and the Guardians. "Hi, Ethan," came a voice from behind him. He started and turned. It was Cherry.
"Hi."
"Sorry I made you jump."
"It's okay, but you do seem to have a habit of appearing from nowhere."
"But it's always good to see me, right?" She smiled impishly, and he was forced to smile in return.
"I guess so."
"So much enthusiasm," Cherry exclaimed sardonically. "That's what I like."
"Well..."
"I'm just messing with you. I was looking for you because I wanted to ask you to come along to a meeting."
"What kind of meeting?"
"A meeting about what happened at the stadium."
"Right. Who's going?"
"Some gens. You'll see when we get there. They wanted me to invite you."
"No Woken?"
"Definitely no Woken." He thought about it.
"Okay, I'll come."
"Good. I was hoping you'd agree. And Ethan, I'm sorry for saying that you were taking the Woken's side that day out at the lake. I don't really think you're like that."
"No problem,"
he said, thinking her reversal a little odd. "Shall we go?" He stood, stretching his stiff muscles, and walked with Cherry back to the settlement. She led him to a newly built shop. In time, it would sell groceries. Cash vouchers were to be introduced to start a fledgling economy until a commercial network and credit system was set up. For the moment, the place functioned as a supplies storehouse. Colonists collected them according to their allowance every day. By the time Ethan and Cherry arrived, that day's rations had been given out and the building was quiet. She took him around the back and through a door leading to the stockroom. Food supplies in sacks and large tubs filled it to the ceiling, and the musty odour of dried grains and beans tinged the air. Cherry opened the door to another back room. This was packed with chairs and people. Only one corner was empty, and a man stood there, addressing the meeting. The man was the last person Ethan had expected to see. It was Garwin.
"Ethan, good of you to join us. Come in, come in."
The attendees shuffled chairs aside so he and Cherry could move to spare seats.
"I had just begun explaining the situation to the newcomers,"
Garwin said.
"I know it must be confusing, hearing me say one thing in the stadium and another thing here. The fact of the matter is, I and a few of the others have seen the way things were going for a while now. Since before arrival day even. We didn't think the Woken would continue to leave control of the colony to us gens for much longer. We knew what would happen, and we knew we would need someone on the inside when it did. So I've been friendly with the Woken and gone along with what they've said. I've made them believe there are gens who are sympathetic to their position and support them. Believe it or not, they really think there are some of us who like to be treated like we're inferior."
This elicited both chuckles and grumbles among the listeners.
"The Woken trust me," Garwin went on. "Idiots that they are. I believe they'll tell me what they have planned, and we can use that information and turn it against them. We can take back control. We have the numbers, and pretty soon we'll have the weapons too."
It was a resistance meeting. Suddenly, Cherry's professed change of opinion about him made sense. They were hoping to bring him over to their side, and after the events at the stadium, he wouldn't take much persuasion. He didn't think any gen would.
"Yes, weapons," Garwin continued. "That's one reason you see a lot of farmers here. We've singled you out because after the creature in the lake attacked Cherry, you've been allocated guns for protection. We're lucky the decision was made before the stadium announcement. I believe they're regretting it already. It's my prediction that the Woken's next move is going to be to tell the Guardians to relieve you of your weapons at the earliest opportunity. So what I'm saying is, if you already have a gun, don't give it up. Make an excuse. Tell the Guardians you'll bring it in, then don't. Tell them you were never given one or you lost it. They think we're stupid, so it's more likely they'll believe you. Hell, just refuse if you want to, but don't give up your guns. We'll store them, ready for the day we fight back. Right?"
Ethan found himself nodding along with the rest. He'd received a weapon 3 days ago.
"Ethan,"
Garwin said. He stretched out an arm.
"Come up here."
With the gaze of everyone in the room upon him, Ethan felt he had no choice but to comply. However, going up in front of the other gens didn't make him as uncomfortable as he'd thought it would. Things had gone too far. They were being wronged. They couldn't trust the Woken or the Guardians anymore. And he agreed with Garwin that they had to do something about it. He would do something about it. As he stepped through the chairs, someone began to clap. Garwin motioned downward with his hands to quieten the clapper.
"We mustn't make too much noise. We don't know who might hear."
He put an arm over Ethan's shoulders and spoke to the audience.
"Here he is, the man who saved hundreds of lives in the first night attack. He's quick-thinking, brave, and he doesn't give up. With Ethan on our side, we can't go wrong."
"That's right," called a voice. To his surprise, Ethan found himself speaking.
"I'm just another gen like all of you. What's happening to us isn't right, and I'll do my best to fight alongside you to change it. But I want to say one thing. Don't think all the Woken are the same. They don't all agree with what's going on. We have friends among them who'll help us."
From some expressions he could tell not all of them believed him, but they were keeping their opinions to themselves for the time being.
"Wise words,"
Gawain said.
"And I'll also say the Woken have friends among us, though I'm not one of them."
He grinned broadly, eliciting some laughs.
"So be careful who you speak to. Is there anything else you'd like to say, Ethan? I'm done for now." "Right."
Gawain addressed the room.
"Going forward, I think we should hold each meeting at a different place, day and time. Between now and the next meeting, we need to watch and learn everything we can about what the Guardians and the Woken are doing. Everyone, watch, listen, and remember. Don't make a record of anything except in your own heads. Don't write anything down. The next meeting is..."
He gave the details.
"Finally, farmers, don't give up your weapons. Thanks, everyone. Until next time."
The meeting began to break up. Those nearest the door slipped out. The rest waited, chatting before leaving in small numbers at irregular intervals, so that their movements weren't too noticeable. Gawain spoke to Ethan about the inner circle of Gen insurgents. As he listened, he was surprised to discover that certain gens had banded together months previously, even before arrival, and begun preparations to fight the Woken, guessing they would try to assume control.
"The only thing we didn't factor into the equation,"
Gawain said,
"was the Guardians. It was quite a surprise when they turned up."
"A pleasant surprise at the time," Ethan said, recalling how it was only through a Guardian's intervention that he was saved from a grisly death.
"Maybe. They've shown their hand since then. I can't disagree, but I think something else is missing from your equation. The natural movement. What about them? Where do they fit into all this? I confess that we don't have that figured out yet. Who they are, how many they are, whether they're Woken or gens, we're as much in the dark as anyone else."
Ethan wasn't sure if it was due to the man's convincing speeches on both the Woken and gens sides, or due to something more subtle about his manner, but he didn't think that Gawain was being entirely open. Someone tapped him on his shoulder, signalling that it was his turn to leave. He said goodbye to Gawain and went out. It was dusk, and the shelf clouds had risen higher, looming swollen and black over the small town. When he arrived at the farmer's hostel, a Guardian was awaiting him. She told him he had to surrender his gun. Chapter 9. As far as Cariad knew, she was the first of the colonists who had been invited aboard the Mistral. At least, she'd never heard of anyone going to the Guardian ship before, and that news would have spread through the colony like wildfire. The Mistral shuttle had arrived not long after she'd received the comm from Strongquist. He'd said he wanted to talk about the stadium bombing, and it would be more convenient if she were to go to the Mistral. With the Nova's reproductive facilities mothballed and human reproduction planet-side only just starting up, she was at a loose end and eager to help. She was also eager to learn more about the mysterious Guardians and their intentions. The colonists' relationship with the newcomers had never been formalized, no agreements made or guarantees given. The Guardians had stuck to their story that they were here to help protect the colony from the natural movement Sabotage plot, and according to the Guardian captain's recent announcement, they were also generally intent on safeguarding the colony's success. On the surface, it added up, but their ready acquiescence to Anahi's request for armed support of Woken control made Cariad deeply uneasy. What else might the Guardians do if asked? Where would they draw the line? Their tech was far superior to that of the Nova. That much was clear from their weapons, the medical assistance they offered, and their shuttle. The same would be true of their ship. What she'd seen of the small, sleek vessel seemed to indicate it. Most importantly, it had caught up to the Nova at the end of her long journey by the means of a faster-than-light engine. If the Guardians used that tech to help the colony, that would be to the good. But if they changed their attitude, neither the Gens nor the Woken would be able to do much to resist them. In truth, these visitors from an Earth she had never known held the fate of the colony in their hands. It might end up depending on them, and then they would have the ultimate control. The Guardians had arrived in the nick of time during the first night attack and saved many lives. But things might have turned out better overall without their presence. She sat alone in the small passenger cabin of the Mistral shuttle. The Guardian's vessel was smaller than the Nova's transport craft, but its superior quality and capability was clear. Her seat conformed perfectly to her body, and the shuttle had wide windows in the passenger cabin. The movement was smooth and unaccompanied by engine noise, and it seemed to be moving incredibly quickly. Below, the planet's surface skimmed past, and the Mistral soon loomed up. She had seen it before through scanners, but up close it looked even more impressive. Its proportions perfect. The ship's designers clearly hadn't focused only on its FTL capabilities. It was also an aesthetic masterpiece, and in marked contrast to the Nova Fortuna's massive clunky wheel. Had the Earth engineers built any more like this? The next moment the shuttle was docking. As soon as the portal opened, air infiltrated the cabin. It smelled different from that aboard the Nova. Circulation and filtration units worked hard on the colony ship to eliminate odours. But after a trip planet-side, the slightly sweaty, mouldy smell of the interior was distinct. The air aboard the Mistral smelled clean and mildly fragrant. Stromquist was here to meet her. His dark eyes were deep and unreadable, as always.
"Thank you for coming."
"It's my pleasure. I admit I'm curious about your ship. Am I the first you've invited aboard?"
"You know, I think you are."
"Huh. You say that like it wasn't intentional. You must know how curious we all are about you." She was skating the line of politeness. She didn't want to overstep and cut short her welcome, but on the other hand, she wanted to take advantage of the favour Stromquist was showing. His expression became grave. Had she pushed things too far?
"Curiosity is to be expected, I guess."
He left his response at that, shutting the conversation down.
"Come this way, please."
As they went through the ship's corridors, she noticed there was a total absence of grime. The Nova had her Sanobots, simple, fist-sized, self-repairing machines that constantly crawled the ship's surfaces, brushing and wiping as they went. They would automatically discharge into trash chutes and return to recharging stations when they ran low on power. But Sanobots weren't perfect. There were areas they couldn't reach, and others that, for some reason, their programming missed, resulting in certain ever-present patches of dirt. Whatever was maintaining the cleanliness aboard the Guardian ship was doing an excellent job. Not only were there no permagrime spots, every surface gleamed like new. She asked what was cleaning the ship. Stromquist replied with something that sounded like gibberish. "I never heard that word before. Is it a trade name?"
"It's just what we call the nano that cleans the ship."
"Weird. It sounds like a word from another language."
"It's English."
Her brows knitted. She was no linguist, but it didn't sound like any English she knew.
"You have to understand, English evolved after the Nova Fortuna departed. You would probably find modern English difficult to follow."
"I thought I was speaking modern English."
"You speak mid-third millennium English, as do the Gens. Their leisure and learning materials are all in mid-third English."
Wait a minute. How can I understand you if English evolved so much after we left? He gave a rare smile.
You can understand me because I'm speaking mid-third English. Here we are.
They stepped into a small room that had consoles on every wall.
I've been doing some more investigating into the name you gave me, searching the recordings we have from 20 years before and after the Nova Fortuna departed.
20 years after we left? Why so long?
While your ship was within reasonable distance from Earth, transmissions could have been sent and received pertaining to the natural movement sabotage plot.
But not after 20 years?
Perhaps, but it was less likely. There was also a limit to how much data we could bring. We have millions of zettabytes.
She was about to ask another question, but Strongquist said,
I have something I want to show you.
He looked toward the empty space in the center of the room. A hollow started up, though she hadn't seen him do anything to start it. Was he using a mind interface? Researchers had been working on prototypes in her time, but no one had been able to tolerate the web insert in their brain. She was looking at an above-head view into a lobby, as if the camera had been stationed on the ceiling. Glass walls allowed a view of a street, and on the opposite wall stood a line of elevators. The lobby was empty. From the dim light shining outside, it was either around dawn or dusk. If it was dusk, the place seemed quiet. What am I looking at exactly?
I don't want to suggest anything to you. Just watch and tell me what you notice.
A figure appeared coming down the street, a man wearing fashions from her time. As he approached the glass doors, they opened. He came into the lobby and stepped to the elevator. While he waited, another figure entered, a woman. Both were dressed for office work. Their clothes were light and cool, suggesting it was summer. It was a very ordinary scene, but a strong sense of displacement struck her. These people arriving for work were long dead, though from her perspective they'd been alive only 2 years previously. She was now living in a future people of her time had only dreamed of. Yet to the Guardians, she was a living relic, speaking an archaic language. The man and woman had entered an elevator and disappeared, but more people were arriving. It would help if you would tell me what I'm looking for, she said, her feeling of dislocation giving way to frustration. She wanted to catch the natural movement terrorists, not play Strongquist's games.
I can't. If I did that, I couldn't rely on what you tell me. The human mind is very suggestible. Eyewitnesses are notoriously unreliable.
Witnesses? Was something about to happen? Was a bomb about to go off? She scanned the scene.
It would be helpful if you would watch the people.
The lobby now held 8 workers. Another appeared and joined a group congregating around an approaching elevator. The new figure was a man. Something about his features attracted her attention. She leaned forward to look more closely. It was hard to see his face clearly due to the camera angle, but there was something about him. She touched Strongquist's arm. Immediately the scene froze. He'd stopped it somehow.
What do you see, Cariad?
That man! She pointed, her finger poking through his face in the hollow. She hesitated. The feeling was tenuous. She didn't trust it, especially as the hollow had frozen when the man's face was slightly turned away. Can you let it play on? The hollow started up, and as if on cue, the man turned and looked upward, almost directly at the camera. It was like he was aware and concerned that he was being recorded, though from the direction of his gaze, it was clear he couldn't see the camera. The elevator doors opened. He stepped inside and was gone. The hollow played on. She turned to Strongquist. I think I recognize that man.
Where do you know him from? Do you remember?
She mentally replayed the moving image of the man's face. Not right now. I can't place him, but I'll think about it.
I have other scenes I can show you to help jog your memory.
You do? I'd like to see them. The hollow was replaced by another. It was a laboratory at night. So you were showing me that man among other people, hoping I would pick him out?
If I'd shown you only his image, you might have been convinced you knew him simply because it was obvious he must be important in some way. I needed you to pick him out from a crowd.
Wait a minute. The hollow stopped. Who is the man I saw?
I was hoping you would know.
Huh? If you don't know who he is, what makes you think I would know him? Strongquist only looked at her. The penny dropped. It's Frederick Aparicio, isn't it?
We believe so.
So I did know him, or I wouldn't have recognized him. But where from? She thought back to the time of the Nova Fortuna project. She was sure that Frederick Aparicio wasn't a distant relative. She was also sure he hadn't been a work colleague either. The work on the project had been intense and relationships extremely familiar. Everyone had spent most of their waking hours on the job. Some had even slept on site. Perhaps Aparicio had been one of the more peripheral workers. They'd numbered in their thousands. But if that were the case, why did his name and face stick out?
Should I play the next hollow?
Yes, but I wanted to ask, how are you controlling it? Strongquist smiled.
The lesson in modern tech will have to wait for another day, I'm afraid. Now, if you don't mind.
His eyebrows gestured to the scene in the lab, frozen in midair. Go ahead. She watched 4 more hollows of Frederick Aparicio before Strongquist said that was all they had on him. She couldn't tell him any more, but said she would let the Guardian know as soon as she remembered anything. Can I take the recordings with me to watch them again?
Of course. I had them converted to play on the Nova Fortuna's drives.
He took a vidring from his pocket and handed it over. She took it, wondering why, if she could have watched the hollows on the Nova, the Guardian had brought her here.
Would you like a tour of the ship before you go?
I'd love it. He took her to the bridge first. It was surprisingly similar to the Nova's. Much less instrumentation adorned the consoles, however. The Guardian's present didn't offer any greeting, but one stood up as she walked in. She recognized Faina, who had addressed the crowd at the stadium. Cariad, welcome to the bridge. Strongquist said he was bringing you aboard. What do you think of the ship? Was there tension behind the woman's words, or was it a subtle anger directed at Strongquist? The man's expression was as enigmatic as ever. I haven't seen a lot of it yet, but it's very interesting. Amazing, even. Everything's so much more advanced than on the Nova. It's to be expected, but coming here, I feel like I've stepped into the future. Our ship was the pinnacle of human development when we left, but I'm going to struggle to see it like that now. Don't forget that our ships serve different purposes, Faina said. The Nova Fortuna was built for stamina, not speed, and she was intended to be home to 2,000. Our ship was built for speed and not for comfort. The slight hesitation was almost unnoticeable. Almost. What had Faina been about to say before she changed her mind? But I could talk forever about my ship, the Guardian continued. Don't let me keep you. I'm sure Strongquist has plenty more he'd like to show you. Cariad would have loved to stay longer to discuss the Mistral's specs, but Strongquist was already ushering her away. As they went down the corridor, she asked, So Faina speaks mid-third English for our benefit too?
That's right.
You all learned the language before leaving Earth?
We learned it on the way.
You all speak it so well. I can't hear a trace of your original accent. How long did it take you to learn?
Not long. Would you like to see the FTL engine?
You can actually see it?
Oh, yes.
By the time her visit was over, she had seen the living, eating and recreational quarters, supply hold and engineering section. She attempted to extract more information from Strongquist, but he politely and adeptly deflected her enquiries. She was left with few answers and a growing sense of unease. Chapter 10. It had been agreed that they would stash the weapons in a certain shed for farm equipment. Conscious of the fact that he was openly carrying a gun after he'd informed a guardian that he hadn't been issued one, Ethan quickly headed in the direction of the tool shed. Evening had fallen and the settlement seemed unusually quiet. Perhaps the emptiness of the streets would work in his favour. As he passed the corner of a building at the end of a block, a hand grabbed his elbow and pulled him out of sight of the road. Cherry was standing in the shadows. "Something's going to happen at the shed. I just went there to hide my weapon with the others. The place is crawling with guardians."
"What are they doing?"
"Just hanging around in the street, loitering." He gave a snort of derision.
"When did a guardian ever loiter?"
"That's my point. I think that somehow they've figured out what we plan to do. They're waiting for us to bring over our weapons and then relieve us of them. Quite a few of the farmers went there already. I think they're caught in the shed, not wanting to leave with the guardians there."
"I won't take mine over then. I'll find another place to hide it."
"Exactly what I was thinking."
"Wait," said Ethan. "That's no good. We can't leave the others to get caught. How many guardians did you see?"
5, but I can't swear there aren't more. It wasn't like I stuck around and surveyed the place."
"And how many gens in the shed, do you think?"
20 of us have guns. I guess most of them are there by now."
20 against 5 is pretty good odds."
20 untrained gens against 5 highly trained guardians with superior weapons, don't forget."
"I'm not forgetting."
Their gazes met as they each made their decision.
"If we were fast."
"And if we approached from the east?" Simultaneously, they nodded. 15 minutes later, after making a wide circle around the tool shed through several streets, they prepared to close the final distance. The guardians wouldn't be expecting anyone to approach the shed from the direction of the shuttle field. No gens took the regular shuttles to the Nova anymore. If they rushed down the street, they could join the other farmers before the guardians knew what was happening. Alone, a gen didn't stand a chance against a guardian, but together they might be able to resist the attempt to take their weapons. At the very least, it would be a show of strength and an open demonstration that gens were not going to take their suppression lying down. Ethan and Cherry were at the end of the street. Cherry had been correct. 5 guardians were spread about, doing bad impersonations of people hanging around with nothing to do. In their formal uniforms, the effect would have been almost comical if it weren't for the fact they were armed. The rest of the colonists had clearly received the message that something confrontational and dangerous was about to go down, because this part of the settlement was entirely deserted.
"Okay," Ethan whispered. "Let's go."
Their weapons at the ready, they set off running down the street, stooping low and trying to make as little noise as possible. Their efforts paid off. They made it nearly a third of the way before a guardian noticed them. She called out for them to stop. Neither Ethan nor Cherry even broke pace. Ethan gripped his gun tighter and sped up. There was no sense in trying to avoid detection now. "Hey!" the guardian called more harshly. "Stop right there! Now!" The farmers in the shed must have realized what was happening. The door opened a crack and light from inside spilled out. "Stop, or I'll shoot!" shouted the guardian. But Ethan was almost at the doorway, which was widening. A hiss and a burst of warmth came from behind him. Then he was through the door and inside the shed. He spun around. Where was Cherry? She was flying into the shed right behind him. With a slam, the door closed. He grabbed Cherry's upper arms.
"Are you okay? I thought you were hit."
She shook her head, panting. "A round hit the sidewalk between us."
"That was lucky,"
a man said. It was Misha. "I don't think so," Cherry replied, still gasping. "They were so close, they could have hit either of us if they'd wanted. I think they were only trying to scare us."
"That's something," said Misha. "They aren't prepared to kill us just yet."
"Let's hope it doesn't get to that," said a woman named Fi. The door rattled in its frame. Someone was trying to open it, but it had been locked after Ethan and Cherry went in. A succession of loud, hard knocks sounded out. "Open up," a guardian said. "We're taking your weapons into safekeeping. If you just hand them over, no one will get hurt and there won't be any repercussions. We know exactly who you all are. If you don't comply, you'll be breaking colony laws and you'll be subject to punishment." "What's that, I wonder?" said Misha. "The punishment, I mean." "They'll have to decide what law we're breaking first," Cherry said. "I don't think there is one referring to weapons. They aren't mentioned in either the old or the revised manual." The door resounded with another loud knocking. "Come out! You have 1 minute until we make you." Ethan went over to the door. "You're the ones acting illegally here. Guardians have no jurisdiction in this colony. Even if we were breaking any laws, which we aren't, you fired on me and Cherry with no provocation. If you don't back off and leave us to go about our legal business, you'll be the ones in contravention of colony laws. We give you 1 minute to vacate this area." "Ha," said Misha. "That told them." But as he turned to face the farmers, Ethan's expression was grave. "What I want to know is, how did they know what we're doing here?" The implication of his words lay heavy. Gazes were shared around the room. Had someone informed the Guardians about the plan to stash the weapons? There was no other explanation for them being here. One of the reasons they'd chosen the tool shed was because it wouldn't be unusual to see farmers come and go from it. It was very unlikely that a Guardian had noticed their movements and guessed what they were doing. "I can't believe anyone would do that," Cherry said quietly. "Who would do that?" Her eyes searched the faces of those around her. "Someone on the lookout for themselves," said a woman. The farmers shifted uneasily, waiting for the Guardians to make a move. They stood and sat in the cramped space, surrounded by shelves filled with powered farming tools. The tools could double as weapons in a pinch. Ethan winced at the thought of the damage they would inflict on the human body. More than a minute had passed. The Guardians seemed to have backed down on their threat. "Should I look outside?" Misha asked. "No," Ethan replied. "Wait a little longer. They might be expecting us to open the door out of curiosity. It would make forcing us out a lot easier." Another minute passed, then another. By the time half an hour had passed, the farmers were growing fidgety. Ethan felt the same. The waiting was unbearable. He almost yearned for the Guardians to burst in. Abrupt knocks made the entire room of farmers jump. "We demand that you open up on the authority of the leader." "Well, that was quick," Cherry said to Ethan. "You told them they didn't have any authority, so they went and got the authority." "We do not recognize the legality of your demand," Ethan retorted. "The colony has no leader. The newly elected leader is Anahi. On her authority, we demand that you leave." "Shit," Ethan said. "They've elected the Woken." "Who's elected her?" Cherry asked. "We didn't vote." "I bet they've changed the rules so that we can't vote," said Misha. "They're just doing whatever they want to get their way. I don't know. Maybe we should give up and leave quietly. They said there won't be any repercussions." "I don't believe that for a minute," Ethan said. "They know exactly who we are. We've shown our hand. There's no turning back now. I'm for fighting them." He held up his weapon. "Who's with me?" Cherry followed suit and raised her gun. One by one, the rest did the same, all except Misha. Finally, he raised his weapon too. Ethan said, "We won't open the door except as a last resort. We can fire through the shutters. My guess is that 1 or 2 Guardians are directly behind the door. The rest are probably either next to it or across the street, ready to grab us if we run. Set your guns to stun." "Stun?" Cherry asked. "Isn't that a bit stupid? I'm pretty sure they aren't planning to stun us." "You said you thought they deliberately missed us when we ran in here." "That was before they had the authority of the self-appointed leader. Now they can do what they like."
We don't know that, and I'd rather avoid more loss of life. Too many people have died already."
Her brow wrinkling in disapproval, Cherry turned the dial on her weapon.
"Right,"
Ethan said.
"You two on these shutters, you two on those."
He motioned the farmers he'd pointed at to their positions.
"Cherry, you and me are aiming for the long-range targets."
He took up a position facing the crack between one set of shutters. The pair of farmers he'd nominated stood on each side, ready to fire at an angle. Cherry went to the other side of the room and stood with her rifle at her shoulder, left foot forward. He gave a nod and the shutter slats opened. The gaps were just wide enough to fire through. Pulse slugs hissed from every weapon, and in the enclosed space the air was tinged with their faint acrid afterburn. From outside came the "ugh" of a pulse reaching its target. A flicker of movement passed on the opposite side of the street, and Ethan's finger jolted on his trigger. The figure was gone. He didn't know if he'd scored a hit. A massive blow hit the door. At the same time, a pulse round hit one of the shutters. Half of the round made it through and grazed Misha's face. He gasped and dropped his gun, his hand gripping the spot.
"Close the shutters!"
Ethan shouted. As they swung to, another massive blow hit the door, but it held. Then it began to smoke. Having failed to batter it in, the Guardians were firing their weapons at it. The smoke quickly thickened.
"Move back,"
Ethan said.
"The minute you see any of them come through, start shooting."
Some farmers spread themselves along the wall on each side of the door. Others found positions around the room where they were able to take aim. Ethan held his rifle grimly at his shoulder. He could hardly believe that only a few weeks ago, at the execution of the natural movement saboteur, Strongquist had patted his shoulder and called him a hero. Now he was in armed conflict with the people who had turned up to rescue them. The people the gens had named Guardians because they believed they would protect them from the dangers of this new world. Now it looked like they needed defending from their Guardians. How had it come to this? The smoke from the door was filling the room. The melting material gave off a choking and unpleasant reek. Any minute their enemies would be through and the firing would begin. He wished he'd had a chance to talk to Cariad. She was awoken. If he didn't make it, he hoped she would sort out the colony's strife. Chapter 11. Cariad headed toward Anahi's quarters, determined to make the woman think twice about her actions. Visiting the Guardian ship had been an interesting distraction, but Anahi's not-so-subtle move to wrest power from the gens had grated on Cariad more and more in the intervening hours. She was damned if she was going to stand by while someone took the colony in a direction that made a mockery of everything it was supposed to stand for. Anahi lived in the agricultural area of the Nova, which spanned 3 kilometers of the outer rim. She was responsible for developing crops that would grow in the conditions of the new planet. Some of the fields that had sustained 2,000 gens during their long space voyage had already been converted. They now held the new planet's soil in experimental beds, where Anahi could test the modified crops. In the years before arrival day, Cariad had enjoyed going to the fields. The massive lights mimicked nearly temperate climate levels of sunlight, and the growing plants gave the air a green smell. She had felt almost as though she were back on Earth. During those 2 years since they had both been revived, Anahi had seemed a cordial enough colleague. The emotional delicacy Cariad had noted before departure had been the same, but Anahi had never been unpleasant. How long had she been planning to move the colony to Woken control? Cariad spotted Anahi working in a field. The older woman stood up from a crouch, shears in hand, holding a handful of plant stalks. Cariad changed direction and made her way down a muddy path toward her. Anahi's vision aids really did seem to give her eyes in the back of her head. She turned around when Cariad approached, even though she'd been facing away. Anahi's arms fell limp. "I thought you would be along sooner or later." "I wish it had been sooner," Cariad said, standing at the edge of the rice paddy. "Can we talk?" "If you like, but you aren't going to change my mind." Anahi put the cut stalks in a trug and squatted down once more. "Firstly, it's clear you have the backing of most of the Woken because no one spoke out against you. But you have absolutely no mandate for what you're doing." Anahi shrugged. "The generational colonists had no mandate to revise the manual. That didn't stop them. I'm not doing anything different from they did, except that I know what I'm doing." "Do you?" "When the gens changed some parts of the manual, they were only trying to exercise some control of their situation. They didn't choose this life. We consigned them to it. It shouldn't come as a surprise they want a say in their destiny." Anahi was examining the base of a plant. "I don't disagree. And in fact, I don't blame them for what they did. As you say, it's a natural human reaction. However, they had no automatic right to do it. So when you come here and tell me we have no right to take control away from them, I can only point out the hypocrisy of your position. But we're the ones who wrote the manual. If anyone should abide by its rules, it's us. Do you want to demonstrate that it's acceptable to seize power and do whatever you like? That's a dangerous precedent to set. I didn't hear your protests when you found out about the revisions they'd made after you were revived." Anahi deposited another handful of stalks in her trug and leaned in to cut a third. "You're not getting it. We can't change everything just because we think we know better. You're not getting it." Anahi stood and pointed her shears at Cariad. "We can and should change things because we do know better. If you had a dog, would you let it run through traffic because it saw a rabbit? If you had a child, would you allow it to wear summer clothes when it was freezing outside?" She walked up to Cariad, her basket hooked over her arm. "Look at these rice plants. They're growing pretty well, don't you think? If none of us had survived cryo, do you think a gen could have modified them to grow in this soil? Of course not. Even the ones who specialized in genetics have next to no practical experience. It would have been years before they grasped the techniques required to do the work I do. If I wasn't around, they would have been forced to grow seed suited to earth soil, which would have given half the yield. Back home, it wouldn't matter. There's enough surplus food that no one starves from a few crop failures, or there used to be anyway. Here, low yields could mean the difference between survival and death." "You're being ridiculous. You did survive cryo, and here you are, doing your work. No gen would have stopped you. The entire colony recognizes the importance of what you do. You didn't have to seize control in order to modify crop genes, didn't I?" Anahi seemed to glare behind her visor. "There are 2,000 gens, and only 100 of us, and another 100 still in cryo. All it would take would be one madman, Cariad, one cultist or schizophrenic. That would never happen. All the first generations and all the stored gametes genes were screened for mental illnesses. Or one power-hungry idiot," Anahi continued regardless, "to persuade the rest of them to follow him, and who knows what could happen. They could decide to murder us all in our beds. There's no protection for us out here. Or at least there wasn't until I asked the Guardians for their support. Up until now, the generational colonists could have done whatever they liked. Done what they liked? You think they could murder you? Now I'm thinking you're the one who's insane." "I'm not mad," Anahi said crisply, pushing past Cariad on the narrow path. "I'm pragmatic." She set off toward the glass houses bordering the fields. Cariad followed on her heels. You're reacting to a situation that you think might happen. You're punishing the gens before they've done anything wrong. Helping someone isn't a punishment, and they need our help. No, they don't. And it's a punishment if it's unneeded and unasked for. Wait a minute. She grabbed Anahi's shoulder, forcing her to stop and turn around. Though her eyes were covered by her vision aid, the woman's anger was evident from her thin-set lips. Cariad asked, "Are you sure that helping the gens is what this is all about?" "Yes, I am. Helping them and helping us. It's the only sensible thing to do in the circumstances. Are you aware they have already begun using fitters whenever they want? And some are leaving their designated professions, choosing to do whatever they fancy? We don't have that kind of wiggle room. Maybe in 2 or 3 generations we might, but not now. We can do this, but only if people stick to the plan." "Bullshit," spat Cariad. "No one is going so far off the guidelines to make a difference. I know what this is about. It's all about you, Anahi, isn't it? You want to be the one in control. You don't like the idea of gens being in charge. It scares you. Or did the decades in cryo give you some kind of god complex? You're talking nonsense." Anahi marched toward the glass houses. Cariad watched her go, her guess about Anahi's motivations gnawing at her. Was she right? If she was, the scientist posed an even greater danger. As she decided to leave and consider her next move, she saw Anahi stop. She was answering a comm. The message seemed to agitate the scientist. She began to run, and as she went, her carefully gathered plant stalks spilled from her basket. Anahi didn't pay any attention. She reached a hut and went inside. Curious, Cariad jogged after her. When she peered in at the door, Anahi was at an interface, speaking to a guardian. The background showed he was at the settlement. Cariad ducked outside again. Anahi was facing away, but that didn't mean she couldn't see her. She leaned against the wall and listened. "The gen farmers are refusing to give over their weapons," the guardian was saying. "We have them confined in one place, an equipment storage building. They were going to stash the weapons there. They noticed our presence, unfortunately, and locked themselves inside. They're refusing to come out or surrender their arms." "You have to get those guns off them. We can't allow them to have any firepower. The Guardians must be able to control any potential unrest." "We know, but as one of them pointed out, we actually don't have any jurisdiction within the colony. By trying to force them to surrender their arms without the proper authority, we're breaking colony laws. Only the leader has the authority to order the use of force. Currently there is no leader." This seemed to stump Anahi for a moment. Cariad heard no immediate reply. Then the Woken said, "Well, that's simple then, isn't it? I declare myself leader. I authorize the Guardians to use all necessary force to seize the weapon of any gen." The Guardian hesitated. Anahi challenged, "What's wrong? Do as I say." "I'm not sure." "Look, we revised the manual to allow a Woken to become leader, right? But we didn't define how the Woken leader would be chosen. Nowhere does it say the Woken leader has to be elected. Until that part is decided and ratified, anyone can declare themselves leader. That's exactly what I'm doing." When the Guardian still gave no reply, Anahi said, "I'm ordering you to force entry to the place where the gens are confined and seize their weapons. Do you understand?" After another moment's silence, the Guardian's reply came. "Yes, leader." Cariad was frozen in shock. The Guardian asked, "I'm assuming we set our weapons to stun." After a pause, Anahi replied, "As I said, use whatever force is necessary to seize the gens' weapons." Cariad couldn't let this insanity continue any longer. She ran into the room. Anahi turned to face her. Behind the scientist, the interface screen was blank. The Guardian she'd been speaking to had left to carry out her orders. "Call him back! Someone's going to get hurt!" "Nonsense! The generational colonists will give themselves up. They're just testing their boundaries. You're insane! You really are! You ordered the Guardians to take the Gen's weapons? But they need them! They're facing deadly life forms down there. They have to be able to defend themselves. We cannot allow them to have weapons that could be used against us." Cariad stepped so close to Anahi, their noses were almost touching. She glared into the black light-sensitive screen of the woman's vision aid. "Call the Guardian back!" "No. I warn you, this won't stop here. I won't rest until you're made to answer for your actions. If anyone's hurt down there, you'll pay for it." Anahi laughed. "I think you overestimate the support you'll have. The Woken are on my side in this. They're just as tired of the Gen's stupidity as I am. Do what you like. You'll be fighting a lonely battle." Cariad had no time to argue with the unbalanced woman. She had to do something to stop the carnage threatening to occur at the settlement. She ran out of the hut and sprinted to the nearest transit car station. She would go planet-side. As she was sitting in the transit car to the shuttle bay, wishing the vehicle would go faster, her comm chirped. It was Stromquist. Guessing that he wanted to talk to her about Frederick Aparicio, she pressed the busy button. Immediately the comm chirped again. She answered. "I can't speak to you now. No point in appealing to him about the situation at the settlement. The Guardians were clearly on Anahi's side."
"Are you going to board a shuttle?"
Stromquist asked. Wondering how he knew, she replied, "Yes, I am. Why?"
"I believe you may be aware of the developing standoff between Guardians and Gen farmers at the settlement."
"Yes. Your people are about to cause a disaster."
"I was hoping you had received the news. It is regrettable. Unfortunately, our protocols state that we obey colony law, or, failing that, the orders of the colony leader."
"Unfortunately, you're a bunch of fools. You're following the orders of a mad woman. I think the cryos turned her crazy. She's megalomaniacal."
"So you're going down to the planet to intervene?"
"Yes, I am."
"That's good."
"What? If you think it's a good idea to intervene, why don't you do it yourself? Why don't you call off your buddies?"
"I'm afraid I can't. We have to follow protocol."
"Even if someone might get killed?" Stromquist seemed to struggle for an answer.
"We respect the leader's judgment. Any threat to human life is acceptable if it's for the greater good of the colony."
The transit car was pulling into the shuttle bay station. "So what you're telling me is I'm on my own in this?"
"As I said, we will follow the leader's orders."
"Thanks a lot." Cariad closed the connection and ran for the shuttle. It was just about to leave. When she went into the passenger cabin, it was empty. The shuttle was the last of the day, travelling to pick up Woken who had been working planet-side and bring them back to the ship. On her way down, she tried to figure out a way of removing Anahi from the leader's position. Persuading the other Woken was going to be a struggle. They were sympathetic to Anahi's cause. Ever since being revived, most of them had been distant from the Gens. Cariad realised she'd been remiss in doing nothing about the growing divide. She silently cursed Stromquist and the rest of the Guardians. She could hardly credit that they would allow themselves to be turned into the colony's bully boys. Anahi had availed herself of extremely dangerous, powerful allies, and Cariad didn't know what she could do about it. We must follow the leader's orders. If Anahi ordered them all to walk out of an airlock, would they do it? Her mind turned to the Gen farmers who were refusing to give up their rifles. Was Ethan among them? Her stomach clenched at the thought. By the time the shuttle touched down, she was no closer to figuring out how she was going to defuse the crisis. She sped past the waiting line of scientists and out of the shuttle field. She had recognized the farmer's equipment shed behind the Guardian while he was talking to Anahi. It was on the edge of the settlement. The streets were quiet. Darkness had fallen, and the solar-powered lamps had come on. A dull thump echoed in the distance from the direction where she was heading, and sounded like something heavy striking a hollow place, like a battering ram striking a door. She sped up. She was only a couple of streets away. Another thud. How could she make the Guardians stop? We must follow the leader's orders. She couldn't calm Anahi and demand that she call them off. The self-appointed leader would never agree. As she rounded a corner, Cariad almost stopped in her tracks. The self-appointed leader! Anahi had declared herself leader, saying there were no laws in place governing a Woken leader's appointment. So unless Anahi had put laws in place in the intervening time, she was in the street that held the equipment shed. Guardians were grouped around the door. A haze was rising from the pulse fire they were aiming at it, attempting to burn the thing down. "Hey!" she yelled from the end of the street. A few of the Guardians heard her. "Stop what you're doing! I demand you leave those people alone!" She ran up to the group. The Guardians paused their pulse fire. One said, "We are following the leader's orders." "I know, but the leadership has changed. I'm now leader of this colony, and I command you to withdraw." Chapter 12. Voices were coming from outside the door. New voices. Ethan thought he recognized one of them. "I command you to stop," a woman was saying. "Lower your weapons immediately." There was further discussion that Ethan couldn't quite hear, an argument that went on for some time. He heard the words leader and manual mentioned. Then after a long, quiet pause, there was murmuring, followed by the woman speaking again, this time through the door. "Whoever's inside, this is Cariad. I've ordered the Guardians to stand down. You're not in any danger. You're free to leave and no harm will come to you, I swear." "Cariad." "Open the shutters," Ethan said. The room began to clear of haze. After taking off his shirt and wrapping it around his hand, he opened the hot door. Cariad was directly outside, flanked by Guardians. His first impulse was to grab her into his arms, but something made him stop. A sense of disloyalty to Lauren? No, it was something else. "Ethan," Cariad said with relief, "I thought you might be here. I'm so glad you're okay. Has anyone been injured?" "Yes, but nothing major." He stepped aside to allow the others to come out. The Guardians also moved back to make room for the men and women. The farmers watched them suspiciously as they filed by, their weapons clutched close to their bodies, dark and angry expressions clouding their features. The rift between gens and Guardians and Woken yawned wider. Cariad glanced at the Guardians before saying to Ethan, "Can we talk in private?" And they went in the opposite direction to the departing farmers, also leaving the Guardians behind. "See you later," Cherry called. She didn't look too happy about leaving him with Cariad. As soon as they were out of earshot of both groups, Cariad laid a hand on his upper arm and said, "I'm so sorry. I've been trying to talk some sense into Anahi, but she's gone crazy. I can't reason with her, and I don't know what to do about it. She also seems to have most of the Woken on her side." "What did you do? How did you get the Guardians to back down?" "That's another crazy thing," Cariad replied, and went on to explain that she had temporarily declared herself leader. "You mean the Guardians just did as you asked? Just because you said you were the new leader?" "That's exactly what happened." He glanced back at the Guardians in the distance. "So what would happen if I declared myself leader and told them to go and arrest Anahi?" "I don't think that would work. Since Anahi changed the manual, it has to be a Woken." "Then maybe you should tell them to arrest her." I thought about it, but I don't want to do that, and I'm not going to contest it when she takes back the leader's position, as she inevitably will. Too many of the Woken think like her. It wouldn't be long before I found myself arrested. Up until now, Anahi's been tolerating me. She was trying to bring me to see her point of view. I don't think even after this incident she would do anything rash against me. Most of us Woken go back a long way, but I definitely don't want to push it. I can only work to change the situation if I have my freedom.
So what are you going to do?
Her expression told him that his question stung. Perhaps he had been too harsh, but on the other hand, he didn't see how any of the problems were the fault of the gens. They'd all mostly been doing as they were supposed to. None of them had deviated much from the manual despite, in his own case, a strong desire to. It was the Woken who were changing the rules. It was the Woken who had slipped up and allowed a natural movement saboteur aboard the ship. Cariad was a Woken too. Maybe I should speak to the others privately and try to make them see sense. If I can change enough minds, we might be able to transition back to a more equitable situation peacefully. I know most of the Woken well. They aren't bad people. They're just worried about the long-term survival of the colony. They will be shocked to find out what happened here today. I hope it won't take much of an effort to persuade them that Anahi is unstable and needs to be stopped. He didn't have much faith in her plan. Her personal closeness to the Woken was blinding her to their faults. Yet he didn't have a better solution, or at least not one that didn't involve violence.
Okay, but I'll tell you this, Cariad. We may not be as well educated, experienced, or sophisticated as you Woken, but that doesn't mean we'll tolerate being controlled by you for very long. We were brought up with the manual. We know exactly what it says, and nowhere does it say that the Woken are to take charge of the colony. You're supposed to be here to join and support the colonization effort. We aren't your slaves.
The adrenaline of the fight was fading, and his delayed emotional reaction was flooding in. His tone had risen. With some effort, he controlled his anger.
We outnumber the Woken 40 to 1, and we're armed. Don't imagine we'll ever surrender. All our lives it's been drilled into us that this world is ours, that we're going to make it a home for our children and grandchildren. If it comes to consigning our descendants to what's basically slavery, what I mean is, you Woken might be able to turn the Guardians on us, but we won't go down without a fight, even to the death.
He found himself leaning menacingly over Cariad. She had turned pale with shock. He stepped back. An apology rose to his lips, but didn't make it out of his mouth. Though it pained him to have spoken so bluntly and threateningly, he'd meant every word of what he'd said. It wouldn't hurt to impress the seriousness of the situation upon her, so she would convey it to her friends. She hung her head, uncharacteristically deflated. His conscience twinged. Perhaps he'd been too frank. She was, after all, his closest friend, despite being a Woken. She had saved many gens from a horrible death in the first night attack, and she'd diffused the situation over the weapons. But then her head rose. She had a sharp look in her eye. Has it ever occurred to you to ask yourself why this has happened? What is it that's made Anahi take these steps to remove control from the gens?
She wants the power, of course, like most of the Woken. When it came down to it, in spite of what it says in the manual, some of you can't stand to see us in control. Some of you can't bear it that your pet project you worked so hard on has been handed over to someone else.
You're wrong. That isn't it at all. Or at least not for most of us. You're forgetting that I was there when the manual was written. Hell, I even wrote some parts of it myself. We knew that what we were demanding of you wasn't fair. The people who embarked on the voyage knew they would never set foot on a planet again, but the next generation didn't agree to that, and neither did the next. We knew we were demanding the sacrifice of thousands of people to see the project through to the end and make our dream come true. We decided that the minimum we could do in recognition of the nameless individuals who lived and died aboard a starship would be to gift the planet to you, the final generation. We had put you in the position you were in. You hadn't asked to be here. We wanted you to be in control. We wanted it to be your world, and we would only be there to help.
So what changed?
Can't you even guess, Ethan? When we were revived, we found that somewhere along the journey the manual had been rewritten. People who had never seen Earth, never breathed a natural atmosphere, and who never would, thought they were in a position to dictate what would happen. We didn't like it, but we didn't say anything. We left you in control. Now think back to the first night attack. How did all the gens behave, with you as the only exception? It was near total panic. They couldn't deal with the emergency. And what's been happening since? You're doing as you like, changing roles, using equipment in ways it isn't supposed to be used, putting yourselves in danger. I don't agree with the way Anahi's gone about it, but I can't deny that she has a point. If we allow you to continue as you have been, acting stupidly with no thought of the future, this colony might fail. If we sit by and let you do what you want, we could all end up dead. All that work, all that sacrifice by tens of thousands of people will be for nothing.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Why can't you trust us? You made us after all. You, Cariad, are personally responsible for our genetic inheritance. What you're saying is you've got it wrong. That's what you can't stand. You think you messed up. That's what's bothering you. That's why you want to take back control. The real problem is that we won't mindlessly obey. Do you want a second chance? Do you want to create people who will do as they're told? Your children have grown up and you don't like it.
Her hands were clenched into fists at her sides, but she didn't offer a return argument. I'm going back to the ship. I'll speak to the others and see what I can do. He couldn't stand the hurt look on her face. He also couldn't take back what he'd said. When he didn't reply, she walked away. He watched her go. She glanced back and their gazes met, but still he said nothing. After waiting for her to turn the corner, he went to see Garwin. The older man's job as a Priority 1 worker had qualified him for one of the first private homes to be constructed. He was a mechanic and chief supervisor overseeing the construction of ploughs, road makers, and other machinery involved in creating the settlement's infrastructure. Most of the other gens were housed as Ethan was, in large temporary dorms and barns while they waited for more permanent homes. As soon as Garwin opened his door and saw who had come to pay him a visit, he glanced from side to side along the street, which was empty. He pulled Ethan quickly inside, his usually open, friendly features creased into an expression that mixed irritation with concern.
"Not a good idea coming to my house, Ethan," he said quietly the moment the door was closed and they were alone in the dim, quiet hall of his small home. "Sorry, I didn't think about it. Did you hear what—"
Garwin's wife, Twyla, had stepped into the hall. She was a tall, raw-boned woman, and her welcoming smile seemed fake. "You're Ethan, right? I didn't know you were one of Garwin's friends. There's no need to stand and talk out here. Why don't you come in and have something to drink?" She gestured for them to follow her and turned away. Garwin shrugged. Ethan guessed that his wife might not be privy to his subversive activities. He went through with him to the living room of the prefabricated house. The room's pale grey walls were brightened with cut-out prints of brightly coloured flowers. He was reminded of conversations he'd had with Lauren about how they would decorate their farmhouse. "Tea or coffee?" Twyla asked.
"Tea would be fine."
Garwin said.
"Sweetener?"
Ethan was about to say no, but an almost imperceptible nod from Garwin made him alter his response.
Yes, please."
"Oh, we don't have any sweetener. We don't use it."
"The store's still open,"
said Garwin.
"Maybe you could go and get some. It'll be handy for guests."
"I guess so. Sit down, Ethan. You're our first visitor, you know." She went out into the hall. As he took a seat in the armchair of their matching living room set, Ethan began to speak, but Garwin held a finger to his lips.
"I know why you've come, but I'm sorry I'm no further along with that plough than I was yesterday. Like I said, the kit was incomplete, and I'm waiting for the missing part. It has to be printed and sent down. Until I receive it, there's nothing I can do. It isn't like I can just open another container and take it from there. Those things contain thousands of parts."
The sound of the front door closing came through, and Garwin went out to check that Twyla really had left. When he returned, Ethan said,
"I didn't realize your wife doesn't know what else you do. Maybe I should go." "It's okay. You're here now. We might as well make best use of the time till Twyla returns." "You heard about the assault on the shed?" "Of course. That news is probably halfway back to Earth by now. We need to talk about that, but it'll have to wait for another day. We don't have time at the moment, but I just wanted to tell you we learned something important today. The Guardians will do whatever the Woken tell them, and they're prepared to use lethal force. We nearly didn't make it out of that shed. We can't let them catch us out again. What I want to know is, what are we going to do to protect ourselves?" "I totally agree," Garwin replied. "That's a question that needs answering immediately. We've been playing it too safe, with plenty of talk and precious little action. It's time to take control of the situation. We need to go on the offensive. The biggest problem we have is that nearly all of us are down here. The Woken are up there." He pointed upward. "And as well as the force of the Guardians at their disposal, they have most of the tech. So what can we do about it?" "I'm not sure, but I had an idea. If the situation doesn't improve, as long as we stay here, we're at their mercy. They know exactly where we are and what most of us are doing most of the time. But we do have some things on our side. We've been trained in everything we need to build a civilization on this planet. It's been our one collective purpose in life since we were born, while the Woken are a bunch of scientists. Sure, they know more than us, but do they have the numbers or the raw power to make a colony of their own? They might not realize it, but they need us more than we need them." Ethan had an idea what Garwin meant, but it was almost too radical for him to comprehend. "What are you saying?" "Look, we already have enough supplies down here to last us another year, plus tons of equipment. Most important of all, we have skills. Skills perfectly suited to the job ahead. But if we remain where we are, the Woken have us exactly where they want us. They're going to exploit us for their own ends." "You're suggesting that we leave and build another settlement someplace else?" "Exactly." Chapter 13. As Cariad went to the meeting that Strongquist had called, her wish for easy solutions to the problems dogging the colony was peppered with pessimism. Anahi's behaviour was unhinged, yet Cariad doubted she could convince the woman of it, nor any of the Woken who supported her. She had tried speaking to them as individuals, but she hadn't made much headway. Rather, she seemed to have turned some of them against her. And after the confrontation over the weapons, the gens were also unlikely to be in a conciliatory mood. When she reached the meeting room aboard the Nova, Anahi had already arrived. She was the only person present, but she didn't acknowledge Cariad when she went in, preferring an icy disregard.
Cariad sat down, and the strange silence continued until Strongquist stepped in, closely followed by Faina. With an air of statesmanship, Anahi stood and welcomed the newcomers. She had reassumed the role of leader as soon as she'd learned of Cariad's trick. Then she'd immediately altered the legislation to prevent any further usurping of the position. The move had been inevitable, but Cariad was a long way from backing down. The two guardians sat together opposite Anahi, looking oddly twin-like side by side in their uniforms. Cariad had taken a seat at the end of the table. Strongquist had also invited gens. She had high hopes over who one of them might be. It would make sense for the Guardian to invite prominent members of the gen community, especially those who had been involved in the incident at the equipment shed. Garwin entered first. Cariad approved of Strongquist's choice. The man was sympathetic to the Woken concerns and well-liked among the gens. They would listen to him. As the older, broad-shouldered man took a seat next to her, the person she'd been hoping to see also entered, Ethan. They exchanged small smiles. She was relieved their friendship seemed to remain intact despite their recent falling out. Strongquist leaned his elbows on the table and clasped his hands together.
"Thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you'll agree it's long past time that some of us try to take these problems the colony has been experiencing in hand. I'm hoping we can thrash out some steps towards solving them today."
"Wait a minute," Anahi said. "Are these all the people you invited? I wasn't expecting so few. I suggested several names to you, but none of those people are here. Shouldn't we have a little more expertise on board before we make any major decisions on the future of the settlement? And I'm not sure what she's doing here." The black strip of her visor turned to Cariad, her face stony.
"Leader,"
Strongquist began. Cariad balked at his use of the designation for the madwoman.
"I didn't intend that any decisions about the future of the Nova Fortuna colony be made at this time. Instead, I believe we should address the widening schism between the gens and the Woken. We need to make an effort at conciliation and a meeting of minds. I propose that we address that concern first. We need to find a way to avoid further violence and move toward returning to the previous atmosphere of mutual goodwill."
"I'll suggest a way to avoid further violence," Ethan said bitterly.
"You Guardians can stop your military tactics, and the Woken can stop using you to control us. Let us gens go about our business freely. We haven't done anything that calls for our control by armed forces, and even if we had, so what? This colony is ours, as the manual says and the Woken used to say, until they changed their minds."
Cariad raised her eyebrows. He was right, but she was surprised to hear him speak so forcefully in front of Anahi and the Guardians. Ethan was growing in confidence day by day. Strongquist's expression was pained. He leaned back in his seat.
"What happened at the equipment storage unit was a situation that got way out of control. We should have found a better solution than an aggressive confrontation like that."
Ethan asked.
"So we can have your guarantee that the Guardians will never threaten the gens again?"
Strongquist looked at Faina for a moment. Faina answered Ethan's question. "It's important that you understand our mandate is to support this colony at all costs. We must avoid the loss of life as far as we possibly can. But if, in the direst circumstances, we must use deadly force to ensure the colony's success, our mandate allows us to do that." As she finished speaking, her pale brown eyes seemed to lose all warmth. "What the hell are you saying?" Cariad exclaimed. "You're telling us the Guardians have the right to kill for the good of all? Who gave you that authority? No one here did. Not one person aboard the Nova Fortuna or Planetside has that right." She looked pointedly at Anahi. "And who are the Guardians to judge what's best for the colony and what isn't? You can't see the future. You can only guess, like the rest of us.
Damned right,
Ethan exclaimed, hitting the table with his fist.
The first gen you kill will be the last. It'll be war.
Into the tense silence that followed the outbursts, Strongquist said, almost apologetically,
I don't recall anyone objecting to the execution we carried out following the first night attack.
Cariad and Ethan's gazes met. The Guardian's point was a good one. No one had challenged their actions when the Guardians killed the person who had turned off the electric fence, resulting in many horrible deaths. But at that moment, everyone had agreed who the enemy was. It was only now they might suddenly become the enemy that they objected to the Guardian's license to kill.
This is all nonsense,
said Garwin in a conciliatory tone.
How can it be for the good of the colony to use lethal force? The first night attack was a special case, and if we ever catch the bomber who blew up the stadium, we'll make another exception. But for the general settlers, gens and Woken alike, we need every one of them. There are only just over 2,000 of us. I'm not a geneticist, but isn't that the bare minimum needed for the genetic diversity to colonize a planet? Aside from the moral objections to murdering people, we can't afford any more bloodshed. We need every single person.
Anahi spoke. Actually, no, we don't. She paused for effect, a wry smile on her lips. Garwin and Ethan looked confused, but Cariad knew what she meant. We have enough eggs and sperm stored to replace every gen 10 times over. It wouldn't be easy, of course. We'd have to reopen the reproductive labs, gestate the infants, and then care for excessive numbers of them at a time. But it's feasible. I think we could do it.
You're insane,
Cariad said.
Whether we could do it or not is immaterial.
You're talking about threatening the lives of thousands of people just because they won't do what you want. And what if this next generation you raise from babies also disobeys you? Do you plan on murdering them too? On and on, until our supplies run out and at last the colony fails? Stop downplaying the gen's actions, Cariad. You need to stop making excuses for them. You know as well as I do the expertise and care that went into crafting the manual. If they pick and choose what they follow and what they ignore, it puts the colony and all our lives in jeopardy. If they won't do as they're told, they have to be stopped. And if I have to command the Guardians to take whatever steps necessary to make them comply, I will do that. Aside from the insane logic of your thinking, you're forgetting the manual was written on another planet centuries ago. We were both there, remember? We both helped to write it. And at the time, we acknowledged that we couldn't anticipate every eventuality, that the manual was a guide only. And yet it's the best guide we have. If anyone's going to make a decision to deviate from it, it should be us. Cariad shook her head. You mean? There's something wrong with you, Anahi. Seriously, you aren't the person I worked with on the Nova Fortuna project. She turned to Strongquist and Faina. I believe Anahi may have suffered brain damage while in cryonic suspension or during revival. She should be medically examined and treated if necessary. It's only manifested over the last few weeks, but she's becoming more and more irrational with each day that passes. How dare you! Anahi shouted, rising to her feet. She took a breath as if to launch into a verbal attack. Then she smiled and sat down. Why should I care what you think, Cariad? If I'm suffering from brain damage, how is it that most of the Woken agree with me? You must be about the only dissenter. Which makes me wonder why Strongquist even invited you to this meeting.
Cariad performed a great service to this colony, and I believe that many gens and some Woken respect her opinion. Despite your assertions, she is as influential as anyone sitting around this table.
Anahi simmered, but she didn't reply.
So what's the way forward? Garwin asked. We need to find a way to make things work between all parties. I'm sure none of us want the Guardians put in a position where they feel the need to exercise their mandate.
Ethan said,
The way forward is to return to how things were. We elect a gen leader and we get on with making our new home habitable, without interference.
No, said Anahi. The proposal of a gen leader is off the table. I won't countenance it, and neither will the rest of the Woken. If you ever prove capable of following the rules we set out, maybe we'll think about it. But I doubt that's going to happen in the near future. Ethan's expression darkened. He was about to respond, but Garwin laid a hand on his arm. An unspoken message passed between them that Cariad couldn't interpret.
I have a solution that I believe both sides might agree on. How about this? If, whenever a gen sees the necessity of deviating from the manual, they send up a request along with their reasons for it, then Anahi, as leader, can grant it or not.
Ethan shot Garwin an indignant look. The older man gripped the younger's arm tighter. Ethan looked down and remained silent. Something ulterior was going on between the two men, but Cariad couldn't guess what it was. After a few moments' consideration, Anahi replied, I think I could live with that. A collective breath exhaled. The mood in the room lightened a notch, though not on Ethan's part. He remained gazing downward, a frown creasing his brow. The attendees began to shift in their seats. The meeting seemed to be drawing to a close, but Cariad still had questions. Strongquist, do you have any updates on your investigation into the stadium bomber?
Only in the negative sense, I'm afraid. I inquired of all the Woken about the name you recognized from the list of natural movement followers, but no one else remembers him. We've also gone through all the backgrounds of every Woken, revived or not, and we haven't turned up a single lead.
Ethan asked,
Are you saying the bomber was a gen? No, I'm not saying that. But now that we've thoroughly explored that avenue of inquiry, we are turning to the gens. Of the two groups, it's the least likely to harbour natural movement members. That's why we looked into the Woken first. But if the natural movement infiltrator died with the first generation, it's possible that the cult has been passed down somehow, from one generation to the next.
Cariad said, There's one more thing I want to talk about. You told us today that the Guardians have a mandate to save the colony at all costs. That's the first I or anyone else heard about it as far as I know. Let's be frank, we're almost entirely in the dark about you. You've told us hardly anything about who you are or what's happened on Earth since we left. Are you from the global government? I guess you're military, seeing as you're armed. But whose military are you? And how come you're so intent on making a success of the colony? Strongquist looked uncomfortable but nodded. He couldn't twist his way out of answering Cariad's questions, put directly and in front of others.
All good points. Yes, we are from the global government. We were sent to save you when the natural movement's plan to sabotage the colony was discovered in the historical records, as you know. But we are also here to protect the colony because you represent humanity's hope. As Faina said in the stadium, Earth, Mars, and the outer moons are overpopulated. They are also polluted and low on resources. When we set off, longer than 18 years ago, the situation was dire. Now it's probably at crisis point. The solar system is not a place you would wish to return to. The one reason that the resources required to build our ship and send us here were allowed was in order to save you. You are humankind's hope. If the Nova Fortuna colonists succeed, there is a chance for the rest of humanity.
Do you mean that if we make the colony viable, we can expect refugees from Earth? As far as we're aware, Faina replied, no refugee ships have departed Earth to come here. The global government is struggling to keep everyone fed, let alone anything else. It would find it hard to justify spending the billions needed to build a ship that would only save a few thousand people. Besides, overwhelming a fledgling colony with thousands more mouths to feed wouldn't be in anyone's best interests. Which isn't to say that, at some point in the future, you might not receive some arrivals hoping for a fresh start, but I don't think you need to worry too much about that right now. However, if the colony flourishes, it will prove that deep space colonization could be the long-term answer to the problems in the solar system. She placed her hands palm downward on the tabletop and leaned forward. We want you to succeed. Humanity needs you to succeed. We'll do whatever it takes to ensure that. Succeed at any cost? Cariad asked bitterly. If it means killing innocent people who just happen to have a different opinion? Is that a price worth paying? I didn't think that was what we were trying to build here. If their opinions are invalid and their actions harmful, Anahi said, we have every right to deny them, with force if necessary. If someone gets hurt as a result, is that our fault? But anyway, we have the Guardian's word they won't harm anyone unless it's absolutely necessary for the sake of the colony. Now, it's time to move on from this circular argument. I have an announcement to make. Starting tomorrow, the process of reviving the remaining individuals in cryonic suspension will resume. We've looked at the problems that led to failures in the past, and we believe we've ironed them out. With more Woken around, we'll have the benefit of additional expertise. Everything should go more smoothly. I'd appreciate it if you would lend a hand with the process, Cariad. I understand that you oversaw many of the more successful revivals after you'd recovered from your own. Cariad hesitated, surprised. The invitation was the last thing she'd expected from Anahi. She was sure the woman must hate her, following her recent interfering. Then she remembered the saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Was this Anahi's way of keeping an eye on her? It didn't matter. The saying worked both ways, and several of her friends were still lying frozen in slush. If an attempt was going to be made to revive them, she wanted to be there. Sure, I'd be happy to help. I thought you would agree. I put someone rather important to the top of the list. The colony needs a clear sense of purpose and direction, and so tomorrow you can be in attendance at the reviving of Aubreo. Cariad's heart sank. Chapter 14. Ethan watched the curve of the planet's surface straighten out as the shuttle sank lower into the atmosphere. Below, the regular lines of the settlement were clear to see, carved on the natural landscape. After the heat of the meeting, his emotions were finally calming. The sight of the settlement and the planet they had yet to name provoked an unfamiliar feeling in him. The only sensation he could liken it to was how he used to feel when he was a little boy, returning to the kindergartner's dorm at the end of the day. His spirits would rise when he saw the room and his caregivers. Even the smell of the place made him feel warm and content. His feeling at that moment in the shuttle was similar, only stronger. He was looking forward to returning to the farmer's temporary housing, and maybe tomorrow he would go out to his farm, though he would stay well away from the lake. He had planted seed with Cherry's help. Perhaps the shoots would be showing. Though the Nova had arrived only 2 months prior, he already felt a kind of bonding with the new planet, greater than anything he'd felt in all his years aboard ship. Garwin, who had been dozing in the seat beside him, stirred and woke up. He peered out the window. "Nearly there. You know, I never thought much about the planet until now," Ethan said. "I always focused on what we were supposed to be doing here. It was always, what do we have to do now, according to the manual? What do we have to do exactly right? That's how you and I were brought up, wasn't it? As far back as I can remember.
From the moment I left my milk mother until arrival day, everything I did, everything I learned was aimed at one purpose: build a colony, survive. That's how I saw things too. But look at it. Did you ever see such a wonderful sight?
Garwin smiled.
Never. Not in any vid of earth. Not even in art. And you know what? It's ours. It belongs to us. Living here is what we were created for. We mustn't ever let anyone take it away from us.
He was finally understanding what the feeling in his gut was. For the first time, he was seeing the planet as home. Not only that, he knew he would fight to his dying breath for his right to live on it however he wanted. The conflict with Anahi and her supporters wasn't about Woken versus Gens, or minor points like whether flitters should be used for non-emergencies. It was about protecting his home, his territory, and his independence. They didn't say much more as the shuttle made its final descent and landed. But as they were leaving the shuttle field, Garwin asked Ethan to follow him. It was soon apparent they were going to the flitter shed. A Gen called Vernie was guarding the vehicles. Ethan only knew him by sight. Vernie's job was to check that the Gens who borrowed the flitters had the authority to do so. The man took no notice when Garwin went in and beckoned Ethan to do the same. Inside, the space was full of the boxy, flat-bottomed vehicles, their covers down. Only one was missing from its bay now that it was nearly evening.
"Are we going somewhere?"
Ethan asked.
"We're not today. I wanted to bring you here so we can talk without being overheard."
Garwin moved closer and held his gaze firmly.
"With most of the Woken remaining shipside, we have the planet virtually to ourselves. If we find a site for another settlement soon and transfer everything and everyone there little by little, well, we could do it under their noses. It's we Gens who are in charge of most everything down here. We could manage it if we were careful. Then, once we've built our defences at the new place, the final few who are managing the facade of a working settlement can transfer over. When the next Woken or Guardian visits, they'll find a ghost town."
"I think it's a great idea," Ethan replied. He glanced around the shed.
"I'm guessing this is the reason you brought me here." "You guessed right. I can't leave my job for long periods without it being noticed. But you have the perfect excuse to be away from the settlement. Everyone will assume you're working on your farm, and no one's likely to check on you. You're also a lot younger than me. I have to admit, I'm not up to spending hours travelling about these days. Vernie here will let you take a flitter, no questions asked. I want you to look for a place, somewhere like this area, where the vegetation isn't too dense and the ground is flat. Somewhere that seems safe. As soon as you've found it, we'll build a fence, set up a generator, and start bringing supplies over. Before we know it, we'll have a new home."
As the impact of what Garwin was suggesting settled in, Ethan didn't answer right away. Garwin mistook his silence for reluctance to agree.
"You'll be doing it for Gen autonomy, don't forget. But if you want to think about it, I understand it's a lot to ask." "It isn't a lot to ask at all. All my life I've wanted to be an explorer. You just gave me the perfect opportunity. I'll start out at first light tomorrow."
When Ethan returned to the flitter shed the following morning, he was surprised to find someone besides Vernie there. She seemed to be waiting for him. "Hi," Cherry said. "I hope you brought plenty to eat. I couldn't sneak much off the table at breakfast."
"I have plenty of food, but Garwin didn't mention anyone else coming along."
"He must have forgotten. I suggested that 2 people should go. You know, in case something bad happens. Then the other one can go and get help."
"Makes sense, I guess."
He scanned the identical flitters in their bays before pointing at the one nearest the door.
"We'll take that. Jump in. Wait, did you bring your weapon? We don't know what we might find out there."
"Of course. What did you think I was gonna do? Leave it at home and let the slug limpets get me?"
"The what?"
The creatures that ate the people in the first night attack.
Is that what we're calling them now?
The memory of Lauren's corpse threatened from the edge of his mind. He suppressed the image. Awoken gave them some long scientific name that no one can remember. But we're calling them slug limpets. You know, like the animals in the vids at school. Half slug, half...
I get it. You know they're a lot bigger than slugs and limpets. Don't imagine that if one attacked you, you're going to flick it off.
Of course not. I wasn't there on the first night, thank the stars, but I heard all about it. She had climbed into the flitter. Are we going to set off now? He climbed in the other side, put his bag next to Cherry's on the back seat, and started the vehicle. As it rose 30 centimetres above ground and hovered, the interface screen came alive, displaying a map of the immediate surroundings. Satellites launched from the Nova mapped the terrain and weather systems for several hundred kilometres around, broadcasting the data to the surface. As long as they stayed with the flitter, they would know exactly where they were. The sun was just coming up and the streets were quiet. He drove the flitter the shortest route to the gate in the electric fence. It opened automatically, and they were soon heading out across the fields. He took them in the direction of the lake, as if he were heading toward his farm. As soon as they were out of sight of the settlement, however, he veered sharply right. Cherry had been training her weapon on random items in the landscape, turning to keep them in sight as they passed by. At his change of direction, she lowered her gun and peered at the interface. "Where are we going?" Instead of replying, he took one hand off the steering disc and touched the interface image with his finger and thumb, pulling it smaller and increasing the scale. The flashing red dot that signified their vehicle slowed its pace rapidly on the larger map. Their direction was obvious. "The ocean! Great idea!" A grin spread across his face.
"We'll be the first humans to ever see it up close."
"But what if they have those thread monsters that lived in the lake there, only 10 times bigger?"
"Don't worry, we won't go too near the water. Only look at it from a safe distance."
They'd been travelling for around 2 hours and the sun was well up when Cherry lowered the flitter cover. The wind was invigorating. They were passing through a wide valley meandering between high hills. Below them was what looked like an ancient dry riverbed filled with water-rounded boulders. "Do you think, when the Woken and Guardians see that we've all left the settlement to strike out on our own, they'll come looking for us?"
"I don't doubt it."
"And will they be able to find us?"
"They'll find us for sure. We can't go far. We don't have the equipment all the time. If we did, maybe we could hide on the other side of the planet. Then it might be a long while before they found us. Hiding from them forever isn't the point, though. What we want to do is get out from their control. If they come after us and try to force us to return, we'll put up enough of a fight for them to conclude it isn't worth their while to make us come back. I hope it doesn't come to that. I don't think most of the Woken or the Guardians are bad people. They just don't trust us to not mess up. They won't do us much harm if we make it clear that all we want is to be left alone. They probably wouldn't go so far as to turn us into slaves or anything. At least, not according to Cariad. She said one of the aims of the Nova Fortuna project was to create a better society. Fighting each other isn't better, it's taking a step back. I can't believe they would really want that.
"But without us, what'll they do? There aren't enough of them to create a settlement by themselves."
At the meeting Garwin and I went to on the ship, Anahi said they could start up the generation cycles again, create new babies and bring them up. Maybe they'll do that, or return to Earth, though it sounds like conditions are bad there. If it's only the Woken who go, maybe the Guardians could fit them in their ship. I don't know. They can do what they like. It isn't our problem."
He sniffed.
"Does the air smell strange?"
Cherry breathed in deeply through her nose. "Yeah, it smells kind of, hard to describe." He checked the interface. The dot representing their flitter was at the blue edge of the ocean, but the scale of the map was large. He widened the image with his fingers and took another look. They were nearly at the ocean. Hills on their right were obscuring the view. Ahead, the valley petered out and ended in a narrow gap.
"We're almost there,"
he said, excitement rising in his chest.
"It's through that opening."
He pushed the accelerator and pointed the flitter's nose at the patch of sky between the final hills of the valley. He peered ahead. Was it only sky that he could see? Or was that different blue at the bottom something else? The flitter cleared the last tens of meters, and his eyes soaked up the ocean view spreading out before them. Less than a second later, the flitter's nose dipped, and suddenly they were zooming vertically down. Cherry screamed as she fell forward. She hadn't fastened her safety belt. He grabbed her with one hand, while desperately pulling at the steering disc with the other. He was hanging forward. Only his safety belt was preventing his certain death. Cherry's fumbling fingers quickly found and fastened her belt. He could concentrate on controlling the flitter. "What's wrong? Pull it up!" Rocks were zooming up at them.
"I'm trying. It won't move. It's sticking to the cliff. Oh, wait, I've got it."
He pressed the screen. The flitter responded instantly. A handful of meters from the base of the cliff, its nose lifted until it was horizontal once more.
"That was close." "No travelling without safety belts from now on."
He checked the screen. The flitter's default setting was to remain 30 meters above the ground, and he hadn't changed it. The vehicle had done what its program told it, maintaining a short distance between its base. Only the nearest surface had been a cliff face. They were 5 meters above sea level. Blue waves were below and all around them. "This," said Cherry, "is amazing." Ever since he'd been a young child, he had wondered what it would be like to see an ocean. He'd also wondered how it would feel to set foot on the solid ground of a planet, but the concept of an ocean was something else. It was fairly easy to imagine standing in a landscape. The Nova had Main Park, and he'd anticipated that a landscape would be similar, only bigger. To an extent, he'd been right, but it had been almost impossible for him to grasp the concept of a vast sea of quadrillions of liters of water, not like the expanse of space, empty and barren, but somewhere entire ecosystems lived and died under the waves. Vids of oceans on Earth had seemed unreal, like cartoons. The most water he'd ever seen in one place was the contents of the vats that fed the showers. Water was a precious commodity aboard the Nova. The idea of enough of it to fill an ocean boggled his mind. He nodded slowly. The expanse had robbed him of words. He drove the flitter higher, well out of the reach of ocean thread monsters, and brought it around to see the place where they'd exited the hills. The gap they'd come through was clear. Judging from the worn boulders lying on the beach, their death-defying plunge had been along the route of what had once been a waterfall. The dried-up waterfall wasn't the only geographical feature to capture his attention. All along the cliffs each side of it were dark holes. Caves. Chapter 15. For a place where Cariad had spent 184 years of her life, the cryochamber didn't look much like home. In fact, it reminded her of a morgue, and she was glad she hadn't asked to see it before she'd been frozen in suspension all that time ago on Earth. The coffin-sized receptacles holding the bodies slotted into the wall behind steel doors, and their -101 Celsius temperature chilled the room, frosting her exhalations. Beside each door was a panel that displayed the temperature, the occupant's name and number, and his or her physical condition. Sensors constantly scanned for evidence of decay. In the event that the temperature rose or the sensors detected a deterioration in the subject's condition, the individual was supposed to be revived immediately. The cryo units had functioned perfectly up until now, though that hadn't prevented problems from occurring during the revival process. Anahi had come along to the cryo chamber, as well as Dr. Montford, the woken physician who had treated Cariad after the stadium bombing, and Alastair, the medic who had also attended her. Montford was a cryonic revival specialist who had joined the project just before departure. None of the physicians who had put the subjects into suspension had applied to be one of those preserved, only serving to highlight the riskiness of the procedure. Dr. Montford had been one of the first to be revived by the gens, and the only person in that initial batch to survive unscathed. Alastair was preparing the equipment on the cart that would transport Aubrio to a revival room. As Cariad watched the medic, she wondered which of the open doors and empty holes of vacated cryo units had been hers. It would have been easy to read the panels and find out, but she didn't want to know from which of those hollow graves she had arisen.
"Everything seems perfect,"
Montford said, straightening up from his squatting position next to Aubrio's chamber. He turned to Alastair.
"The cart's ready?"
"Yes, I've double-checked all the equipment. It's at the correct temperature."
"Then let's begin."
Montford's tone had the air of someone enjoying a long-anticipated treat. He seemed about to rub his hands together in glee. The doctor squatted down again and inserted a card into a slot before swiping the display screen and pressing the keys that appeared. There was a click. The seal was broken. The door slowly, smoothly swung open. Montford keyed in another instruction, and the cryo unit slid out to its fullest extent. It was a transparent box, its sides and base threaded with fine wires. A translucent white gel filled the box, and suspended within it was a human body. Aubrio. He was pale, entirely hairless, corpse-like. Cariad's stomach twisted. She had passed many decades in the same state, a hair's breadth from death. "Excuse me," Alastair said as he wheeled the cart over to the opened unit. She stepped out of his way, and he positioned the cart parallel to the box. Two slim arms lowered and slid under it. The arms lifted and retracted, so the box moved over and onto the cart. The cart's monitoring equipment sprang to life, drawing data from contacts.
"Looking good,"
said Montford as he checked the readings.
"Let's go."
Alastair activated the cart's electric motor and guided it toward the chamber exit. Cariad followed in its wake with the others. Feeling like she was in a funeral procession, she grasped for a distraction. She asked Montford, "How have you altered the revival process to reduce the rate of complications?"
"I thought you might ask me that. I haven't done anything very sophisticated. I've slowed the process down and increased the monitoring. I analysed all the data we had on the completed revivals. We were too ambitious in our estimation of how long it would take for organs and nerves to resume normal functioning. The problem was, the information on successful revivals that took place prior to the project was sparse."
"Not enough data to base our predictions on," Montford continued.
"I've set the revival equipment to automatically halt the moment the monitors pick up an abnormal reading. We'll wait a while before resuming the process. If the readings continue to register as abnormal, I may make the decision to lower the patient's temperature and resume suspension before any further damage is done."
"That sounds sensible," Montford asked.
"Did you do something similar with the few you oversaw?"
Before she could answer, Anahi interrupted. "So if something goes wrong, you're saying we won't revive Aubrio?"
"That's correct. Better to remain in suspension with a chance of a revival later than risk permanent impairment or death, don't you think?"
"I'm not sure I agree. I've adjusted to my sightlessness, and we have the materials and skills to fashion other disability aids. I'd rather be here and blind than still in suspension. However, I bow to your superior judgment. For now. Anahi was clearly determined to have Aubreo up and around at almost any cost. It wasn't hard for Cariad to guess why. Anahi wasn't a natural leader, but Aubreo was. She was clearly hoping to align him to her cause and profit from the man's dictatorial skills. The procession proceeded to the revival room. The equipment it contained was highly specialized. From the warming unit that would gradually increase the temperature of the suspension gel by points of a degree at a time, all the devices were geared to the sole purpose of returning a long-frozen human body to normal health. Entering the room brought back strong memories of her own awakening, which she'd relived after the bombing. The place was decorated in pastel shades, intended to be easy on eyes that hadn't worked for nearly 2 centuries. She recalled the pale yellows and blues as the first thing she'd registered as she'd slowly come to, when her new life had begun. Alastair and Montford placed Aubreo's cryo-unit inside a white plasti-steel container for the first stage of the process.
"Attach him,"
Montford said to Alastair.
"I'll be back in a moment."
As he passed Cariad and Anahi, who were watching from the door, he said,
"There's no need for you to hang around. You know that nothing interesting is going to happen for a few days."
He added to Anahi,
"I'll keep you informed of progress, leader."
He walked away down the corridor, and without a word to Cariad, Anahi also left. Alastair was busily connecting wires and flipping switches. Cariad asked, "How many revivals have you assisted with, Alastair?"
"I was involved with most of them."
He glanced at her with a smile.
"In case you're wondering, yes, I helped with yours. Don't you remember?"
He inserted a final jack and stood back before taking a slow walk around the revival container and double-checking the readout screen. She recalled her glimpse of Aubreo's prone figure in frozen slush. He'd been lying on his side in the recovery position. "What's it like for you, watching us return to life?"
"Weird at first, but you get used to it."
Alastair folded his arms and frowned for a moment before saying,
"Your revival was straightforward, textbook in fact, but you were young compared to the rest. Others weren't so lucky. We did what we could, but sometimes their hearts just refused to start. Or just when we thought they were fine, their hearts would stop, and nothing we did would get them going. Or everything would seem normal, but their reflexes were dead. Then, when they regained consciousness, they couldn't move their arms or legs. Or everything worked physically, but their brains were mush. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound so callous."
"I know. And it's okay. We all knew the risks. Thanks for bringing me back."
"No problem."
"So what does Dr. Montford's new process entail exactly?"
"Nothing much for 72 hours. We'll begin internal warming afterward, through the circulatory system, bladder, stomach, intestines and lungs."
"Lungs?"
"Sure. It's another of the doctor's innovations. We spend the first 9 months of life with our lungs filled with amniotic fluid, and the patients don't begin breathing until right at the end of the process."
"How long will it be before you know the revival is successful?"
"Montford said 10 days before we replace the suspension fluid with blood. I think it's at least another 5 days after that before we attempt to start the heart. I'd say 3 weeks minimum, but you're better off talking to the doctor."
3 weeks. A lot could happen in 3 weeks. She turned to leave.
"Did you know this man, Aubreo, back on Earth?"
Alastair asked. She'd almost forgotten he was a Gen. So very few of them remained aboard the Nova, she'd grown used to thinking of everyone she encountered as Woken. "Yeah, I knew him. I'm surprised you don't too. Didn't you cover the founding of the Nova Fortuna project in history at school?"
"I did. I wasn't that interested, though. It's hard to care about a place so far away and events that took place so long ago." "So Aubreo was a founder?"
"He was the primary financier." When Alastair's expression still failed to register understanding, she added, "The owner of Mercantor Enterprises."
Oh!
Recognition dawned on Alastair's face. He looked down at the frozen figure and took a step back, as if he was frightened of disturbing him.
I had no idea he came along.
It was his primary condition before contributing to the funding. He liquidated all his assets and sunk every last cred into the project. Even so, he barely scraped the 51% holding required to have the final say in board decisions. Aubryo was first on the list for cryonic suspension. It looks like he was forgotten in the race to revive the key scientists.
You mean he gave up everything? The ability to have whatever he wanted, and taking a chance of never waking up, just to be part of the colonization?
That's the short version. The long story is he took his majority holding and used it to ensure he did everything in his power to make sure he survived and the colony was a success. I know Aubryo personally because the minute the preparations began, he insisted on knowing about everything that was happening, in detail. He questioned everything too, even stuff he had absolutely no understanding of. Made all the scientists and engineers dumb it down until he thought he knew what it meant. Then he would challenge our decisions and suggest different ways of doing things, insisting we try them out, claiming to know better. Made our lives hell, basically, with constant interference, as if preparing for humanity's first deep space colonization project wasn't hard enough. She drew breath. The sight of Aubryo was causing long-forgotten memories to resurface. His constant obsessive observation and criticism had driven her crazy. More than once she'd been tempted to slap his smug face when he doubted her assertions, which were based on groundbreaking, world-renowned research she had personally conducted. Alastair said, smiling,
"I'm guessing you want to know when he wakes up, so you can be as far away as possible."
Something like that. No, not really. You know the problems we've been having? I think Anahi plans on gaining Aubryo's support to tighten her grip on the colony. Reviving Aubryo is like trying to put out a fire with gasoline. Alastair frowned. He probably didn't know what gas was. A very bad idea.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to do the opposite of what I want to do. I'm going to stick to Aubryo like glue, hoping for some damage control.
Do you want me to tell you as soon as he's awake?
Can you do that? You aren't worried about getting into trouble with Anahi? He shrugged.
We could pretend you happened along at the right time. Anyway, I don't care if she guesses what I did. I hate that crazy bitch.
I really appreciate it. I want to warn you, though, the second he's awake, stay the hell out of his way. Aubryo is going to be so pissed he wasn't the first to be revived. Chapter 16. Ethan could hardly believe his luck in finding what seemed to be the perfect place for a new gen-controlled settlement on his very first scouting trip. He'd considered exploring farther before telling Garwin of he and Cherry's find, but Cherry had been as excited as him and had wanted to show Garwin the place right away. As they sped along in the flitter, returning to the site, Garwin was with Ethan in the front of the vehicle. Cherry was watching for dangerous life forms from the back, her rifle at the ready. Shelf clouds were building darkly and threatening rain, but Ethan estimated they had 2 or 3 dry hours ahead.
"I have to say,"
Garwin remarked,
"it feels good to get away for a while. I don't seem to step far from the workshop or home these days."
"How is work going?" Ethan asked. "Are there many more machines to assemble?"
"Hundreds, and I also have to deliver and sometimes install them, and instruct on their operation. Then people are always forgetting how something works or breaking it. I'm always busy. I don't see my work letting up for years to come. I'll have to start training some youngsters soon too. Otherwise no one will know how to fix anything when us older mechanics retire. Will Twyla get suspicious while you're out here now? Ethan asked, remembering that Garwin's wife wasn't yet aware of the subversive movement he headed. They would have to tell all the gens what they were doing soon, but after the fight at the farmer's equipment shed, Ethan didn't think they would face many objections to their plan. "No, it's fine," Garwin replied. "She's used to me disappearing for hours." "Those are the hills I was telling you about," Ethan said as they appeared on the horizon. After passing a few more kilometers in silence, Garwin said, "I'm going to reserve final judgment until I've seen these caves, but I want to say I'm not entirely convinced by the idea of building the settlement there. I agree that caves would be terrific hiding places. I don't think the satellites or the Mistral scanners will pick us up once we're inside. But what seems a sanctuary could easily turn into a trap. We might be able to prevent an attacking force from getting in, but they could also prevent us from getting out. All they have to do is lay siege to the place, and eventually they'll starve us into submission." "I thought of that," Ethan said, "but these caves are full of passages. We can probably find plenty of exit routes to escape from if we're under attack." Garwin nodded. "Okay. Let's see. Fasten your safety belts. We're nearly at the old waterfall." Ethan had disengaged the default setting on the flitter. This time, when they zoomed out over the ocean, the vehicle didn't drop precipitously downward. Glancing at Garwin's profile, Ethan saw a grin growing wider over the older man's face as he surveyed the ocean. The rising clouds had only marginally dimmed its deep blue. "Whatever we find at these caves, Ethan, I'm glad you brought me here today." Spitting rain began to hit. They would have to get under cover soon to avoid the approaching downpour. Ethan's gaze roved the cliff face before locating an opening large enough for the flitter. He flew the vehicle over and settled it down on the floor, which was thick with soft dust. When he stepped out, his boot sank a couple of centimeters into the dry material. Reaching into the flitter, he picked up his weapon. After his encounters during the first night attack and Cherry's experience by the lake, he wasn't taking any chances. The cave went back 10 meters or so before the interior was lost in darkness. "Not bad," Garwin said, looking around. "Not bad at all. And I could make out plenty more entrances in the cliff. If the place is safe and has other exits, maybe this would make the ideal setting for our new settlement." He took out a bag containing helmets with lights. "After you told me about what you found, I made these. If we decide to move here, we can fix up a permanent lighting system. But for now, these will come in handy." He turned on the lights before handing a helmet each to Ethan and Cherry. Ethan put his on and went deeper into the cave, his boots sinking in and leaving deeply ridged footprints at every step. The first human footprints ever in that place. The light beaming from his helmet bobbed in time with his steps, illuminating more of the back of the cave. The walls were smooth, as if water had once flowed through it. The other caves he and Cherry had examined had looked the same. He imagined the cliff face filled with pouring spouts of water. "Let's see how far back it goes," Ethan said, as Cherry and Garwin came up behind him. "But no splitting up," Cherry replied. "And if we're in danger of getting lost, we come out immediately, okay? No one else knows we're here, and I don't want to die just yet." The farther they went in, the narrower the cave grew. They didn't appear to be in any danger of getting lost. It was one long tunnel. Gradually the floor rose. The roof remained the same height, however, so they were soon stooping. A black gap in the wall opened on Ethan's right. "I'm gonna take a look in here. If it goes somewhere, I'll call out." The gap was tall, but only wide enough to squeeze through by turning sideways. Ethan eased in, the reflection from his helmet light briefly shining on the smoothly polished rock. He was temporarily blinded.
The narrow space soon opened wide, but he stopped when he was through, waiting for the green glare affecting his eyes to fade. As he blinked, his view of the space became clearer. He was in a bowl-shaped chamber. The floor sloped down to the center, and at the far side a hole opened in the ceiling. At one time, water might have entered the chamber from above and pooled temporarily before running out and down the tunnel to the ocean. There was no other exit. He spent a few more moments assessing the chamber. It was entirely dry, and so deep within the cliffs the cool temperature should remain steady. He couldn't see any signs of animals or their droppings. The area would make a perfect storage place. He left to give Garwin and Cherry his assessment, turning sideways once more and edging through the gap. As he emerged into the main tunnel, the first thing he noticed was the lights from his companions' lamps moving oddly. Then he saw the reason for the odd effect. They were locked in a close embrace. Garwin and Cherry were kissing with an intensity that indicated a passionate, intimate relationship. His face grew hot with embarrassment. He took a step backward into the gap and paused, resting against the wall while he decided what to do. He scraped his helmet against the rocky surface, making plenty of noise. When he returned to the main tunnel, Garwin and Cherry were standing apart, looking like they'd hardly moved the entire time he'd been gone. "It doesn't lead anywhere," Ethan said, and explained what he'd seen. "Maybe we could use it for storing food." "Great," said Garwin. "This side is looking better and better. Let's see if we can find another exit, and maybe we'll have time to explore a few more caves before we leave." Cherry said, "Maybe some of them link up." More gaps appeared in the walls and ceiling as they went on, but not like the first. All were shallow dead ends. They exited and flew to another cave. After exploring 2 more, the sun was getting low in the sky, and they decided to call it a day. Garwin and Cherry sat in the back while Ethan flew the flitter through the looming twilight. The rain had stopped, and the surrounding hills grew colourless and dark as the sun disappeared. The only sound was the wind. It was fresh and humid after the rain. Ethan didn't turn around while he drove, leaving Garwin and Cherry to their privacy. The sight of them kissing had awakened mixed emotions in him. First had come the shock. He had heard the rumours about Garwin, but it was another thing to be confronted with the evidence. Next came the ache and grief of his memories of Lauren. Finally, he felt something he realised he'd been denying to himself. As well as Lauren, the image of his friend's embrace had brought Cariad to his mind. He missed her and regretted their recent disagreement and unhappy parting. Chapter 17. Cariad surveyed the offerings at the buffet for tonight's dinner. Balls of yeast, flavoured and coloured to look like meatballs, floated in tomato sauce. Rolls of steamed rice wrapped in layers of dried seaweed. Algae strips nestled among assorted fungi. Deep-fried crickets rested on a bed of taro mash. She helped herself to some meatballs and salad and carried her tray to a table. The remaining refectory in use aboard the Nova was much quieter now than it had been before most of the gens had gone planet-side. Though at the time she hadn't much liked the noise and bustle they created, she found that, now they were gone, she missed the crowds. Their absence had also made the seating arrangements more noticeable and fraught. Only 100 or so woken ate in a room designed to hold 5 times their number, and who sat with whom and who sat alone was extremely obvious. She had adopted a default position, assuming that her vocal opposition to Anahi meant that no one would want to be seen with her. She always sat at an empty table. Occasionally, an old acquaintance would take the political risk of joining her, but often no one did. She didn't really mind or blame anyone, but sometimes she felt the absence of company. Opening her personal interface, she propped it up before digging her fork into the meatballs. She re-examined the links Strongquist had sent regarding the investigation into the bombing. Frederick Aparicio stood out in her mind, but it stubbornly refused to yield any more information about him. The more she thought about it, the more she was convinced that he had to be significant. He'd been on the covert list of Natural Movement members, yet though she'd had nothing to do with the organisation, she knew his name and recognised him. The answer was buried somewhere deep in her memory, if only her mind would let it through. Long experience of fathoming out scientific problems had taught her the best thing to do was to avoid thinking about the thing bothering her. She should put Aparicio out of her mind altogether. Then the link would probably pop out soon enough. But naturally, the more she tried not to think about him, the more he sprang unbidden into her thoughts. She chewed thoughtfully on a mouthful of algae and fungi salad, gazing at the frozen image of the man's face, staring up at the camera in the lobby of the building where he'd worked. He'd been a systems engineer, an odd profession for a Natural Movement member. The Guardian had said a fair proportion of them had occupied technical professions. Supposedly anti-science, they'd possessed that all-too-human hypocrisy about their beliefs. "Frederick," she murmured, "how did I know you? Are you working?" She looked up to see Renee, a young soil biologist who had been her roommate when they were both recovering from revival. "Not on anything productive," she replied, closing her interface. "I won't disturb you if you're busy." "It's fine. Please, sit down." Renee put down her tray next to Cariad's. "Thanks," Cariad said. "For what?" "Sitting with me. I'm not exactly popular at the moment." "You mean for standing up against our new self-appointed leader? You're more popular than you think. More than a few of us feel the same as you. We're worried about the direction all this is heading, but we aren't sure what to do about it." She put down her fork. "You aren't sure what to do? It's easy. Stand up to her." "I only said some of us. Anahi has plenty of followers who think she hasn't done anything wrong. And you know what scientists are like. We hate getting involved in things that might take us away from our work. But don't think you're alone, because you aren't." Renee picked up a fried cricket with her fingers and bit it in half before crunching up her mouthful. "Some of us want to swing things back to a more equitable situation with the gens too, but we don't know how. If you really want to do something, you can start by speaking out. Let Anahi know she doesn't have a unanimous backing for whatever she wants to do. That might make her think twice before introducing yet another rule to crush gen autonomy. Or it might not. I don't know. I think she may be mentally unstable, and nothing anyone says or does will deter her. But it's worth trying." "You're right. We should do that." "And when you hear anyone praising what she's doing, challenge them. Remind them why we're all here, what our intentions were for the colony. They seem to have been forgotten, but you remember, don't you? You remember the kind of world we wanted to build? We wanted to leave behind corruption and selfishness and start afresh with better ideals. If the colony were made up of people brought up without the influences of human societies, it wouldn't be unequal or cruel or uncaring. That was the idea. I guess we thought wrong." "Did we? Maybe if we hadn't come along too, the gens would have achieved that. Maybe it's our presence that's creating the problem. But we shouldn't give up on that ideal. Things were going okay until Anahi decided to seize power. We can put things right again if we're given the chance. I'm sure of it." "You think all these problems are due to our being here? I guess that old saying is true. Wherever you go, there you are. We've brought the contagion with us. Even the Natural Movement came along for the ride. As if we didn't have enough to contend with. But that has something to do with what's happened. People are frightened, and when they're frightened, they see enemies everywhere, even in people who are really their friends. Maybe if we catch the natural movement saboteurs, the Woken and Gens would put aside their differences and reconcile. Maybe. Renee ate the other half of her cricket. I could never learn to enjoy those things. Too many legs. I like them, full of protein too. She popped another small one into her mouth. What I wouldn't give for a cheese sandwich, Cariad said, looking at her meal. She pushed her tray away. On rye with mayo. Are we going to have one of those foods I miss conversations? They only make the cravings worse, you know. Unless you hid some cow eggs and sperm aboard the ship, I don't think you'll be eating cheese again any time soon. No, Cariad replied wistfully. No cow eggs or sperm, or pigs, dogs, cats, chickens or ducks. No salmons, trouts, tunas or oysters. The decision to not introduce any Earth animals to the New World had been beyond debate. Any escapees into the alien environment could be disastrous, putting the ecological systems entirely out of balance. Growing Earth crops was risky enough. As for insects bred aboard the Nova, they were only available to eat on the ship. None would ever be taken down to the surface. On the New World, all food would be plant-based. The mention of animal game eats tickled a memory at the back of Cariad's mind, but the sensation was so slight she barely noticed it. The thing I hate about it all, said Renee, is going down to take soil samples. I feel so uncomfortable working among the Gens. I feel like I should wear a sign that says, I'm on your side. I try to tell them that, but I don't think they believe me. She ran a fork around her plate, scooping up the last of her taro mash as she went on. One of my last thoughts before they put me under for suspension was that I was looking forward to meeting the people who would be here when I was revived. I thought it would be cool to meet people who had grown up on a starship. She ate her forkful of food and asked, Did you guess that the colouring and build of the Gens would homogenize like they did? To be honest, I didn't even consider it. We selected for health mostly, absence of recessive gene conditions, and sociability. Intelligence and other factors were a crapshoot. We predicted that we needed a range for a successful society. She frowned. The topic of the conversation was ringing a bell in her mind. What's wrong? I feel like there's something important I've forgotten, something to do with the gene selection process. Does it matter anymore? Renee asked. That was a hell of a long time ago. If you forgot something, there's no going back now. No, it isn't that. It's... What were you saying? I was talking about how the Gens all ended up black-haired and olive-skinned. I was wondering if you or the other geneticists knew that would happen. And I said... Cariad gasped. That's how I know Frederick Aparicio. Excuse me? Frederick Aparicio. That's why I recognized him. Sorry, Renee, I have to go. She got up. Thanks for the talk. Remember to tell the others what I said. Stand up to Anahi. Show her she's going to be held accountable. See you soon. She hurried out of the refectory. She needed to speak to Strongquist. As she sped down the corridor to her quarters, where she would be able to calm him in private, the memory of Frederick Aparicio sitting in her office on Earth played as clearly as if it had happened yesterday. As soon as she reached her cabin, she opened a comm to the Guardian's ship. She had to wait to speak to Strongquist, and as she was waiting, she puzzled over something. The Guardians had all the documentation relating to the Nova Fortuna project, from start to finish. So why hadn't Strongquist come across Aparicio in a simple search of the records? Chapter 18. Cariad's face was vivid in Ethan's mind. He was glad he'd invited her to spend a day planetside with him, but he was also conflicted. The building of the new settlement at the Oceanside Caves was progressing rapidly, and the secret would weigh heavily on him while he was with her. He wasn't comfortable about hiding what the gens were doing from someone he'd grown close to. The problem was, the secret wasn't his to tell. It was something involving all gens. He couldn't betray them by telling Awoken about it, even though he personally trusted her to not do anything. Yet it was inevitable that Cariad would find out. There would come a time in the not-too-distant future when all the Woken and Guardians would discover the old settlement was nearly empty and most of the supplies gone. What would she think then? She would know he had deliberately withheld the truth from her. Would she understand? Or would she be hurt that he hadn't trusted her? He didn't know. All he could do was hope that one day he would get the chance to explain, and that eventually she would forgive him. The only alternative was to avoid seeing her for weeks. He couldn't bring himself to do that. She was the one person who really meant something to him since Lauren and Dr. Crowley had died. The shuttle wouldn't arrive for another hour, but he had nothing else to do, so he went to the flitter shed to borrow a vehicle. He planned on taking Cariad out to his farm to show her the green shoots sprouting in his fields and the small progress he'd made on the prefabricated farmhouse. In truth, Cherry had done most of the field work. She had turned out to be extremely adept and efficient at using the machinery. Perhaps that was one secret he wouldn't need to keep. The flitter shed was nearly empty. Most of the vehicles were being used to ferry equipment and supplies to the caves. With Verney in charge, he could turn a blind eye to the practice. Ethan took one of the few remaining vehicles and flew it to the shuttle field. An office had recently been constructed there to process shipments and passenger arrivals and departures. A step in the settlement plan too prominent to avoid. The gens had built the office, but it was to be their final construction at the settlement. He parked the flitter in the lot and leaned back in his seat, putting his hands behind his head. Settling in for the wait, he enjoyed the pleasant anticipation of an afternoon with his friend. He looked up in the direction of the shuttle's approach. The sky was unusually empty of clouds. In a while he would see a glint of light, the first sign of the descending aircraft as the sun reflected from its metal skin. Cariad would have already boarded. He imagined her in her seat, looking out of the window or reading her interface, her expression serious and intent. He liked how she always thought deeply about things, but he also loved it when she laughed. The interior of the flitter was warming up in the sunshine, making him sleepy. Soon he was in a light doze, and memories mixed with dreams played through his mind. He was young again, kindergarten age, and he was at Main Park with his class and teacher. All his classmates were playing or running through the grass and trees. Main Park was one of his favourite places. He loved the bright lights here, which his teacher had told him helped the trees to grow, and the smell of the air. It was cleaner and fresher than anywhere else. He was also fascinated by the clock. Every time his class came here, he would look up at it to read the numbers. Each time they were different. The numbers at the end of the line changed as he watched, and they counted down, which was strange. All the other clocks he'd seen counted up. His teacher had told the class that the clock was counting down to a special event called Arrival Day. He didn't understand what that meant. He thought that to arrive somewhere, you had to travel there, like when he went from the children's dorm to school on the transit car. He didn't understand how they could be travelling when nothing around him moved. His teacher had said that Arrival Day would be when they reached their new home. He was looking up at the clock, watching the numbers change, when someone tapped him on his shoulder. He spun around just in time to see a little girl running away. She was from another class. He didn't know her name. As she was running, she looked over her shoulder and giggled. Then she stopped and grinned. "You can't catch me." "Yes, I can," he exclaimed, and took off after her. The girl gave a squeal and sped away, darting behind some shrubs. He followed, but the girl had disappeared. He paused. Where had she gone? She had to be on the other side of the bushes. He ran quickly around, just in time to see the flick of her ponytail and the flash of her heels before she vanished. He ran after her as fast as he could, but the girl was too quick. They ran around and around the shrub, panting and giggling. He was getting dizzy. He wanted to catch the girl, but how? He had an idea. He quickly about-faced and ran back the other way. A moment later, he collided with the girl and they bounced off each other before falling down onto the grass. Immediately, the girl stuck her knuckles in her eyes and began to sob loudly. He got up, concerned, rubbing his forehead where he'd hit it. He hadn't meant to hurt the girl. He'd only been playing. Her crying attracted the attention of his teacher. She came over and frowned at him, standing and apparently unharmed, while the girl was sitting on the ground and sobbing. She looked accusingly at him. "What's wrong?" she asked the girl. "Are you hurt? What happened, Ethan? Did you hurt her?" He didn't reply. He had hurt the girl, but only by accident. He hadn't meant to. The girl took her hands from her face and said, "Oh no, he didn't hurt me. We only bumped." She stood up and straightened her playsuit. Wiping away her tears, she gave him a smile. "Okay," said the teacher. "Well, be a little more careful, both of you. If you want to run around, look where you're going." The teacher went away, and the girl invited him to play a game using little sticks. It was a neat game. He had a lot of fun and was sad when the teacher said it was time to leave. He waved goodbye as the girls' class walked away in a crocodile line of pairs. His new friend waved too. He hoped he would see her again. As he stood and watched the girl leave, the park turned strange and fuzzy. His teacher's voice, telling him to hurry up, became distant and indistinct. The sadness he'd been feeling at his friend's departure grew stronger and more painful. He had an ache in his chest that felt like someone had stabbed him. He looked down. The agony was so great, he expected to see a knife handle protruding from his heart. He jerked awake, squinting in the sunlight now shining directly on his face. The flitter was unbearably hot. He opened his door, and refreshing cool air rushed in. The pain from his dream still gripped him. Lauren. He'd dreamt of the first time they'd met. His face was wet, and he was breathing heavily. He slumped back in his seat. Lauren. Her death still hurt so much. Some days he would almost forget she was gone, but on others the memory would hit him like it was yesterday. He didn't think he would ever get over losing her, or the appalling sense of helplessness when he remembered he'd failed to save her life. He wiped his face on his shirt sleeve and checked the time. Almost an hour had passed. The shuttle would be arriving soon. He would have to try to brighten up a little for Cariad's sake, though after his dream he felt almost guilty for arranging to meet with her. It didn't feel right that he should go on living, meeting new people and doing new things, while poor Lauren's life had been cut abruptly short. He squinted up at the sky where the approaching shuttle should soon appear. There it was. He'd seen the telltale flash as the sun hit it. Within moments he saw it properly, the silver wedge swooping down. In 5 minutes it would land, and Cariad would be out soon after she had passed through the new arrival procedure. His sad mood began to lift. He would enjoy Cariad's company for a quiet afternoon out at his farm. As the shuttle approached, he raised his hand to shade his eyes. A flash burst from the speeding ship, so bright it blinded him. An ear-splitting boom followed. He blinked, desperately trying to bring back his vision, while his ears rang from the noise. When he could finally see again, the sky was filled with smoking, flaming, spiralling parts, plummeting to the ground. Dimly he heard screams and shouts of disbelief. His hand was still shading his eyes, his mouth agape. Debris from the shuttle began to rain down. Twisted pieces of metal pierced the station office and the lot. Outside, moaning, screaming and sobbing continued. But he couldn't speak. He couldn't move. Cariad had been on the shuttle. The shuttle had exploded. Cariad was gone. Chapter 19. Cariad had only been speaking to Strongquist for a moment when an emergency announcement broke into the line. A shuttle had exploded. Her news about Frederick Aparicio died on her lips. The interface screen switched from Strongquist's image to a vid of the vessel exploding. It was a view from the planet's surface. Her legs were suddenly weak. She sat on her bunk. "Are you seeing this?"
"Yes," Strongquist replied. "I'm sorry to say."
In horror, she watched the shuttle debris falling like fiery rain. Numbly, she tried to process the news. No one could have survived the explosion. How many had died? Each shuttle carried 2 pilots and 4 cabin crew. How many passengers had been aboard? She gasped.
"Cariad?"
She'd arranged to go planetside to see Ethan. She had planned to travel on that shuttle, but her realization about Aparicio had wiped the arrangement from her mind. She should have been one of the passengers. Her stomach clenched. Ethan would have been waiting for her. He would have been at the shuttle field. He would think she was dead, and he might have been hurt by the falling debris. Had there been planetside casualties too? "I have to contact someone urgently."
"But you said you had something to tell me about Aparicio. If you have any more information on him, I must know immediately. I don't think this explosion is an accident."
"You don't?"
"It's extremely unlikely that any vessel belonging to the Nova Fortuna project would spontaneously explode. The shuttles were built well for their era and very safe. We'll investigate, naturally. But my guess is this is another natural movement sabotage."
"When is this going to stop?" She paused to collect herself. "What I have to tell you about Aparicio isn't much, but it might help. I'll comm you again in a couple of minutes."
"I'll be waiting."
She closed the comm to the Guardian ship and tried to open one to the planet's surface. If she couldn't contact Ethan directly, she could at least leave a message at the farmers' dorms. But the comm line wouldn't open. Everyone aboard the Nova had to be attempting to comm the planet. Most shuttle passengers were woken, traveling to the surface to take samples or make observations. Their friends aboard ship would be trying to find out if, by some miracle, they had survived. Nevertheless, she tried to open a line again. She had to let Ethan know she was okay. Another ship-wide announcement broke in. "Ship-to-surface comms have been temporarily suspended. Preliminary reports on the shuttle explosion state that 27 passengers and 6 crew were aboard. Guardians are at the scene surveying the wreckage. No survivors are expected." 33 deaths. The shuttle had been unusually full. Most of the time they only carried 10 or 15 passengers. 33 more people had died, most of them woken. Who were they? She dreaded finding out. Why had the natural movement targeted a shuttle? If the bomber had wanted to kill a lot of people, they only had to blow up one of the dorms where hundreds of gens slept. But they'd picked a shuttle, and an exceptionally full one at that. The intention was clear: kill as many woken as possible. On her interface screen was a frozen image of the explosion. The passenger manifest and the names of the pilot and crew began to scroll across it. Her eyes filled with tears. Many of the names were familiar, women and men she'd worked alongside for years. Despite all the previous setbacks, for the first time since her revival, she felt hope slipping away. After the first night attack, and even after the stadium bombing, she had clung to the belief that the colony would win through. She had seen the saboteurs as serious but solvable problems. All the colonists had to do was to catch the perpetrators and move on. But then Anahi had started up her mad, divisive schemes, including reviving the powder keg that was Aubreo. And now the natural movement had struck again, giving them all a brutal reminder of their lethal threat and the fact that even the Guardians, with their advanced tech, had failed to identify them. For several long moments, despair crushed down. She questioned why she had joined the project, why she'd left Earth and everyone she loved. She remembered her parents and her sister's last embraces. In those final moments, they had all clung together tightly. Guilt at her decision wrung every fibre of her being. How could she have put her family through that dreadful parting? Here she was, light years away and nearly 2 centuries later, and everything she'd dreamed of was collapsing around her. She was a participant in humanity's first failed attempt at space colonization. She had subjected the people she loved to deep pain and grief, and deprived herself of their love and companionship for nothing. As she recalled the final look her mother had given before they parted forever, something shifted deep inside. Anguish and surrender were replaced by anger and determination. She wiped her eyes. She would not let the natural movement or Anahi win. She would fight for the colony with every gram of strength she had. She owed it to her family, and she owed it to herself. She refused to accept they had all suffered for nothing. She would make the colony a success or die trying. Hope remained. She had her friendship with Ethan, for one thing. Woken and Jens could work together. They could get through this. Again, she tried to calm the settlement, but nothing was working. When would they lift the suspension? A security alert sounded, and the ship's comm announced, "The leader has declared a state of emergency. Shuttle flights and private comms are prohibited indefinitely. Please await further instructions." No private comms? How could she contact Ethan and Strongquist? She got up. She had to find Anahi and try to talk some sense into her. The self-appointed leader was at her official suite. The leader's residence included an office as well as living quarters. Traditionally, anyone could make an appointment to speak face-to-face with the leader. By the time Cariad arrived, the office was crowded with people, appointments notwithstanding. It seemed like almost all the remaining Woken were crushed inside, along with the gens who worked aboard the ship. Anahi was in a corner, trying to speak to the crowd, but her voice was drowned out by the hubbub. People were discussing what had happened and shouting out questions. Cariad tried to push her way through to get closer, but the office was too tightly packed. As she was trying to figure out a way to speak to Anahi, the leader climbed onto a chair and waved her hands, asking for silence. "Please," she said as the noise died down. "I'm doing everything I can to keep control of this situation. We mustn't panic. That's exactly what the bomber wants. They want to undermine this colony." "It was another bomb," a voice exclaimed. "I knew it." "That hasn't been confirmed yet, but for now I'm treating the explosion as an act of terrorism." "Do the natural movement really want to undermine the colony?" asked Awoken, a meteorologist. "It seems to me the saboteurs have switched tactics. Now they're targeting Woken. They want us all dead, and they want the gens in control." "We don't know that. We don't know anything yet. It's early days. We mustn't speculate. The Guardians are already examining the wreckage to find out the cause. If the natural movement is responsible, the Guardians might find evidence that will lead us to the saboteur.
When will we be able to come planet side?
A plump young gen maintenance worker asked.
I want to talk to my wife. She'll be worried about me. And when will I be able to go home?
These are all questions I'm not able to answer right now. Cariad cupped her hands around her mouth. Anahi, she called over the heads of the crowd. I have information that might help the Guardians catch the bomber. I have to comm Strongquist. Anahi's black visual aid turned in her direction. She gave a huff of frustration. Very well, Cariad. Come with me into the back office. She climbed down from her chair, and the crowd eased apart a little to allow Cariad through. When she reached Anahi, the older woman unlocked a door at the back of the room and motioned her inside. Anahi closed and locked the door with a sigh. My interface, over there, she pointed. It's the only one that comms outside the ship. Cariad wanted to speak to Anahi about her decision to ban private comms, but speaking to Strongquist was more urgent. She opened the interface. The Guardian answered immediately.
It's good to hear from you. I've been trying to call Anahi to tell her I needed to speak to you urgently, but she didn't reply.
Cariad looked at Anahi, who said, Things have been a little busy around here, in case you hadn't noticed. Cariad returned her attention to Strongquist. I remembered where I met Frederick Aparicio. I know who he was.
Excellent.
Cariad took a breath. He was one of the first-generation applicants. Now that she'd finally recalled the man, small details of her encounter with him kept popping into her head. His application was rejected. Subnormal sperm count. What's this about? Anahi interrupted. Who was this man? Cariad briefly explained how she'd been helping Strongquist with his investigations. Are you certain you remember who this man was? There were tens of thousands of applicants. I remember him because he appealed. He took it all the way to the Supreme Court. Don't you remember? There were about 20 rejected applicants who argued for their right to join the project. Their attorneys cited discrimination laws, human rights precedents. They really scraped the barrel. I do remember. I felt sorry for them. Me too, until I met Frederick Aparicio. Cariad turned to the interface and Strongquist. After they'd run out of appeals and the final judgment was given, Aparicio contacted me. He wanted to speak to me in person. I was insanely busy. We all were. But I agreed. Like Anahi, I pitied him. The litigants had spent millions fighting to join the project and lost it all. They had to pay our defense costs too. I should have wondered then where a systems engineer got all that money, but I was overwhelmed with work.
Wait, Strongquist said. I have to echo Anahi. Are you sure you're thinking of the right person? We have records of the court case. If Frederick Aparicio was involved, his name would have come up in our searches.
I'm sure. I also don't know why his name isn't in your records, but I remember him coming into my office as clearly as if it were yesterday. He was pissed as anything. In fact, he was so angry I was a little scared and considered calling security. I got him to sit down and I tried to explain the importance of optimum fertility in the candidates, which turned out to be a very bad move. He took it as an insult to his masculinity, so I tried a different tactic. I told him about the strict limitation on the numbers of the first generation, and that all the supplies and life support systems had been calculated based on that number, so we couldn't add even one extra person. I emphasized that if we added him, it would mean someone else would lose their place. Nothing I said convinced him or even calmed him down. Finally, he accepted that a face-to-face meeting with one of the project organizers wasn't going to help him. He stormed out. That was the last I saw of him. When I think about the encounter now, I'm surprised it took me so long to remember him. It was only when I was talking to a colleague about the decisions around what game eats to bring along that I finally slotted him into place. Strongquist said,
I'm sorry, but I have to ask you again. Are you absolutely certain the person you remember was Frederick Aparicio? The human mind can play tricks, inserting memories where there are none, and seeing patterns that don't exist. Could it be that you're mixing up your visitor with someone else?
What can I say? I'm as sure as I can be. Do you have my work records from that time? I would have made a note about the meeting.
I'll look into it. All we've found on our suspect so far are his affiliation with the Natural Movement, public data on him, and the recordings you saw. We haven't traced a single connection with the Nova Fortuna project. If he was an applicant, that would have been immediately apparent. That he was one of 20 litigants in the...
He paused.
I have an idea. I need to do some further research. I'll contact you again if I need to ask you anything else.
Anahi said, Strongquist, before you go, I want to speak to you about the current situation. This latest catastrophe has put everything on a new footing. People are panicking.
That isn't surprising. What do you want to say? We'll do everything we can to catch the perpetrator of this crime, if that's what it is.
I understand that, and I appreciate the Guardian's efforts. But I wanted to know if you can help with the situation here. Cariad stared at Anahi. What situation? Ignoring her, Anahi continued to Strongquist. I'm concerned that things might get out of hand aboard ship. We don't have any security here, and with feelings running so high, I'm worried someone might get hurt. You want Guardians aboard the Nova? You want your bully squad to control Woken too? Is that what things have come to? Strongquist was looking uncomfortable.
Do you believe your life or other lives are under threat?
Cariad replied. No one's life is under threat. Anahi, we do not need or want Guardians patrolling the Nova Fortuna. We're in a state of emergency, Anahi replied. I just think everyone would feel more comfortable. You would feel more comfortable, you mean? 2 guards with weapons standing outside your office and protecting you when you fail to do your job would help you relax a little, right? Have you entirely lost your mind? Cariad found she was shouting. She breathed deeply, in and out, and went on in a quieter tone. Half of those people in your office are your personal friends. You want to threaten them with guns? Before Anahi could answer, Strongquist asked,
How many are aboard your ship right now?
About 70 Woken, Anahi replied, and roughly 50 gens helping to run the place. Some Woken were working planet-side when the shuttle exploded.
Our resources are stretched at the moment. We'll have our hands full controlling the situation at the settlement, and we're doing all we can to catch this saboteur.
He or she has to be aboard the ship, right? Cariad interjected. To have planted the bomb on the shuttle?
Not necessarily. The shuttles aren't searched, more's the pity. A bomb could have been planted on one at any time. The bomber might have secreted it on one trip and then activated it from the surface when the shuttle returned. They would only need to wait until the vessel came within range of their signal.
Still, it's a possibility the saboteur is among us, said Anahi.
I don't think it's any more likely than the person living in the settlement. Actually, after hearing Cariad's new information, and all other things considered, I think it's very likely the person is a gen.
I'm not surprised, Cariad said. Most of the surviving Woken are here, and we won't be taking shuttles to the surface any time soon. That means the gens can operate with less oversight and interference.
The shuttle explosion could have been planned with that intention. With that in mind, I believe the best deployment of our resources will be planet-side. The Woken who are currently there are at risk. We have to protect them and return them to the Nova Fortuna as soon as possible.
Cariad said to Anahi. "Looks like you're just going to have to deal with all these people up here asking difficult questions yourself." Despite the fact that her blind eyes were hidden behind her visor, she felt Anahi's glare.
"Unless the situation aboard your ship escalates, I would strongly suggest that we devote Guardian resources to more threatening and urgent situations."
Anahi hesitated before saying, "I understand." Strongquist signed off. "When will you be restoring comms to the surface?" Cariad asked. "I need to speak to Ethan urgently. I was supposed to be aboard that shuttle. He must be thinking I was killed." "You nearly took that shuttle?" "You were lucky. I think ship-to-planet comm can return in a couple of hours. I'm waiting on confirmation of the deaths so I can put out an official notice, and for things to calm down." 2 hours would have to do. When Ethan saw her name wasn't on the notice of the deaths, he would know she was okay. Her comm button chirped. It was Alistair. There was only one reason the medic would contact her. Aubryo must have regained consciousness, but she didn't want Anahi to know. She wanted to be the first woken to speak to him. "I have to go," she told Anahi. "Good luck with your little gathering." As she was about to leave, however, Anahi's interface signaled an incoming comm. It was Strongquist again. When Anahi opened the screen, the Guardian's face was grave.
"Have you received a message from the surface?"
Anahi replied that they hadn't.
"The gens must have decided to allow the information to filter through. We just heard from one of the team's planet side that the gens are refusing our instructions to remain inside while we collect the debris from the crash. They're stating that any attempts to control their movements will be resisted with extreme force."
Chapter 20.
"I'm not going anywhere,"
Ethan said. The Guardian was outside his flitter, about to move on after issuing her command. His response halted her mid-step. She turned back. "It wasn't a suggestion. All gens must return to their dwellings immediately." Grief and despair gnawed at Ethan. Cariad was gone, the one person he felt close to. First Dr. Crowley, then Lauren, and now Cariad. And it wasn't only that he would miss her so badly. Cariad had been the only friendly woken he'd known, apart from Dr. Crowley. She'd given him hope of a future when gens and woken would see eye to eye. Her death had killed that hope.
"I said," he replied through his teeth, "I'm not going anywhere."
The Guardians didn't want anyone interfering with the evidence from the shuttle explosion. That was why they wanted the gens off the streets. But the command turned his stomach, even if he understood the rationale. He imagined the rest of the gens would have the same reaction. It was like they were all under suspicion. But gens had died on that shuttle too, the pilots and cabin crew at a minimum, and there had probably been 1 or 2 more returning home after working on the ship. The Guardian hesitated.
"The wreckage from the explosion must be spread over kilometers. Gens can find those pieces. We want to help. Why won't you let us help you?"
As he spoke, a sudden dread seized him. What if he came across Cariad's remains? But his point stood. "I'm afraid that isn't possible. We can't have hundreds of people tramping all over the crash site and contaminating the evidence. If you really want the person who caused the explosion brought to justice, you need to go home and let us do our job."
"Right, because you've been doing well so far, haven't you? How many people died in the first night attack? How many died in the stadium bombing? And now this. For all your tech, for all your superiority, you're useless. All you're fit for is walking around waving your guns."
"Look, I'm not the one who gave the order, and I don't have time to stand around arguing with you. Return to your residence, now." She rested her hand on the butt of her weapon. Ethan clenched his jaw. There it was again, the threat of force. It was galling, but there was nothing he could do about it. Not right now, and not alone anyway. He kicked open the flitter door. The Guardian backed quickly away, her eyes widening. He slammed the door closed and stumped off across the lot. He didn't go home. He went to Garwin's house. Twyla opened the door. She too took a step back at the sight of Ethan's glower. "Garwin isn't here." "Where is he?" "He went to collect his creds from the cash office." The cash office was a simple bank where gens could receive vouchers representing credits in return for labour they had performed. They could use the vouchers to buy more luxurious items than the basic food and essentials, which were free. It was a stopgap measure until the planet-side data systems went live. When Ethan arrived, Garwin wasn't in the cash office. The room was empty and the transaction window was closed and locked. Ethan had a good idea of where Garwin would be, however. He went through to the back. As he'd predicted, he found Garwin along with Cherry, Misha, Phi, a few more farmers and other gens who had joined the subversive faction. "Ethan," Garwin said, "I thought we might see you before too long. Cheer up, man. We aren't going to take this lying down. Here." He picked up a small device from a pile on a table and handed it over. "One of our engineers put them together. It goes in your ear. Planet-side comm. Gens only. There's nothing in the manual that says we can't have our own comm, but I'm betting the Guardians and Woken won't like it. So do your best to hide yours, okay? Pull your hair forward over your ear." Ethan took the device and looked at it lying on his palm. He lifted his gaze to Garwin's. "Cariad's dead." Garwin's cheerful smile faded. "She was on the shuttle. We'd arranged to meet. I was waiting for her. I didn't know." Ethan had always found Garwin hard to read, but the man looked genuinely stricken at the news. "I'm sorry to hear it. I didn't know her, but she seemed like a good person, and she was a great asset to the colony." She was. The gathered women and men murmured their sympathies. "I'm sorry, Ethan," said Cherry. He nodded his thanks. "So we're here to discuss the latest violation of our rights?" "Naturally," Garwin replied. "It's outrageous. They're treating us like criminals, and it isn't to be tolerated." "I agree. What are we going to do about it?" "Resist!" exclaimed Cherry. "Refuse to do what they tell us. Confront them." "But is this the right time?" Misha asked. "Maybe we shouldn't draw too much attention to ourselves. It might make the Guardians watch us more closely. They could discover our side project." The new settlement at the caves was already under construction. It had been given the name Side Project to reduce the risk of eavesdroppers discovering what they were doing. The original settlement was alive with projects, and a reference to one more wouldn't stand out. "I thought about that," said Garwin, "but some conflict could work as a useful distraction. If the Guardians are on guard against our violent resistance, they're less likely to notice other activity, like transporting stores and equipment out of the settlement." "I'd love a chance to show them what we're made of," said Ethan. "I'm sick of taking everything lying down." "We didn't let them take away our weapons," Cherry pointed out. "We stuck up for ourselves then." "And it's time we did it again." A rage was rising up in him. He didn't know if it was in response to the Guardian's oppression or his grief at Cariad's death. The last time they'd been alone together, after the incident at the storage shed, kept playing in his head. He had been cold and argumentative, yet Cariad had been the one who had made the Guardians stand down. She had possibly saved his and other farmers' lives. He had hoped he could smooth the difficulties between them. Now it was too late, and there was nowhere for his regret and sorrow to go. "I say we ignore the Guardians.
We leave the explosion debris alone, but we go about our business as usual. Exactly my thoughts, said Garwin. Are we agreed? His question drew nods from all those assembled.
I'll spread the word, Cherry said, but people are going to ask what they should do if a guardian orders them point blank to go inside. What should I tell them? Garwin said,
Tell them to notify us, and we'll send someone who can give armed support. If we have one-to-one gun battles on the street, said Ethan, guardians aren't the only ones who are going to get hurt. We should give them a warning, tell them we're ignoring their command, and if they try to force us, then we'll respond with violence. That might make them think twice before trying anything. Strongquist said at the meeting on the ship that they wanted to avoid hurting us. Let's see if that's true. That makes sense, Garwin said. Cherry, find a guardian and tell them. Say that it's a consensus decision and you're only the messenger. I would do it myself, but I want to maintain the impression that I'm neutral in this power struggle.
I'll do it now. She hopped down from the tabletop where she'd been sitting and went out. Before he also left, Ethan told Garwin that he would be available if armed backup were needed. His capacity for being around others was at its limit, and there didn't seem to be much more to be said. As he went, he pushed the comm into his ear. The device immediately activated. Random conversations and messages were passing between the gens. No one had yet set up protocols for using the new system. He walked back to the farmer's dorm, where he kept his weapon in the ceiling above his bed behind removable tiles. But when he arrived, he didn't retrieve the gun. He lay on his bed in the empty dorm with his hands behind his head. Conversations between gens chattered through his earcom as he thought about Cariad. He recalled the first time they'd spoken, when Lauren was attacked by the predatory organism. Cariad had arrived, flaming brands of vegetation in each hand, telling him to burn the creature. Gens always gave him the credit for saving lives on the first night attack. The truth was, Cariad had saved many more people than he had, but gens didn't like to admit it. She had been, awoken. They wouldn't admit anything that didn't fit with their prejudice that all the woken were against them. He turned onto his side. The loss of Cariad to the colony was great, but the loss to himself was greater. He wished he'd had the opportunity to tell her how he felt. Exhausted by the turmoil of his emotions, he drifted to sleep. "Ethan, can you hear me?" It was Cherry calling him through his earcom. He sat up. "What is it?" "A confrontation with 2 guardians is going down. Can you help out?" She gave him the location. "I'm going there too, but I'm on the other side of town. I'll try to get over as soon as I can." "I'll be there in 2 minutes." He stood up on his bed and pushed against the ceiling tiles before taking down his weapon and checking it over. After leaving the farmer's dorm, he jogged toward the corner Cherry had named. 4 figures stood there. 2 guardians, a gen woman, and a child. One of the guardians was trying to take something from the child, but the small boy held the object behind his back. The woman, who seemed to be the child's mother, moved between them and pushed the guardian away. The other guardian's hands moved to his weapon. "What's the problem?" Ethan asked as he ran up. "Your boy could be holding vital evidence," the guardian said, ignoring Ethan. "I demand that you hand it over immediately. It's already been contaminated. Don't make things worse." "Ethan," the gen woman said, "please help. These 2 want my son to give them this piece of my husband's shirt."
"What? Why?"
The woman's expression was racked with pain. "He was on the shuttle." Ethan looked at the little boy, whose grimy face was tracked with tears. The child brought the torn rag from behind his back and clutched it to his chest. It was covered in dried blood. "He's been searching for his father ever since he saw the explosion. I couldn't stop him. If I tried, he became hysterical. I'm thankful this is all he found." Ethan turned to the guardians.
"Do you really need the cloth? It might be the only thing the kid has left of his father." "We do need it. We need everything. Any piece of debris could be the single thing that holds the evidence that will lead us to the bomber. The child must hand it over now. If he doesn't, I'll have to force him."
"You're not laying a finger on my son."
"Then make him hand over the cloth."
"Wait," said Ethan.
"What if we put the cloth inside something to protect it and just let the little boy hang on to it for a day or two? It's going to take you a while to examine all the evidence you find. I'm sure he'll promise to not touch it. The kid's lost his father. Don't you have any sympathy?" "We can't afford the luxury of sympathy,"
the guardian said. He turned to his colleague.
"Take it."
He raised his weapon and pointed it at the woman. Ethan pulled his own gun from his shoulder and also raised it. He fixed the muzzle at the armed guardian.
"Leave."
The other guardian was unarmed. He looked between his colleague and Ethan. "Ethan, what's happening?" Cherry asked through his comm. He couldn't reply without revealing to the guardians the fact that he had an ear comm. He said to them,
"Leave now."
To the woman he said,
"Take your boy and go." "No,"
the guardian said.
"Do not leave with that evidence. If you disobey, I'll be forced to shoot." "You better shoot me first then,"
said Ethan. He adjusted his grip. His finger was a millimeter from the trigger. A taut pause stretched almost to breaking point. The woman and child didn't move. The little boy held tightly onto the piece of cloth and watched with round eyes. The guardian made his decision. He took a breath, moved a fraction, ready to shoot. "Hey!" a voice shouted. Cherry had arrived. The two guardians, the Gen woman and the child, switched their focus to the street behind Ethan. He didn't want to take his eyes off the armed guardian. "Guardian, put down your weapon!" Cherry yelled. "Go back to your ship! You're not welcome here!" For a moment the guardian didn't react. Then he reluctantly lowered his gun. Ethan risked a glance over his shoulder. It wasn't only Cherry who had arrived to back him up. 2 more farmers walked on either side of her. All 3 were armed. Ethan returned his gaze to the guardians.
"I'd do if she says if I were you. She's more dangerous than she looks,"
the guardian said to his colleague.
"We'll log this incident and return for the evidence later."
They departed. Cherry came up by Ethan's side. "What was that you said about me?"
"Nothing."
To the Gen widow he said,
"They were right when they said your son could have found important evidence. Could you put it in a bag to prevent it from being contaminated?"
"I will, and I'll hand it in soon. I just couldn't bear to take it from my son right away. The guardians wouldn't listen when I tried to explain."
"I understand. This could all have been avoided with a little more compassion and respect. I'm so sorry for your loss."
"Thanks for helping us." The woman took her son's hand and walked away. "Ethan," said Cherry, "did you hear the list of the shuttle passengers?"
"I stopped listening to the messages. I was asleep until you called me."
"I don't want to get your hopes up, but Cariad's name wasn't on it." Chapter 21.
"I must say," Alastair said when Cariad arrived at the revival centre, "he's quite a specimen."
Aubrio lay under a sheet, unconscious but alive. "The finest genetic engineering money could buy," Cariad said. Aubrio's vital signs were all normal. He'd opened his eyes but then quickly lapsed back into unconsciousness again, which was a standard reaction after a successful revival. Cariad could vaguely remember the phase. She hadn't been able to distinguish between dreams and waking. It had been a few hours before she understood that her cryonic suspension had come to an end and she'd survived. Aubrio didn't look too bad after his 184 years of freezing. His skin was fresh and peeling, an effect of the drugs he'd been treated with. They would speed up cell renewal for the first few months to replace the cells that had died during suspension. All of his hair had fallen out, as was also standard. His large aquiline skull was perfectly smooth. His sizable, well-muscled body was outlined by the thin sheet. His large feet poked out at the bottom. The sight of the man's face, even asleep, caused her stomach to knot with tension. As a person, he was definitely preferable in his current state. He didn't seem angry, Alastair offered, when he came around. What do you mean? You said he'd be pissed that he wasn't the first to be revived. I thought he would. What did you tell him? I told him his revival was going well and he'd soon be able to meet the other Woken. And how did he react? He just seemed to take in the information. Then he slipped away again. He's probably not understanding much yet. Perhaps he didn't understand who you meant when you mentioned Woken. You gens only began calling us that a few months after you began reviving us, as I recall. Oh yes, maybe that's it. He'll soon realise what's happened when he sees me, though I'm not sure if I want to be here for the revelation. Why? You asked me to tell you. I know, but I told you who he is, didn't I? He financed the majority of the Nova Fortuna project. You said he sunk his life's fortune into it. Not just his life's fortune. It was his grandmother who made the family's trillions. His father and he only added to the family's wealth. So it's understandable that he would want that pain-in-the-ass close oversight I mentioned. But imagine, Alastair, what it was like for him being brought up with the kind of privilege his family had. The global government couldn't touch them, for instance. They were beyond the law. They could do exactly as they wanted to whomever they pleased, and no one could do a thing. I'm beginning to see what you mean. The family made no secret of how much they spoiled him, and he was the only child. Whatever Aubrio wanted, he received, maybe even before he conceived the wish. He had servants waiting on his every whim and desire from before he emerged from his mother's womb, fulfilling his needs to perfection, anticipating his wants. As a child, he must never once have experienced disappointment. Then under his father's tutelage, he took over the business. With a disposal of more money than you or I could imagine, he crafted the most advantageous deals and met with great success. Until one day, I guess, Earth wasn't big enough for him. The solar system wasn't big enough. Aubrio wanted the stars, and what Aubrio wanted, he got. How eloquent, Cariad, said the figure lying on the bed. Aubrio opened his eyes. I couldn't have put it better myself. Cariad swallowed. You're awake. I've been awake a little while. I just didn't want to interrupt your wonderful tribute to my achievements. He hadn't changed. Only Aubrio could have interpreted her words as a tribute. Welcome back, said Alastair. How are you feeling? He was reading the scan results on the screen beside the bed. I feel... Aubrio sat up. The sheet fell to his waist, revealing a brawny, hairless chest. He stretched, triggering ripples beneath his skin. I feel bloody marvellous. That 4 trillion extra credits I invested in the cryo system paid off, hey, Cariad? He looked at her from head to toe. We had some failures, actually. Sadly, some didn't survive the revival process, and some suffered irreversible physical damage. And some, like a Nahi, might have suffered psychological damage too, she added to herself. She hoped that wasn't the case with Aubrio, who was, in her opinion, already bordering on insane. Is that so? Aubrio asked. Interesting. No sadness tinged his statement, no pity. He stretched again. I seem to feel fine. He threw back the sheet and stood up, entirely naked. Careful there, said Alastair, running to his side. Take it easy. Those legs haven't borne weight for nearly 2 centuries. Aubrio wobbled, and the medic eased him down to a sitting position. He tried to cover Aubrio with the sheet, but the man waved him aside.
"So when were you revived?"
he asked Cariad, his eyes narrowing. 2 years before arrival, as planned.
"Which was?"
2 years and 3 months ago.
"You mean we've arrived?"
"Yes." Aubrio rose to his feet once more, eyes blazing. When Alistair went to support him, he pushed the man aside so violently he hit the floor.
"And why the fuck wasn't I revived first?"
After some time, Cariad managed to calm Aubrio down. She explained that, after the failures, they'd wanted to perfect the revival process to ensure he didn't come to any harm. The white lie mollified him. If there was one thing Aubrio understood, it was his own importance. Having gained this small victory, she went on to press her advantage. She told him about the rift that had opened between the gens and Woken, and how the gens only wanted some autonomy and responsibility. They wanted to help run the colony they had been bred to create, but Anahi and other Woken had seized the reins and wouldn't let go.
"Makes sense,"
Aubrio replied. Alistair had finally persuaded him to put on some clothes. He was sitting on the edge of the bed.
"You scientists had your faults, but you seemed to know what you were doing most of the time. These gens, as they call themselves, they're the seed corn, right? The seed doesn't get to decide where it's planted or how it's going to grow."
She pursed her lips, biting back a retort. Speaking with Aubrio was like walking a tightrope over a pit of vipers. If she wanted to steer the Nova Fortuna project financier to her point of view, she needed to tread carefully. "We engineered the gens, it's true, but we didn't remove their humanity. They're people, the same as you and I." Aubrio raised his eyebrows. "The same as me, anyway," she corrected. "Their desire to be in control of their own destinies is entirely natural. The more independence we take from them and the more control we exert, the more they're going to rebel. I don't know why Anahi doesn't understand that." Yawning, Aubrio gestured to Alistair, who brought over the wheelchair he'd demanded.
"I'm going to see the planet now."
Alistair gave Cariad a look of panic. Aubrio was having his usual effect. "There's more that you need to know. While you were being revived, one of the shuttles exploded en route planetside. We think it was a bomb."
"What?"
Aubrio looked as incensed as if the bomb had been intended for him. She told him about the first night attack, the arrival of the Guardians, the bomb in the stadium, and the shuttle explosion. As she went on, he turned red, then white, his eyes staring and his jaw clenching. Alistair watched the readings on the scanner screen with concern.
"The natural movement! The fucking natural movement!"
Aubrio went on to curse loudly while he vented his fury. Then he suddenly sagged. His strong features turned haggard.
"Maybe you should lie down,"
Alistair said. Aubrio flopped to his side and collapsed on the bed.
"It's been too much for him,"
Alistair said.
"He's still weak. You should go."
Cariad stood to leave.
"Wait,"
Aubrio said. His eyes remained on fire in his pale, tired face.
"I want to meet these Guardians. Then I'm going down to the planet. You all fucked up, and I expect you to put it right. You're going to get this project back on track. I'm holding you personally responsible, Cariad."
Great. Chapter 22. Ethan hit his head twice on the protruding rock before he decided to chip it away. Plenty more people would be entering and leaving the storage cave, and the stony spur would claim more victims if he didn't do something about it. He worked away with a hammer and a chisel, the ocean view spread out in front of him. Cariad quickly entered his thoughts, as always. He hadn't spoken to her for weeks, not since the moment the ship-to-ground comm had been reopened, and they'd contacted each other simultaneously.
"It's good to hear your voice," Ethan had said. "I thought you were dead for hours until I saw you weren't on the list of fatalities. Thank the stars you weren't on the shuttle."
"I was incredibly lucky. It's good to finally talk to you again, Ethan." Then they'd both paused, uncertain what to say. Ethan had spoken first.
"I wanted to tell you I'm sorry I got angry at you after the fight at the equipment shed. That was why I invited you down to visit. I wanted to apologize face to face. The argument we had has been on my mind ever since. When the shuttle exploded, I hated the idea we'd parted on bad terms."
"Me too. I mean, even before the disaster, I regretted some of the things I said, and I really do understand how you and the rest of the gens feel. I'm doing everything I can up here to make things better."
"I know you are, and I appreciate it. Now I've got the chance, I wanted to say, we shouldn't ever argue like that again. We have something special. There aren't many friendships between gens and Woken. We have to try to preserve what we have."
"I agree." A silence followed. There was more to Ethan's words than he'd stated, but he was struggling to express himself and didn't know if he should try.
"Do you know when the shuttle runs are going to start up again?"
"No one knows. I don't think Anahi has any idea what she's doing. She's out of her depth and too proud to admit it. She was requesting guardians as an armed presence on the ship."
"On the Nova? The Woken need protecting from each other now."
"No, we don't. That's the problem. She's paranoid. And she insisted on reviving another nutcase, Aubrio, the financier. Between the two of them, who knows what's going to happen up here. I wish I was planet-side."
"I wish you were here too."
That was how they'd left it. They'd mended their rift, but he felt the weight of things unsaid. The timing wasn't right, and he didn't know if it ever would be. Since then, he'd avoided Cariad's comms. The subversive gen group had made their plans known to the wider population, and found they were welcomed. The process of slowly fitting out the cliff caves to make them suitable for human habitation was well underway. Equipment and supplies were being transferred surreptitiously, piece by piece. His silence had to hurt Cariad, and he was sorry for it, but he was worried that he might let slip a reference to what the gens were doing. If she guessed or discovered the secret, it would put her in a difficult position. He didn't think it was fair of him to do that. One day, within a few weeks or months, she would know the reason for his silence. He hoped she would understand and forgive him. The caves were dry and a little warmer than their surroundings, except for when the wind was blowing in from the sea. Sanitation had been the biggest concern at first. At the original settlement, the sewage treatment plant had been one of the first facilities to be built. The manual had laid out all the plans and instructions, so the gens had an intellectual understanding of such things, but they had no practical experience in creating them from scratch in a different setting. Luckily, the proximity of the caves to the ocean provided somewhat of an answer. They had a never-ending supply of water, and the rocks below were regularly washed by waves. It wasn't the perfect solution. At some points they would have to figure out a way to treat the waste, but it would do for the moment. The new settlement's first latrines were built. Garwin had devised a solar and wind-powered pump to keep the latrine tanks supplied with seawater, and another engineer set to work building rainwater tanks. After the basic plans for storage, private and communal caves had been decided, the gens had begun the preparations for transferring the population. Sneaking supplies, machinery and tools out from under the noses of the Guardians turned out to be even easier than anyone had guessed. Guardians didn't involve themselves in the day-to-day running of the settlement, and they rarely stayed planet-side overnight. No Woken remained on the planet's surface either. After the shuttle explosion, they had all returned to the ship in an emergency evacuation, so the gens had avoided their prying eyes too. Day by day, Little by little, the original settlement slowly emptied as the gens transported everything they needed a 2-hour flitter ride away to their new home. When the first crops were ready to harvest, they would transport them over too. The effect on the general mood was almost palpable. An air of hope permeated gen society. Complaints and worries were rarely voiced. Everyone seemed constantly energized and happy. Ethan felt the same. He missed Cariad a lot, but not a single other Woken nor his time aboard the Nova. Living in the new settlement was hard and promised to become harder still, but he felt more alive than ever. He was finally living his own life in his own way, not an existence dictated to him by others and an accident of his birth. The day had come when regular gens could begin giving up their homes in the original settlement and going to live permanently in the caves. One of the first to make the move was Twyla, Garwin's wife. She was a kindergarten teacher, and she arrived to help set up the first small school, ready for the families who would transfer soon. The parents needed somewhere for their children to go while they worked on fitting out their caves. Cherry had also been heavily involved in the moving-in process. Ethan wondered how she felt about seeing Twyla so often. Did it make things awkward for Garwin? Did Twyla know about her husband's affair, or wasn't she even aware of his reputation? Ethan paused at chipping away at the rock to wipe dust out of his eyes and rest his arms. It seemed to him that people had become more serious about their relationships over the months since arrival. Couples had grown less casual about exclusivity. Extramarital affairs were more frowned upon. Even if Twyla had chosen to ignore Garwin's frequent dalliances in the past, she might have changed her mind. She could still be young enough to have children, and she had to like them, going by her chosen profession. Now that procreation was actively encouraged, that might throw a whole different light on things for her. He inspected the dent he'd made in the protruding rock, which had turned out to be extremely hard. Considering that he'd been chipping at it for about half an hour, he hadn't made much progress. He didn't mind the delay too much. The view over the ocean never ceased to enchant him. He didn't think he would ever tire of it. One of the other farmers, a man by the name of Seaberg, arrived. He'd lowered a box on the pulley system to the cave entrance, descended himself and retrieved the box from the platform. When he reached Ethan, he stopped and put it down. Appraising Ethan's effort, he remarked, "It's tough stuff, isn't it? The rock? Yeah, I'm gonna be here a while yet." He lifted his hammer and chisel to resume chipping. "You know, we could just blow that piece off." Ethan lowered his tools. "We could drill a hole about here." Seaberg pointed to a spot above the dent Ethan had made. "Pop in a little bit of explosive. It would blow most of that lump away, I'm guessing." "Really? I've been talking to Garwin about opening up some of the passages at the rear of the caves in the same way. Widening the tunnels to make more room, you know, before people begin to arrive in large numbers. It would be better to do it now, safer." "You know how to do that?" "Pretty much. So do you, don't you? You studied farming too, right? We had a course on clearing vegetation, with a subsection on blowing out tree stumps." "That's right, I'd forgotten. Well, it's all explosives, isn't it? The same principles apply to rock. I was talking to an engineer about it, and she agreed. She said they'd studied using explosives for mining, though they hadn't gone into the subject in any depth. Mining is a little way off. But anyway, we could begin with small projects like this." "You said you were talking to Garwin about it. What did he say?" "He said to talk to you." "Right." Ethan didn't mind the extra responsibility, but he didn't know much about explosives. He would have to do some research. But something else was bothering him. "I'll think about it. Thanks for the suggestion." "No problem." Seaberg picked up his box and carried it to the back of the cave. Ethan recommenced chipping at the rock. Seaberg passed Ethan again on his way out. He gave a nod and disappeared out of the cave front. He would climb the ladder to the top of the cliff, from where he would lower another box. The transportation method was cumbersome, but it conserved the finite power of the flitters. It also overcame the previously awkward attempts to transfer boxes into caves that were too small for the flitters. Ethan mulled over Seaberg's words. He'd known the man all his life, though they'd never been close friends. They'd been through school and then farmers' training together. He'd never liked or disliked Seaberg, but he thought that he knew him pretty well. Now he wasn't so sure. He knew his suspicion was unfair, based on an apparently innocent conversation, but the actions of the natural movement had changed his attitudes. Someone from the movement had taken Lauren and Dr. Crowley from him via the first night attack, and a natural movement follower had nearly killed Cariad twice. More than anything, he wanted that person or those people caught and prevented from hurting anyone else. Seaberg's casual mention of explosives had sparked alarm. The context and the conversation had been normal and natural, but he couldn't help making the connection. Was Seaberg the natural movement bomber? Chapter 23. Cariad's careful manoeuvring to be the first Woken Aubryo spoke to as soon as he was revived had also brought her excessively under the man's scrutiny. On balance, however, she didn't regret her move. It meant that when he demanded to be taken planet-side, she could go too. Anahi didn't dare try to prevent Aubryo from doing exactly whatever he wanted, so when Cariad told her that he was travelling to the surface and she was going along, Anahi didn't protest. Aubryo's initial energetic recovery after his revival had been short-lived. Extreme weakness soon assailed him and plagued him for weeks. He had undergone intensive rehabilitation, as if he'd been in a serious accident. Relearning gross and fine motor skills had taken up much of his time, yet all the while the man's mind had been as active as ever. The two factors combined led to many outbursts of frustration and fury, mostly directed at Alastair, who had helped the ungrateful patient through his treatment. Eventually the day came when Aubryo decided he was strong enough to go down to the planet he had sacrificed his fortune to see. There was no question that Dr. Montfort would agree, mainly because Montfort's opinion wasn't sought. It didn't mean the doctor would escape blame if the trip proved too tiring. Aubryo believed himself to be a prime target for the natural movement resentment. Cariad privately concurred, though for reasons that were probably different from Aubryo's. He undoubtedly thought he was a target because he was so important, but Cariad thought that, as the primary financier of the Nova Fortuna project, he could easily be seen as the one most to blame for diverting humankind from its natural destiny. Woken, who understood the complexities of explosives, was screening the shuttle for bombs. They ran scanners over every inch of the vehicle before also visually inspecting it, and the crew was similarly scanned and body searched before being allowed aboard. Under the informal title of person responsible for getting the Nova Fortuna project back on track, Cariad's natural inclusion in Aubryo's entourage meant she should undergo the same procedure. At this, however, she drew a line. She yearned to go planet-side. She wanted to see what was happening in the settlement, and she wanted to walk on soil and feel the sun on her face again. Most of all, she wanted to see Ethan, who had been silent for weeks. She hadn't even been able to tell him she would be arriving soon. But then again, maybe she wouldn't be. She wasn't going to let Aubryo treat her like his slave and undergo the indignity of a body search. When her turn came, she said loudly, "I'm not doing it." By this time, Aubryo was halfway up the shuttle ramp.
What?
I'm not going behind those screens to have people poke and prod at me. I'll be scanned if you insist on it, but I'm not undergoing a body search. It's undignified and unnecessary.
The scanners don't pick up every known explosive. You have to be searched.
Look, do you really think I'm the bomber? You know how hard I worked on this project. Do you think I'd do all that and say goodbye to my family and Earth forever, just so I could come here and sabotage the colonization? I nearly died in the stadium bombing. Do you think I did that to myself?
Aubryo's lip curled beneath his aquiline nose. I guess not. Whatever.
He waved dismissively.
Get aboard then.
She exhaled. Standing up to Aubryo was always risky, but occasionally his capricious temperament allowed some wiggle room. As the shuttle flew down to the surface, he nodded to himself every so often, as if carrying out a private conversation in his head. The shuttle made its final approach, and the settlement was plain to see, a neat block of civilization in a sea of wild vegetation. Aubryo's nods became more vigorous, like he was giving his approval.
Not bad, he murmured. Not bad.
He turned to Cariad.
Looks all right so far. I was expecting worse from what Anahi told me.
She's exaggerated the problems we've been having with the gens. For the most part, they've been following the manual. It's only been in a few areas that they wanted to do things their way. You can see the houses and roads follow the original plan, and they've begun farming according to the schedule.
Those are the fields out there, right?
That's right. And don't forget, no Woken has been down to the surface for weeks. As far as I know, there haven't been any disasters. Everything's going as it should. In a few months they'll start harvesting the crops, and in time they'll begin mining for iron and other minerals. Complete self-sufficiency should be achieved in around 3 years, just as we predicted. The only obstacle is the natural movement infiltrator. And that's hardly the gens' fault. It was our security that failed back on Earth and allowed that to happen. Anahi's overreacting when she says we can't trust the gens. Look at what they've managed to do, mostly by themselves. They were bred for it, trained for it. We should let them get on with it. These are their lives. It's their planet. Aubryo had been gazing out of the window while Cariad gave her speech, but at her final sentence he turned to her with a deep frown.
If anyone owns this planet, it's me. Fuck knows I paid enough for it.
She regretted her bold statement. Now was not the time to antagonize the man. He'd already granted her one concession. She couldn't expect another any time soon. The ownership of the planet isn't in question. She hoped her ambivalent statement would mollify him. It seemed to do the trick. He returned his gaze to the shuttle window as the vessel landed.
What did you name the place in the end?
We didn't, actually. The previous leader was about to announce the results of the voting when the stadium bomb exploded. Since then, things have been in such disarray. The question of the planet's name has been put aside. I think we'll have another vote when we finally put the natural movement problem to rest.
What about Aubryo's world? It has a ring to it, don't you think?
She couldn't tell if he was joking. Cariad couldn't help but notice, as she left the shuttle field and walked the streets of the settlement, that the place seemed unusually quiet. Though she hadn't been planet-side for weeks, she was sure that there used to be many more people out and about. She guessed the gens were all busy at their jobs, working hard to get the colony on its feet. Ethan was probably at his farm. He had no reason to be in town during the daytime. Alistair, whom Aubryo had appropriated as his personal medic, formed part of his retinue, an agricultural scientist. Not Anahi, who hadn't wanted to come down. An ecologist and a meteorologist had also come along. Aubryo insisted on leading the way. They first visited the machine works, where the kits for vehicles, agricultural machinery and the massive road makers were assembled. Garwin was here, covered in grease, his smile wide, white and gleaming in his oil-besmirched face.
"Pleased to meet you, sir,"
he said as soon as Aubryo entered the workroom. The news of the financier's revival had spread planet-side, and Garwin hadn't taken more than a second to understand who was paying a visit. He rubbed his palm on his dirty overalls, looked at it, and smiled again apologetically.
"I would shake your hand, but don't worry about it,"
Aubryo said, expansive in his generosity. Uninvited, he went to look around the place. Garwin raised his eyebrows as Cariad followed him. Aubryo went over to a half-finished solar-powered wheeled electric vehicle intended for travelling paved roads.
"You in charge around here?"
Aubryo asked. Then, without waiting for an answer,
"Got any of these working yet? We finished 5, but only in order to check that we could. These aren't a priority at the moment. The settlement's still small enough to walk from one side to the other. This one here is the final one for now. We're concentrating on the harvesters to get ahead of the demand, if you see what I mean. Makes sense."
Garwin shrugged.
"Just following the manual. Any problems? Not anything major. Occasionally a kit will be missing a small part, or the tool will be the wrong size for the job. Not anything we can't work around. On schedule, ahead of it."
Aubryo narrowed his eyes.
"Garwin, isn't it?" "That's right. I heard about you."
Garwin looked as though he was about to make a flippant reply, but checked himself. He had the measure of Aubryo already.
"I try to speak for the gens when I can. Someone's got to speak for them, right?"
Aubryo joked. Garwin laughed good-naturedly, though Cariad detected a hint of well-suppressed ire.
"Is there anything else you'd like to see? You've caught us a little unprepared. We haven't had visitors from the ship in quite a while. If I'd known you were coming, I would have organized some demonstrations." "I don't want to see demonstrations. Bad idea. I want to see things as they really are. No point in giving notice. Might as well not bother going."
Cariad remembered Aubryo's impromptu visits to the genetics centre well. Catching people unawares and attempting to wrong-foot them was his style.
"Is there anything in particular you're interested in around the settlement then?"
Garwin asked.
"I'd be happy to show you around. The hospital's nearly finished, the school's already open, and we've started up the credits for labour exchange scheme. We've got people working on residential building projects at the edge of town. The construction program's on track to supply everyone with a private dwelling by the end of next year. I don't often say this, but I'm impressed. I got a whole different idea of what was happening down here. I'm going to have a look around by myself. In fact,"
Aubryo turned to Cariad and the rest of his companions,
"you can all wait here."
He strode out of the building. After a short pause, as everyone adjusted to his abrupt departure, Alastair said,
"Do you think he meant we have to stay here until he comes back?"
"Probably," said the agricultural scientist sardonically.
"Not that it means we have to. I mean, who does he think he is? What gives him the right to order us around? He might have been the richest man who ever lived, but that was on Earth. Here he's just another Woken, except he doesn't have any useful skills. Unless we need the ability to wheel and deal in the colony's economy."
Cariad smiled. The scientist had only just met Aubryo. He'd been an external applicant for a cryopreservation spot and not part of the original team. The man would find out soon enough that Aubryo was a force to be reckoned with. "Whatever he meant, I'm not staying here to wait for him," she asked Garwin. "Do you know where Ethan is?"
"He's out on his farm, I expect. That's where he spends most of the time these days. I have to get back to work. but you're all welcome to wait here for your new leader to return.
The agricultural scientist huffed.
Aubrio isn't the new leader. What gave you that idea?
Isn't he? Garwin asked, picking up a tool before bending over a machine. Cariad left the machine shop, wondering if she could use a flitter to go out to Ethan's farm and visit him there. Then she recalled it wouldn't be an authorized use. She was thinking like a gen. Or was she only thinking as was natural and normal? Anahi loved to categorize the gens' behavior as deliberately defiant, but they were only doing what seemed to work best in the situation they'd been placed in. What if the gens weren't disobeying the manual because they wanted to do things their way, but because they actually had the best idea of what was most appropriate? It was she and other Woken who had bred the gens to be well fitted to the task of establishing the colony, and they'd created their education to teach them all the skills they needed. Ethan had pointed that out to her one time. By not trusting the gens, the Woken weren't trusting their own ability to create the best people for the project. The idea excited her. Not only was her reasoning sound, it would appeal to the Woken's way of thinking. She could argue if they didn't believe in the gens, they were doubting their own ability to create the best-suited colonists. She wandered through the quiet streets to the flitter shed, hoping to find one not in use. The shed was empty, however. Even the person in charge of it wasn't present. She paused, looking around the quiet, cool space. It was odd that every single flitter was gone. She didn't think the gens needed them so badly. They were only useful for travelling outside the settlement, and Garwin hadn't mentioned any particular events going on that would require flitters. She went out again. If she couldn't take a flitter to Ethan's farm, she would go down to the farmer's dorm on the slim chance that he might be there. The place was 10 minutes' walk from the shed. All the way there, she didn't see a single other person, and no one was in the lobby. So she went through to the living area, which was also empty. She poked her head into the communal sleeping room. Only one person was inside, and it wasn't Ethan. She was about to leave until she heard what the man was saying. His words made her halt. The man was in the middle of a conversation via the room's interface, and he hadn't noticed her at first. When he did finally see her, he abruptly stopped talking and turned red. "I was looking for Ethan. I guess he isn't here."
"No, the
man stammered.
"He's working out on his farm today, I'm pretty sure."
"Okay, thanks." She left and went directly back to the machinery workroom. No one else seemed to have gone out while she was away. Aubrio wasn't here. The others were standing around, not talking, looking bored and frustrated. The agricultural scientist, who had been so verbally defiant, had apparently remained in the workshop. She walked over to the group. Garwin was close by, though he was under a large machine, his legs protruding. "Did any of you go and have a look around?"
"No,"
Alistair replied.
"We've been here all this time."
"Why?" Before she could answer, Aubrio showed up.
"There's something fishy going on here,"
he announced angrily.
"Something isn't right, and I'm going to find out what it is."
She couldn't help but agree. When she'd gone into the farmer's dorm, she'd heard the man say,
"Right, I'll try to act normal. Do you think they suspect anything?"
Chapter 24. Ethan had known the day would come, of course. Everyone had. Somehow that didn't make anyone less jittery when it arrived. The Woken knew something was up. It was only a matter of time until they discovered exactly what the gens had done. What wasn't so clear was what the scientists and their oppressive guardians would do about it. A party was down from the ship, including someone newly woken, a bigwig of some kind. Cariad was there too, Ethan had heard. He would have liked to have gone and seen her. On the other hand, he feared her realization that he'd kept something important from her for so long. He would find her inevitable questions hard to answer. The Woken were asking plenty of them. Why was the settlement almost empty? Where had everyone gone? As agreed, every gen there was giving the same answers. Sorry, I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe they're working somewhere else today. Yes, it is strange, but I'm sorry, I can't help you. Ethan wondered how many were managing to sound convincing in their answers. Not that it really mattered. Only an idiot would believe them, and the Woken were no idiots. What was remarkable was that the Guardians hadn't noticed the increasing absences for so long. However, the next question the gens had to answer was, what were they going to do now? The new settlement at the caves wasn't anywhere near finished. The habitable caves remained little more than holes in the cliff with sanitation. The storage caves were full, stuffed with as many of the supplies from the original settlement that would fit. But the supplies themselves were in a terrible mess. No single person had overseen the transfer, and everyone who had helped had organised the boxes and crates according to their personal idea of how everything should be stored. Certain essential items, like disinfectant and salt, had gone missing. No one thought they'd been stolen. The containers had to be somewhere among the randomly stacked jumble. It was just that no one knew where. The discussion on how to respond to this latest tightening the tension between the gens and Woken took place on the cliff tops above the caves. No cave was large enough to hold everyone who wanted to take part, which was 300 or 400 gens. Some young children remained at the original settlement, and many parents were nervous that they would be separated from their offspring. They wanted to go to retrieve them. Others argued that it would look suspicious if lots of people suddenly appeared on flitters, racing into town, especially those who could give no good reason for being away. Wait until we think up an excuse, the objectors had argued. Only no one could think of anything that made any sense. Others wanted to tell the Woken and Guardians exactly what the gens were doing and defy them to put a stop to it. Ethan didn't know the right answer, and without Garwin there to lead the discussion, it had descended into chaos. Loud arguments between individuals had broken out, while others were shouting themselves hoarse, asking for quiet. The debate was going nowhere, and he needed some peace. He left the group and climbed down the network of ladders leading to his personal cave. He'd felt a little guilty at taking a cave all to himself, but others had urged he deserved it, considering his service to the colony. The argument hadn't made a lot of sense to him. He'd only done what seemed right and what anyone else would have done. But the cave was tiny, too small even for a couple. He'd decided it wouldn't hurt to accept it. He was nearly down at the level of his cave when a rung on the ladder gave way as he put his weight on it. He let out a cry of surprise and gripped the sides of the ladder while seeking blindly with his foot to find the next rung. He looked down at the beach, 30 meters or more below him, and the waves that pounded it. He had come close to having his entire involvement with the gens' Woken problem solved for him. Climbing down further, he reached the defective rung. It had slipped out from its hole. The nut had become loose. He sighed. The ladder system was pure gen construction. Whenever they made something of their own, they never seemed to do it as well as when they followed the manual. It was an ingrained problem. They had been brought up to follow instructions, not to be creative or innovative. He stepped sideways into his cave. Twyla was here. He jerked backward and nearly fell out. She was at the entrance, lifting a bag over her shoulder, as if she'd been about to leave. Sorry. She moved out of his way. I had to come inside. Having no doors makes it hard to knock. I was looking for you. It was a poor excuse. She could have easily called out and left when he didn't answer. He casually glanced around. He didn't have much in the way of personal possessions, and nothing seemed to have been disturbed. The likelihood of Twyla wanting to steal from him was remote, but he couldn't think of any other explanation for her presence.
"Can I help you with something?"
Twyla looked at her feet, then out across the ocean. For an older woman, she suddenly seemed young and vulnerable. "You're angry with me for waiting for you here, aren't you? I'm sorry to invade your privacy, but I need to talk to you alone about something that's bothering me. It's kind of embarrassing. I'm not sure how to put it." His suspicions fell away. He had a horrible presentiment of what Twyla wanted to speak to him about. He began to grow uncomfortable. "It's weird. I had it all clear in my mind what I would say before I came here. Now I can't remember a word."
"Do you want to sit down?"
If he was right about what Twyla wanted to talk about, he didn't relish the prospect of the conversation they were about to have, but he felt sorry for her. He would have hated to be in her position. She looked for a place to sit. He pulled a storage box out into the floor space and wiped off the fine dust that permeated everything in the caves. He sat down on his mattress. She put her hands on her bony knees. "I wanted to ask you something. I hope it's okay. You're the only person I can ask. I don't trust the others to tell me the truth. You're honest. That's what people say anyway. You have a lot of integrity. Only..." She swallowed. "Now that it comes to it, I don't know if I want to know the answer." The situation was becoming extremely awkward, but what he felt most was sympathy and sorrow. He almost opened the subject for her, but stopped himself. If his guess was wrong, it would be extremely embarrassing for them both, and potentially disastrous for Twyla's marriage. On the other hand, I got up the courage to come here, so I guess I should go through with it. All the time she'd been speaking, she hadn't met his gaze. Now she looked him directly in the eye. "Ethan, you spend a lot of time with Garwin, right?" He nodded. Have you noticed anything?" She stopped, closed her eyes, and took a breath. She opened her eyes. "Ethan, is my husband having an affair?" For some reason, he felt almost as bad as if he was the one who was cheating. Twyla looked fragile, like a breath of wind would break her in two. He didn't want his words to be that breath, but what could he do? He couldn't bring himself to lie to the woman. She had been lied to enough already, yet the words were difficult to say. Instead, he nodded again.
"I'm sorry."
He'd expected her to burst into tears or begin an angry rant, but instead she only looked defeated. Her shoulders sagged, and her head hung down like something inside her had been crushed. "I should have known. All the signs were there. I just didn't want to see them. Do you know how long it's been going on?"
"I'm afraid I don't."
"Or who the woman is?" He hesitated. He thought he'd been right to tell her the truth, but was Cherry's personal business his to tell? Was she doing anything wrong? She hadn't broken any vows. "Don't tell me. It doesn't matter, whoever it is." She abruptly stood up. "I think I'll go. Thank you for being honest, Ethan. I appreciate it."
"I wish I had a different answer for you."
"Me too. I wonder how long he's been at it. I've suspected him for a long time."
"I'm sorry."
She went to the cave entrance as if to leave, but she had another question for him. "Do many people know?"
"I don't know how many people know about it."
It was the truth, though a more accurate statement would have been, "I think everyone knows." But he couldn't bring himself to add to her anguish. The woman had enough to deal with. "No one else even gave me a hint. You were the only one to tell me, and only when I asked you directly." He struggled to find an answer. Should he have told her? He hardly knew her. Luckily, she left before he could think of a response. He stuck his head out of the cave and warned her about the broken rung, but she didn't reply and carried on climbing up the cliff. He sat down heavily. Big and small, the problems for the settlement were compounding. His revelation to Twyla could have a wider impact than it should. If Garwin was affected by the breakdown of his marriage, he might not be able to continue on as he had, leading the gens to their freedom and independence while playing a double game with the Woken. The chaotic meeting going on at the top of the cliffs was evidence of how much the gens needed the man. Out over the ocean, clouds were building up on the horizon. A storm was coming. He got up and began moving his belongings deeper inside the cave, where the bone-dry sand indicated that rain never reached it. He should go up to the cliff top and draw others' attention to the impending downpour, but he didn't have the motivation. He sat on a box and watched the gathering clouds. It wasn't right that Garwin was repeatedly unfaithful to Twyla. She wasn't a bad person, and Garwin had wanted to marry her after all. It seemed so unfair, too. Garwin had the opportunity of a happy relationship with someone he loved, or at least someone he had loved at some point, while Lauren had been murdered and... He avoided the train of thought. It would be a long time before he could be with someone else. Perhaps that might never happen, especially if whoever he chose didn't choose him. His thoughts strayed to safer ground. While he felt sorry for Twyla, he was also bemused at her ignorance. Garwin was notorious for his numerous flings. He had confidence and charisma that few single or even married women seemed able to resist. It hardly seemed credible that it was the first news Twyla had heard of Garwin's dalliances. Garwin wasn't careful about hiding what he was doing, as his behaviour that day they explored the caves attested. Could Twyla really be that naive? He guessed she had to be. Perhaps the old saying he'd read in Earth literature was correct. The partner was always the last to know. A creaking from outside told him someone else was approaching. He jumped up and went to the cave entrance. "Watch out for a broken rung." He was looking up at Cherry's legs as she descended the ladder. "Where is it?" "The third one below where your left foot is now." "Okay, thanks." A moment later, she jumped into the cave. "These ladders aren't very safe, are they?"
"Someone needs to go over them and double-check all the connections. And we need to install a safety system, something like a harness that we clip onto the struts. Eventually we're going to have to cut stairs into the cliff and wall them in."
"That's a great idea, but it'll take forever."
"Maybe not. Someone was saying we might be able to use controlled explosions to break away areas of rock. That would speed up the process quite a bit."
"Ethan, what would we do without you?"
"I don't know. Find another dumb farmer."
"Don't run yourself down like that. When are you going to understand how important you are to this colony?"
"Thanks, but you're exaggerating. So, is there anything you need me for?"
"Something I need you for? What kind of a question is that? Why did you go off when we were discussing what to do? It's anarchy up there. You have to come up and help us decide how to respond to the Woken sniffing around the settlement. We need your opinion. People will listen to you." He was in no mood for the meandering, confused discussions and arguments he'd just slipped away from, but he said,
"Okay, I'll come up, but a storm's on the way. Can you see? We have to move everything away from the cave entrances."
"I'll organise that. There are plenty of people avoiding the debate, just like you. Go and talk some sense into those gens up top." When he returned to the clifftop meeting, it didn't seem to have moved on. The same people were repeating the same arguments. No side was willing to back down or even listen to anyone else. The only difference was that the mood had grown even more argumentative. If things were to continue the same way, the debate could soon turn into a brawl.
"Hey!"
he shouted, raising his hands.
"Hey!"
He jumped up and down, waving the crowd to silence. The gens turned to him, and gradually the noisy discussions subsided.
Have we heard any more news on what the Woken have said or done?
They haven't done anything yet, someone replied. Leastways, that we know of. Just been asking awkward questions.
And the people in the settlement have been offering no explanation, like we agreed, just saying they don't know?
That's right.
Then it seems to me the best thing for us to do is nothing.
He paused to let his statement sink in.
Look at it this way. Why should we answer the Woken's questions? We're not their slaves. We don't owe them our compliance, and even if we did, we've done nothing wrong. We have nothing to be ashamed of. Even if we believe we should follow the manual, which, by the way, I don't, there's nothing in there that states we can't do what we're doing, and nothing that states we have to keep the Woken informed.
That's right, someone said in the tone of receiving a revelation. In fact, the manual states that we should move out of the original settlement and start new ones. We've only brought the schedule forward.
Whether we're following the manual or not,
said Ethan,
makes no difference. So what if the Woken have noticed the settlement's half empty? This is our planet. We can do what we like. We don't answer to them unless we choose to. So we do nothing, right?
Someone said.
I guess it makes sense. So we just carry on as we have been, making our new home habitable, moving our supplies here.
No one had any further comments to make.
Glad we've sorted that out, because we've got more important things to deal with. It's going to start raining soon. We need to get everything we can into the back of the caves.
The crowd began to dissolve.
But take care on the ladders. Some of the rungs are coming loose.
The gens moved away, forming lines as they waited to descend to their various locations within the cave system. If he'd said something different, would the gens have gone along with that too? It was like they were only waiting for someone to take charge and tell them what to do. They had far to go to begin behaving like autonomous human beings. Their conditioning had made them into sheep or children, which is exactly what Cariad had accused them of being. It was partly a problem of confidence. The gens needed to think more independently, it was true, but in order to achieve that, they needed to believe in themselves. He joined the back of a line. As he waited for his turn on a ladder, another realization hit. What he'd been thinking about his fellow gens also applied to himself. Chapter 25. Aubryo was in a rage and had gathered all the Woken together to witness it. He'd even demanded that representatives from the Guardians attend his rant. Strongquist and Faina sat at the back of the large meeting room aboard the Nova. Strongquist's arms were folded and his legs outstretched and crossed at the ankle. Faina sat erect, her hands together in her lap. The female Guardian's eyes were bright and alert, while Strongquist's were hooded, as if he were mentally a great distance from the event. Aubryo's weakness following his revival had entirely disappeared. To Cariad, while he lectured and threatened everyone about the situation planet-side, where most of the gens seemed to have left the settlement, he appeared as athletic and dynamic as he'd been on Earth.
"This is unacceptable,"
the man thundered for the third or fourth time.
"This situation is entirely out of hand, and it's your fault."
He jabbed an index finger at the seated Woken, who were meek as sheep.
"What the hell were you thinking of, leaving them alone down there, unsupervised? I mean..."
He put his hands on his hips.
"What did you think was going to happen? Of course they were going to do their own thing. They aren't robots, they're human beings. Of course they're going to want to be independent."
Cariad rolled her eyes as Aubryo echoed her words like they were his own. He paused and glared before going on.
"Since you've all proven yourselves incapable of handling the situation, I'm going to take control. What's going to happen is this. None of you are to do anything. Nothing, do you hear? either with or to those people on the planet without my express say-so. Seeing as you've proven your incompetence, I'm going to have to sort this situation out and get the gens back to where they're supposed to be, on that settlement, and doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing."
Anahi stood up. All the gazes in the room swiveled to her, Cariad's included. This ought to be interesting. "I protest," she announced, though rather weakly. "I'm leader of this colony and I—"
"You're relieved of duty,"
Aubryo snapped without even looking at her. "You can't do that. It doesn't even make any sense. My duties are my work. Leader is an official position." She had been about to say an elected position. Cariad was certain. Anahi swallowed and continued. "It's the highest position in the colony. You're welcome to offer suggestions and advice. That was why I gave the order for you to be revived. I recognized that we would benefit from your expertise in managing people, but I'm the one who has the final decision on how to address any problems with the gens, not you." Cariad was impressed. Though Anahi's ploy to revive Aubryo was severely backfiring, she wasn't giving up easily. Cariad didn't agree with what she'd done, but she couldn't help but feel a small measure of admiration. Anahi was aware she was playing with fire. Aubryo could be utterly ruthless in getting whatever he wanted.
"Listen,"
Aubryo said, finally gracing Anahi with his eye contact.
"In my business, on my ship, people only get to do what they're good at. You're a shit leader. If you hadn't screwed up, we wouldn't be down around 1,500 people. So you're out. Understand? I don't give a fuck what rules you've laid down. I'm the one running this place now. I've heard you might be a bit sick in the head too. So if you know what's good for you, you'll trot along to the medical centre and stop interfering in things you don't understand."
The anger that emanated from Anahi at Aubryo's words was almost palpable. The woman was rigid, and her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides. She couldn't seem to find the words to reply, however, for she stalked from the room, clinging to what little dignity she had left. Before she had even exited, Aubryo seemed to have forgotten her. He returned his attention to the assembled Woken.
"Right, stop all your other work. You need to fix this problem, and fix it now. How many of you are there? About 70, and some more in the freezer. Think you're going to make it on your own when the supplies run out? Do you think you're going to survive by yourselves down there? Forget it. You need those 2,000 people you've managed to piss off. We need them. Organize yourselves into teams of 5. First, find out where the gens have gone. Next, bring them back to the settlement. I don't care how. I heard the Guardians have guns. Use them. Finally, make the gens bloody well do what they're told. We need this colonization back on track, and we need to do it now."
The scientists, who had been frozen in shock and awe, jumped out of their seats. They scurried toward the exits. Cariad's stomach was in knots. Aubryo was going to make everything worse. If they forced the gens back to the settlement, they would have a war on their hands. Ethan had threatened as much.
"You!"
yelled Aubryo over the noise of the departing Woken. He was pointing at Strongquist and Faina.
"I want to talk to you."
The 2 Guardians stood as Aubryo strode across the room, Woken scattering before him like fish at the approach of a shark. Cariad sidled across to Strongquist and Faina, hoping to be privy to the conversation that promised to follow.
"I've been hearing a lot about you Guardians," was Aubryo's opening sentence. "I want to hear more. What are you doing here? What's your remit? What have you found out about the shuttle bombing? And I want to see your ship."
"Well, your final request is easy enough to fulfill," Faina replied evenly. "Would you like to see the Mistral now? You could return with us. Then perhaps we can answer your other questions." Strongquist only watched Aubryo from beneath his brows. Cariad was surprised at the Guardian's ready acquiescence to Aubryo's demand to see the Mistral. As far as she knew, she remained the only person who had been invited to it. Yet, unlike the Woken, their attitude didn't seem fearful. Their demeanour indicated they weren't remotely cowed by the overbearing, abrasive man. And in truth, there was nothing to stop them refusing him and walking calmly away while he ranted and raved. Clearly, being on Aubryo's right side suited their plans. Not that the man had a right side. As no one had told her she couldn't come too, Cariad tagged along. She had to do something to stop the conflict threatening the colony, though she had no idea what. They took the Guardian's shuttle to the Mistral. As they swiftly crossed the intervening space and drew near their destination, Aubryo closely studied the Guardian's ship. "Is that weaponry you've got there?" Cariad's ears pricked up. Weaponry? The Guardians hadn't mentioned their ship was equipped with weapons. From the look on Faina's face, the Guardians hadn't expected Aubryo or anyone else to recognize them. However, she didn't prevaricate. "Well spotted. Railguns on mounted turrets and—" "Railguns?" Cariad interrupted, peering out. "I thought those things were some kind of scanner."
"The Mistral has scanners too, of course," said Strongquist. He said to Aubryo, "I'm impressed that you knew what they were. Had some dealings in the arms trade. I think I'd recognize a weapon when I saw one. It doesn't look like the designs have changed much."
"Are they for space warfare?" Cariad asked, hoping the Guardian's arms weren't intended to be used on the planet. "I don't understand. We barely had the technology to build the Nova Fortuna when we left Earth. Don't tell me we were already developing weapons to fight battles in space."
"Always pays to be ahead of the game," said Aubryo, "especially when it comes to war. Offense is the best defense, like they say."
"But who would we have been fighting?" Cariad asked, aghast. "We had the global government. No more wars, remember?" When she had been a girl, the Asian, Euro-Asian, African, Latin and Pacific federations had finally come to the table to join with the Western Alliance to form a single world governing body. Each superstate had been vying for power over the others, political tensions increasing, until finally the wisest heads prevailed, and a catastrophic conflict had been narrowly avoided. She remembered it as a time of great relief and optimism. Sadly, the prevailing vision of the future had turned out to be grossly inaccurate. The single government had been no better at solving the problems of exhausted resources and a burgeoning population. She had grown up during a time of increasing concern and fear over the future of civilization. It was one of the factors that had led to interest in the possibility of leaving the solar system entirely and seeking out a new path for humankind in deep space. Conversely, the fear had also given rise to the natural movement, as people blamed reliance on technology and science for the problems.
"Could have had a breakaway federation on the Moon or Mars," Aubryo replied. "Might have needed to quell that. And that's not even counting the possibility of an alien attack." "Yeah," he ruminated. "If 10-foot alien predators tried to invade, there wouldn't have been many calls for peace and disarmament then. Talking of which, I take it there haven't been any signs of an alien presence around here. You would have said if there was, right?" She didn't know if he was talking to her or the Guardians. She hadn't thought about the possible existence of aliens in the sector for a long while. "We haven't seen any signs of sentience on the planet, if that's what you mean. There are 2 predatory life forms, but I don't believe the xenozoologists have found anything else other than plant life and microorganisms in the area of the settlement." "And the Nova Fortuna didn't pick up anything on the way over?"
"I don't think so. I'm not responsible for going over the records, but as far as I know, the scanners didn't sense anything indicating intelligent life." Her thoughts returned to Aubryo's earlier remarks. So was the weapons development you were involved in legal? Aubryo gave her a look that told her he neither knew nor cared. He said to Faina,
"Are these weapons standard now on Earth starships?"
The Guardians told Aubryo the story they'd repeated ever since they had arrived, that the Mistral was unique, the only FTL starship ever constructed, and that it had been built specifically to catch up to the Nova Fortuna and protect the new colony. They explained that the weapons had only been precautionary. They hadn't known what they might encounter on the way over, or when they arrived. As she listened to the story again, she found that it rang hollow. There was something about the tale the Guardians told that didn't ring true, though she couldn't put her finger on it. Aubryo was watching the two of them like a hawk. She was sure he didn't believe them either. As she stepped from the shuttle into the Guardian ship, she experienced the same sensation of stepping into the future she'd had before. The sleek, spotless interior of the Mistral and the purity of its atmosphere made the place seem sterile. Did the Guardians enjoy living aboard their ship, or did they miss the organic scents and untidiness of Earth? She would have loved to ask them, but she had never achieved the kind of casual friendliness with them that would allow such a question. Although the Guardians were always polite and civil, none of them had ever given the impression of wanting to be friends, not even Strongquist, who she'd spent the most time with. The Guardians also never talked about Earth, unless they were directly asked, and they never spoke a word about their personal lives or each other. The more she thought about it, the odder their behaviour seemed. She would have expected a softening of relations by now. She resolved again to do her best to find out more about the enigmatic group, or at the very least to discover the reason for their standoffishness. Perhaps it was only a feature of human culture that had developed in the centuries since she'd left. The group went to the ship's bridge first. Faina explained the functions of the consoles to Aubryo. They were the same as on the Nova, like comms, scan reports, navigation. Though Cariad didn't recognise the consoles, she wasn't familiar with the Nova's bridge either. Aubryo also seemed much less familiar with these than he'd been with the Mistral's weapons. He didn't say anything to indicate that, however, probably choosing to mask his ignorance with silence. They went to the engine room next, where Strongquist once more explained the working principle of the drive. Aubryo said,
"I knew we'd get there in the end. Didn't realise it would take so long. Lucky we didn't wait around, Cariad?"
He winked at her.
"Would have been nice to avoid travelling as an ice cube for nearly 2 centuries, though."
He put his hands on his hips as he surveyed the engine.
"Beautiful. Almost makes me want to go back to Earth and build another one. Not that I could afford it, all out of cash, but maybe I could raise the money."
"The Guardians have said that Earth and the solar settlements are full to bursting," Cariad said. "It doesn't sound like it would be a good idea to go back."
"Is that right?"
Aubryo asked Strongquist and Faina.
"But what if I wanted to? What if I wanted to go back on your ship?"
"That wouldn't be possible," Faina replied firmly. "We are here to support the settlers and the founding of the colony. You said earlier that you wish to know our remit, and that is it, put simply. Returning individuals to Earth is out of the question." Aubryo didn't reply at first. He was trying to outstare Faina. The woman didn't buckle. In fact, she betrayed not the slightest of any tension as Aubryo gazed down at her, unblinking. Finally he laughed and turned to Cariad, saying,
"Well, you don't know unless you ask, do you?"
It was a pride-saving move. He was clearly simmering as his massive ego tried to deal with his failure to intimidate the Guardian.
"We'll show you the medical centre next," said
Strongquist.
"If you're interested, that is."
"I am," said Cariad. "I didn't see much of it when I was here before."
"This isn't your first time?"
Aubryo asked.
I heard the Guardians didn't allow people on their ship.
So that was why he'd particularly wanted to see it. He'd wanted to exercise his self-perceived privilege.
Cariad was helping us with our investigation into the natural movement Saboteur,
said Strongquist.
I invited her over to view some records.
Said Aubrio.
Got your fingers in a lot of pies, haven't you, Cariad? I'll have to keep an eye on you.
They walked to the medical centre, which was empty. The place was large and full of pristine equipment. Strongquist took the lead in showing them each item and explaining its function. Most interesting of all to Cariad was the gene therapy equipment. The Guardian explained that it engineered the patient's genes to correct developmental abnormalities. Her excitement grew as Strongquist spoke. You mean we finally cured genetic conditions retroactively?
Absolutely.
This is marvellous. This will help enormously to keep the colony healthy. I weeded out genetic conditions as far as I was able, but I can't prevent mutations further down the line. So this is available on Earth too? Only within a limited area, Faina said. Most of human civilization has no access to advanced technologies such as these. Aubrio was looking bored. 2 more Guardians had appeared, dressed in medical scrubs. Cariad wondered what they were doing here. The centre currently had no patients. One of the medics activated a self-powered gurney. He brought it over, presumably to show them, though Cariad didn't think the design had altered much from her time.
Cariad,
said Strongquist.
Perhaps you would like to see the immunomanipulator.
I'd love to.
I'd like to take a look at your weapons systems,
said Aubrio.
Medical treatment isn't really my thing.
Strongquist led her away from the main group and over to another item of equipment.
I've seen as much as I want to in here,
said Aubrio. She was inspecting the immunomanipulator when she realised she hadn't heard a reply to Aubrio's comment. Yet she also hadn't heard him and the other Guardians leave. She glanced over her shoulder out of curiosity and gave a squeak of surprise. The large man was collapsing and the medics were catching him. "Oh no!" she exclaimed and rushed over. The medics were supporting Aubrio's considerable weight and placing him on the gurney. His colour was normal. "What happened? Did he faint?" Faina grimaced as if in distaste. "Don't be alarmed. Would you please move out of the way?" She stepped backward to give the medics more room, bumping into Strongquist, who had come up behind her. "Perhaps it's a delayed effect of the revival process," she said. "I thought he'd recovered. This is terrible. I need to get him back to the Nova as soon as possible."
"I think Aubrio will be better off here," said Strongquist. "As you've seen, our medical facilities are superior."
"That's true, but—" She looked at Faina, who was as unperturbed as ever, as were all the Guardians. "You said he didn't faint. How do you know? Why aren't you checking his pulse and airway and pupils? He could be seriously ill." "We know what's wrong with him," said Faina. "We injected him with a sedative." "You what?" The medics were strapping Aubrio onto the gurney, restraining his flopping limbs. He was deeply unconscious, his mouth lolled open. "You sedated him? Why?"
"It was necessary, unfortunately," said Strongquist. "As we've explained, we are here to support the foundation of a healthy, thriving colony. We've assessed Aubrio's personality based on his behaviour since he was revived, and we checked into his background. We've come to the conclusion that this man's influence would be detrimental to the colony. Therefore, we will keep him sedated until such time as he is no longer a threat."
You... She was so outraged she couldn't speak.
"I understand this will be something of a shock to you, but please try not to be alarmed. This isn't something we undertake lightly. Aubrio will come to no harm. His absence will be temporary, and it is for the overall good of the colony. We have all the necessary equipment and treatments to maintain him in an unconscious state until the Nova Fortuna project returns to stability. I am sure you agree its health is fragile at the moment."
Outrage finally broke through her shock. "You can't do this! You can't just knock people out if you think they're going to do something bad. This is barbaric. Who do you think you are? You aren't even part of this project. No one invited you along. You've turned up out of nowhere." Frenzied possibilities rushed through her mind. It was impossible to verify the Guardian's story. You could be anyone. Maybe it's you who turned off the electric fence in the first night attack. Was it you who planted the bombs in the stadium and on the shuttle? It was, wasn't it? No Guardian has ever been hurt. Not ever. It's only ever been Jens or Woken. As the words tumbled out, she was backing away from the Guardians, who regarded her impassively. She reached a corner and she could go no farther. She was the only non-Guardian on the ship and entirely at the mercy of these people. People who thought it was okay to sedate someone indefinitely because of something they thought he might do. Who are you? Chapter 26. Since the Woken had discovered the absence of significant numbers of gens at the settlement, tension had grown at the caves. What had been a happy mood of optimism as they fitted out their new homes had turned to a quiet, constant sense of anxiety for some, and for others plain fear. There was talk of setting up armed defensive positions and a watch to check for signs of an impending attack. If such an attack were to come, Ethan speculated, they could easily be trapped. The only exit he, Garwin and Cherry had discovered when they explored the caves was narrow and difficult to navigate. The gens would only be able to pass through slowly, one at a time. They'd hoped that more escape routes would be discovered later when people arrived and began to investigate the site, but none had turned up. As he pondered the problem again one day, stealing precious moments of solitude in his cave, he decided it was time to look again. They'd already found one route from the rear of the caves to the surface. There had to be others. The cave walls all bore the signs of being worn by water, and what appeared to be a dry riverbed ran along the route to the coast. He was no expert in such matters, but everything he saw pointed to the fact that, at some point in the history of the area, the river water had sunk into the ground and drained out from the cliff through the caves, as well as pouring over the edge in the now dried-up waterfall. Even if he found a tunnel that was too narrow to climb through, maybe they could blast them wider with explosives, as Seaberg had suggested. They needed all the escape routes they could get. He filled a canister from his water container, grabbed a helmet that held a headlight, and climbed out and up the ladder on the cliff face, heading for one of the larger storage caves. There was a tunnel there that hadn't been deeply explored yet. It could lead to just the passage they needed. As he climbed, he noticed Garwin coming down. Garwin had rarely been at the caves in recent weeks. He had taken the responsibility of remaining in the settlement for the time being, helping to keep up the appearance of activity in the place. Also, his workshop was there. He had to finish putting together the kits to create the remaining machinery and vehicles the gens needed. Ethan called out a greeting. Garwin looked down. "I was just coming to see you. I wanted to catch up on how things have been going here." After Ethan briefly explained what he planned on doing, Garwin said, "That's a great idea. I'll come with you. You can tell me about the progress here while we explore. I'll just tell Twyla where I'm going, then I'll meet you there." She and Garwin were sharing one of the larger caves with several other childless couples. Ethan continued climbing up to the storage cave. The place was more orderly than it had been the last time he'd seen it. Areas were clearly labelled with signs hanging from the rock overhead. Garwin soon joined him. However, Twyla had also come along. She gave no sign of their earlier conversation. Had she told Garwin she knew about his affair? It didn't appear so. Garwin was as relaxed and easy as he'd ever been. His arm was around his wife's waist as they came over to Ethan at the back of the cave. "I brought this." Twyla held up a thick yellow crayon. "I'll write on the wall so that people will know where we've gone, and we can mark the walls so we don't get lost." "Good thinking," said Ethan. He'd been concerned about that possibility. "That's my wife," Garwin said affectionately. Ethan felt sick. The man's duplicity nauseated him. "It's this way," he said, after Twyla had written her message, walking into the opening at the back of the cave, turning sideways to squeeze through the gap. Garwin and Twyla followed. "Unless we find something better, we need to make the current escape route safer. It's too cramped and uneven."
"Yes, it is. I had a look at it. The younger children won't deal with that floor very well. We'd have to carry them. The whole place needs to be safer, in fact. The caves themselves don't need much work, only smoothing out some walls and erecting barriers to prevent kids from accidentally falling out. But we have to find a better way of getting around than those ladders. I don't even like the idea of adults using them. It's really dangerous. People are getting lazy. If two people meet, instead of one of them backing up to a safe place, they go around each other. I'm surprised no one's fallen off already." Ethan explained his ideas of safety lines attached to the ladders and eventually constructing walled-in stairs in the cliffs. Garwin said, "Those are great solutions." They'd gone deeper into the cliff where the tunnel widened out and sloped upward. Very little light made it in from the cave, and all Ethan could see was within the narrow beam of his headlight. The smooth, water-worn rock was ridged, which helped his feet maintain purchase on the sloping floor. A black entrance loomed to the right, narrower than the main tunnel. "What do you say we try this side route? I think others have been down the main route already." Twyla marked the entrance with a yellow arrow pointing in the direction of the way out, and they went in. This route was markedly steeper than the first, and Ethan had to use his hands as well as his feet to move along it. The atmosphere was moist and clammy, and he soon found himself wet with sweat. The moistness of his palms made the going even harder. He was just about to suggest that they return and try a different passage when the tunnel evened out and split into two. This time they took the easier passage, bypassing the crack in the wall barely as wide as his shoulders. Twyla marked the direction of the exit again in yellow crayon, as they conserved their breath for the effort of navigating the passage. How far had they come? He'd lost track of the distance. Without landmarks for guidance, it was impossible to tell. They also seemed to have gone farther vertically than horizontally. He guessed they'd been going for around half an hour. Another split in the passage appeared. They had a choice of 3 directions this time. Once more, they chose the easiest of the 3, which was really the only possible choice. The other 2 were so steep they were impossible to climb without ropes. Water began to drip from the ceiling, and a fat drop landed on his helmet. As the cold water fell onto his shirt and trickled down his back, a thought occurred. The other 2 were a short way behind him. He paused as they caught up. "Do you think it's possible the river hasn't totally dried up? What if it still runs here, just underground?" "I don't think it does," Garwin replied. "It would have to come out somewhere, wouldn't it? I haven't noticed any sign of water exiting the cliffs. But maybe it comes out below ground, in the ocean." Ethan looked upward. His headlight reflected wetly on the bumpy surface of the ceiling. Thick drops of water seeped through here and there, hanging heavily before they fell. Small stalactites were forming. Or what if there isn't a river as such, just a lot of water? If we have a massive storm, the water might run through the caves again.
Twyla said. "I hope not. That would be a disaster."
"Do you think it's a possibility?"
Garwin asked.
"No,"
Ethan replied after a moment's consideration.
"The caves directly inside the cliffs are extremely dry. No plants or anything else lives in them. It's like they haven't seen water for decades or centuries. I never considered the cave settlement our long-term home anyway," said Garwin. "Their advantage is we aren't out in the open if the Woken or Guardians decide to attack and force us back. But when things settle down, we should look to creating a proper town somewhere we don't have to climb to go from one place to another. Maybe we could look at the area on the other side of the farming district. We'll need those crops when they're ready to harvest."
Panting with exertion in the humid darkness, apart from the noise of their breathing and the drip of water, the tunnel was absolutely silent, and they could only see whatever the beams of their headlights illuminated. The passage suddenly dipped. Ethan lost his footing, falling hard on his rear. He slid down the wet, slimy slope, grabbing vainly at the tunnel's sides, but his hands slipped off any bumps he found. Garwin and Twyla had suffered a similar fate. They were coming down behind him. The beam from his headlight bounced as he went along, wondering when he would reach the bottom. Empty space yawned wide beneath him, a hole in the tunnel floor. He grabbed wildly and encountered a lump of rock. He gripped with all his strength. He just had time to blurt, "Watch out!" before Garwin also arrived at the opening. Holding tight to the rock, Ethan hauled himself out of the hole and onto the tunnel floor. There was a cry that sounded like Twyla. He swung his headlamp around to find out what had happened. Garwin was half in, half out of the hole, barely holding on to the rough, lumpy floor, and Twyla was in the hole, holding on to Garwin. Her knuckles were white as she dug her hands into his shirt, and her face was panic-stricken. Garwin's expression was tortured as he tried to prevent his wife and himself from plummeting to unknown depths. Garwin gasped, "Get Twyla!" Ethan slid quickly closer. Lying flat on his stomach, he reached down and grabbed Twyla's arms. Garwin gasped and slipped toward the hole. Twyla cried out and dug her hands deeper into her husband's back. "I've got you," said Ethan. He squirmed backward, tugging on the woman's arms. Now that he was taking a lot of her weight, Garwin also pulled himself upward, grunting with effort. Ethan tugged harder, eventually lifting Twyla's upper half over the edge. She didn't let go of Garwin until he was entirely out of the hole and she was 3/4 out. All three lay on the tunnel floor, panting. Ethan sat up and looked along at the passage they had slipped down. They seemed to have come a long way. He couldn't see the top. "Are you okay?" Garwin asked. Ethan turned his gaze to the couple and saw that Garwin was talking to Twyla. They had sat up too and were hugging. "Yes, I'm okay," Twyla replied, though her voice sounded teary. Garwin hugged her closer. "That was close." His voice was emotional, and his face was white with shock and fear. He stroked his wife's hair and looked into her eyes. "Are you sure you're all right?" "I'm fine, really." The look that passed between the two was so intimate, Ethan looked away, embarrassed to intrude on the moment. Their deep love for each other was clear. He couldn't understand why Garwin had affairs if his relationship with his wife was so strong, or why Twyla was so unaffected by the revelation of his cheating. "I don't know if we'll be able to get out the way we came down," he said. "The slope's too steep." "Can we get around it?" Twyla asked. When he looked toward the couple again, they'd broken their embrace, and Garwin was peering over the edge of the hole. He ran his hands over the ground as if searching for something. "Anyone see a pebble? I wonder how deep this is." They looked, but the tunnel was bare of any loose rock. Instead, Twyla broke her crayon in half and handed one piece to Garwin. He reached out and dropped it. A plop signalled water at the bottom, quite far down. When Ethan leaned over carefully and shone his headlight into the darkness, the light reflected on a wet surface. "It's probably fresh water from the old river, unless we've come down to sea level, which I don't think we have," Garwin said.
"If it is fresh, that'll save us a lot of trouble with desalinating the seawater."
Ethan had been exploring an edge of the hole and found that the rock was wide enough to allow them safe passage. They went on. The slope had evened out and they were on a flat stretch. No one mentioned the fact that it was now imperative that they find another exit. Returning the way they had come could prove impossible. It was clear that the passage was useless as an escape route too. Their new focus was on their own escape. The tunnel began to climb, which he chose to look upon as a good sign. They had to have been travelling for at least an hour. Their lights would last another hour or so. If they couldn't get out, they could last quite a while down here, though it would be in total darkness. Though no one had brought any food along, they could lick the water from the cave walls. However, lasting weeks could be a good or a bad thing. A rescue party might follow the markings Twyla had made, but they could slip down the steep slope leading to the hole. They might not be as lucky as he, Garwin, and Twyla had been. He gave a shiver and pushed the thought from his mind. He needed to concentrate on escaping the cave, not on what would happen if they couldn't. He worked upward, clutching the slippery rocks, the sound of Garwin's and Twyla's heavy breathing joining his own. In spite of the heat of his exertion, he was chilled from the water dripping onto him, soaking his clothes. A gap opened in the wall to his right. He poked his head through it, illuminating the view with his headlamp. The passage looked a little drier than their current tunnel, though it was even steeper.
"This looks promising. What do you say we go this way?"
"It's as good as any other." Both Twyla and Garwin were sweaty and grimy, and their haggard expressions told of their exhaustion. Ethan imagined he probably didn't look much better. Without any more discussion, they took the route. It wasn't long before signs indicated it had been a good choice. The tunnel walls and the air grew noticeably drier. Panting heavily, he climbed higher. He grew warm again, and his sweat began to dry on his skin. A change in the darkness made him stop.
"Hold on a second. Turn off your lamps."
He turned off his own too. Faint rays of light were piercing the black. Farther along the tunnel, a ragged hole in the rock ceiling was faintly outlined by light. "Thank the stars! We must be near the surface." The prospect of escape from the cave system invigorated them all. Ethan climbed quicker, heading toward the tantalizing glimmer. His head struck rock. The blow was so hard, if he hadn't been wearing a helmet, he would have suffered a serious injury. As it was, he was only a little dazed.
"What was that?"
Garwin asked in response to the sound. Ethan explained that the ceiling had lowered and told them to be careful. He was forced to crawl. The space was barely high enough to avoid slithering on his belly, but he didn't mind. Daylight was clearly visible ahead, green-hued but bright. In a few moments, he had pushed his way out through vegetation overhanging the exit. The sunlight blinded him, and he had to put his hands over his eyes. Behind him, Twyla and Garwin also emerged and exclaimed in relief. When Ethan's eyes had somewhat adjusted, he opened them wider and squinted at their surroundings. They were low down on the dried-up riverbed, the valley walls rising on each side. The route that he, Twyla, and Garwin had discovered would be useless for escape, but it didn't matter. They had made it out alive. Chapter 27. Cariad demanded that the Guardians reverse Aubryo's sedation, but they absolutely refused to wake him up, emphasizing the threat he presented to the success of the colony. Their words were little more than meaningless jumble. She was terrified that they might do the same to her. The horror of a potentially never-ending sleep, like returning to cryo, rose up before her. Both Strongquist and Faina continued to try to persuade her of the necessity of the sedation. She couldn't get through to them, and fearing for her own safety, she insisted on being returned to the Nova. She wanted nothing more than to put as much distance as possible between herself and the Guardians. "Take me back! Just take me back!" She had to tell the other Woken what the Guardians had done. If she couldn't persuade them that their behavior was acceptable, maybe others could, or Anahi might. The Guardians had said they would follow the leader's instructions. She had to speak to Anahi. Whatever happened, even if they complied with Anahi's command, the Guardians' act had changed the nature of their relationship with all the colonists irrevocably. Eventually, Strongquist and Faina acceded to her demand. She sat in stony silence, her hands trembling, the entire shuttle flight back to the colony ship. When she disembarked onto the Nova, she left the Guardians without a parting word and went directly to the leader's quarters. The outer door to what had once been a public office was locked. "Let me in!" she demanded through the doorcom when Anahi answered. "I have to talk to you." "What about?" She blurted the news of Aubryo's sedation. At first, Anahi seemed to not believe her, her expression suspicious. "Do you really think I would make this up? Open the door and let me in. We have to figure out a way to fix this." The door slid to one side and she strode inside. Anahi was standing behind the desk in the lobby. Cariad put her hands on the desk top and leaned toward the older woman. "They just gave him a shot and knocked him out. I only turned away for a minute, and when I turned back, they were laying him out, just like that, like it was the most normal thing in the world." "What did they say?" She related the tense conversation she'd had with the Guardians, finishing with, "I thought they were going to do the same to me. It was insane. They were so calm about it, not acting guilty at all. I can still hardly believe it. I feel like I should pinch myself." "Are you sure he wasn't being violent? Did he take a swing at them?" "No, he was just being Aubryo. You know what he's like. I don't know what you were thinking when you wanted to wake him up, but there was no reason to knock him out. Even if they were right that he's a threat to the colony, they can't just take him out of the equation. What if they decide to do it to someone else? If they do it to a gen, we'll have a revolution on our hands." "All right, sit down." Cariad slumped into a seat, some of her tension and fear finally dissipating. Anahi's expression was grave. "I'll speak to them. We'll see what they say." She opened her desk interface and sent a comm request. Cariad couldn't see the screen from where she was sitting, but she recognized Strongquist's voice immediately. "Leader, I thought I might hear from you. I'm guessing you want to speak to us about the unfortunate decision we had to make." "I do want to speak to you about your unlawful assault on a colonist, yes." Cariad admired Anahi's strong stance, but she doubted it would do any good. The Guardians held all the cards. They wouldn't have gone ahead with the sedation if they thought they could be forced to back down. "As we explained to Cariad, Aubryo's attitude and behavior threatened the future of the colony, and so—" "You have no authority to act this way. None at all. You aren't even members of the Nova Fortuna project. I demand that you return Aubryo to our ship immediately." "It is with great regret I must refuse your request." Strongquist did actually sound regretful. "But you have to do as I say. You have to obey the leader." "That isn't quite correct. We have to ensure the future of the colony at any cost. In most cases,
That means we bow to the leader's judgment. Orbio's case is extreme, however, and we have no choice but to deny your request at this time. When the colony is more stable..."
Anahi closed the connection. She looked suddenly older and very tired. After a pause she said, "I never meant for things to turn out like this. I was only trying to keep us all safe. What have I done, Cariad?" The long-time colleague Cariad remembered seemed to have returned. Though she wasn't sure Anahi's understanding of her motivations was accurate, she pitied her. She reached out and touched the woman's hand. "You didn't bring the Guardians here. They're the ones we need to be dealing with right now. But what can we do? They're armed, and only the gens have weapons." "I don't know yet, but we have to figure out a way. We can't let the Guardians walk all over us." Anahi shook her head. "Their tech is far superior to ours. If we refuse to allow them aboard the ship, they can force their way on, and we can't stop them from interfering on the planet. They can come and go as they please. They could take over the entire colony if they wanted to. If they start giving the gens orders, there's nothing we can do about it. The gens have already broken away. If the Guardians decide they want to take over the colony, they'll have their work cut out for them. There are lots more gens than us, and the Guardians don't even know where most of them are. Thinking about it, it's we Woken I'm more concerned about. What if the Guardians decide we're getting in the way of the success of the colony? There are only a few of us." "Do you really think it'll come to that? They've left us alone up until now. It's only been Orbio they objected to. They've been generally supportive, and they tried to catch the natural movement saboteur." "Have they? Or were they only making a show of it? Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence that they turned up at exactly the right moment? What if they're responsible for everything that's happened? We only have their word about the natural movement plot to destroy the colony. Has anyone actually seen any evidence of it? After what I witnessed just now, I don't feel like I know the Guardians at all. It was so cold-blooded. I don't feel like we're even the same species, as if humanity underwent some fundamental change after we left. Interesting, but it doesn't really help us." "No, you're right. The fact is, the Guardians are armed and we aren't. And it isn't like the gens are just going to kindly hand their weapons back if we ask. We found that out already." Cariad bit back the retort that popped into her mind regarding Anahi's handling of that situation. "That isn't to say we can't make our own. We have plenty of scientists to figure out how. We have printers we can program to make the parts. There has to be something we can do." "Yes, we have to do something to protect ourselves. Firstly, we have to tell the Guardians they're no longer welcome aboard the Nova, and we have to continue to demand they wake up Orbio." Anahi took a breath. "He's going to be so angry." Cariad smiled. She preferred Anahi without her megalomaniacal streak. "I'm glad we agree about something." She wasn't going to let Anahi's conciliatory mood go to waste. "What's happened has made me realize more than ever that we need a change of attitude. We've been seeing the gens as a problem we need to fix. We've been imagining that we have all the answers, but both us and the gens are alike, unfamiliar with the new world and without any experience of building a colony. We should work with the gens, not try to control them. They aren't our adversaries. The natural movement is what's really out to make this colony fail. And now we have another enemy, the Guardians." Chapter 28. Ethan was piloting a flitter along the dry riverbed that led to the caves, the vehicle piled high with supplies, when he saw Twyla. She passed him on another flitter going the other way, flying quickly. He lifted a hand to acknowledge her, but she didn't seem to notice him. He continued his journey, mulling over the impending issues the gens would soon face. Though the gens had already transported so many containers that they'd nearly filled the storage areas, they only had in their possession around 1/10 of what had been brought down from the ship. It was a big problem. If they wanted to entirely cut ties with the Woken and the Guardians and go it alone, they couldn't keep returning to collect more food, equipment and other essentials. If they wanted to be independent, they had to wean themselves from their milk mother, yet they didn't have enough room to store everything they might need. He was also beginning to worry about the constant use of the flitters. The manual warning that the flitters' power supplies were finite was suddenly becoming more real. Once the vehicle's energy ran out, the fledgling colony would not have the technology to replenish them. Independence was bringing the gens constraints and pressures as well as benefits. Another concern was his farm. He hadn't been back there in a long while after Cherry had sown his crop of soybeans. He had no idea how the plants were doing. He hadn't fertilized as he was supposed to or irrigated when the weather was dry. The work to found the new settlement was important, but was it more important than growing the food that would feed them when the supplies ran out? He arrived at the top of the cliffs and began unloading the boxes onto the rocky ground. Next came the job of strapping each box to a platform and lowering it to the storage cave where someone would haul it inside. Before beginning the task, he sat at the edge of the cliff to take a few minutes' break. Dangling his legs over the precipitous drop, he watched the ocean. The sky was cloudy and the water grey and foamy as it churned. A crazy scheme took shape in his mind. He could leave the problems of colonization behind and build a boat. Ancient vessels on Earth used the wind for power, catching it in enormous pieces of cloth called sails. He would harness the power of the wind and travel by boat across the ocean. There was another continent beyond the one chosen for the first settlement. He wanted to see it. He wanted to travel across the entire globe, visiting all the land masses. There was a whole world out there to discover. He sighed. Maybe one day he would do it. Maybe. He already had a lifetime's work ahead, just helping to provide a reliable supply of food. He got to his feet to return to the supply boxes. As he stood there was a dull thud, and a shock radiated up from the ground. It was an odd sensation, unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Was it an earthquake? He'd learned about them in school. He waited to see if anything else was going to happen, but nothing did. He walked over to the boxes and lifted one, ready to carry it to the platform. A shout came from the caves, followed by a scream. He returned to the cliff edge and peered over. People were climbing up the ladders from the caves. They were moving fast, but he couldn't see why, or not at first. Then the cause of the disturbance became clear. Water was pouring from some of the caves. They were escaping a flood. Frozen in surprise, he gaped at the sudden deluge. Loose, light items like clothes and packaging were being carried out and falling into the ocean below. More waterfalls appeared. What was happening? Where was the water coming from? It hadn't rained heavily recently, and the riverbed was as dry as ever. "Help!" a voice cried. The sound galvanized him into action. He ran to the nearest ladder, but it was full of people climbing up. There was another farther away that was empty. He sped over to it and began to climb down. If the caves were flooding, people would have to get out fast or risk being swept away. Even if they survived the drop into the ocean, no one could swim. He raced down the ladder. Over to one side of the cliff face, the ladders were filling up rapidly. People were trying to leave the caves, but the ladders didn't have the capacity to hold all of them at once. If people overwhelmed them, the structures might break free and send hundreds to their deaths. At one cave entrance, people crowded, jostling and shouting as they waited their turn to get onto a ladder.
"Stay calm,"
he shouted across to them.
"Wait your turn."
They either didn't hear or ignored him. The jostling grew rougher.
"Hurry up,"
someone shouted.
"I can hardly stand."
Ethan was amazed that any of them could stand in the torrent that swirled around their legs and poured down the cliff. He could only hear the arguing voices faintly because the noise of falling water was turning into a roar.
"Help me,"
a woman's voice called.
"Someone, please."
In the opposite direction, a woman teetered on a cave edge, holding the hand of a toddler. A barrier at the front of their cave was hanging askew, and water rushed through the gap. As he climbed across the network of ladders toward her, the barrier swung wide and broke off entirely before spinning and tumbling down to the waiting waves. The woman lifted the child into her arms and balanced it on one hip, gripping the cave wall with the other hand. Her legs were spread out, bracing herself against the current. She couldn't both hold the child and climb out onto a ladder. Whatever carrier she had for carrying the toddler on her back must have been swept away.
"Give him to me,"
he said as he reached her. She was soaked through, and her features were pale and frightened. She hesitated, gripping the child tighter, gazing down at the waves, her eyes round.
"It's okay, I can help you."
A shriek sounded out. Someone was falling. The figure hit the waves so hard the slap reverberated up the cliff over the noise of plunging water. The person quickly sank out of sight.
"Give him to me,"
Ethan yelled.
"Hurry up."
Another cry came as someone else fell. He turned around. Were people pushing others in their fear and haste to get onto the ladders? Or had the current grown so strong it was sweeping them away? The woman thrust the toddler at him. He grabbed the child and held him with one arm while using the other to grip the ladder.
"Now you."
A rumbling crash and roar came from deep within the caves, and the cliff face shook. The woman screamed as a wave of water poured out, carrying her with it. She grabbed him just in time, but his feet slipped from the rungs and he almost fell. For a frantic second, the woman dangled below him, her legs windmilling. His other arm gripped a ladder rung, bearing his weight and the weight of the woman and the child. Then one of his feet found a rung. He heaved upward. His other foot slid onto a rung. The woman also managed to climb onto the ladder. His gaze swept the cliff face in horror. The cave entrances that had been crowded were now empty. The second flood of water had swept countless people to their deaths. Only the people on the ladders had survived, and possibly some others who remained within the caves, holding on against the rush of water. He climbed quickly to the cliff top. As he was putting the little boy on the ground, his mother arrived. "Thank you," she gasped as she grabbed her child. But he was already climbing down again. There had to be more people who needed help. The entire cliff face could break away soon. As he was speeding down, he wondered what had happened. He'd guessed where the water had come from. It had to be from the aquifer he'd discovered on his most recent exploration. But why had it suddenly burst? The caves had all been dust dry. Nothing had flowed through them for a very long time. There was no reason for the sudden appearance of water, except that something catastrophic had caused it. The implications of his line of thought began to pile up, but he pushed them to one side. Figuring out the why and how of what had happened would have to come later, for now he had to help the people stuck in the caves. He reached the first entrance and peered inside. The dark interior was empty, save for the water running through it, pale and frothing with dust. He made his way over to the next cave. Inside this one, a handful of people were clustered. They were huddled tightly together at the back, where the floor was higher. Cherry was among them. "Ethan," she said when she saw him. He couldn't hear her over the rush of water, but he read her lips. She smiled bravely, but her face betrayed her fear. Little Cherry, she was the smallest of them all. To get out of the cave, the people would have to withstand the force of current in the deeper water at the front. Deep water that was growing deeper. If they stayed where they were, eventually the water could rise high enough to sweep them away. "You have to get out," Ethan shouted. He beckoned. "I'll help you." Holding on firmly with one hand and balancing on one foot, he leaned out into the cave and beckoned again. A young man stepped tentatively out. His body pressed against the wall, he inched over to the cave entrance. As soon as he reached Ethan's outstretched hand, Ethan grabbed him and gripped tightly. "Hold on to me and climb around me onto the ladder." The youngster did as Ethan had instructed, grasping onto his body until he finally reached the safety of the ladder. A woman and another man did the same. Then only Cherry was left. She was hugging the wall, fighting the current and watching the rushing water. "Cherry, you have to come out. Come on, it'll be okay." He didn't think she could hear him. She seemed mesmerized by the fast-flowing water. He bellowed at her. "Cherry, now! Hurry up!" Her eyes lifted and met his gaze. She shifted a tentative step toward him. The strain of staying upright showed on her face. The water was up to her thighs. Should he go into the cave and grab her? But then neither of them would have a firm hold, and if he fell, he would take her with him. She moved another step, and another. Her progress was painfully slow, and the water visibly rising. How much of it had been hidden underground? It seemed an impossible amount. Cherry moved closer. He could almost reach her. He strained with all his might to close the distance between them. Her gaze fixed on his, the fear on her face seemed to fade a little. She stretched out to him. Her fingertips brushed his hand. She lost her footing. She toppled backward into the water, sending up a splash as she hit. Her head was above the surface, and her arms were flailing as she slid past on her back. He made a wild grab for her. His fingers touched her shirt. Then she was gone. Cherry was gone. He desperately searched the cascade of water falling into the ocean. He couldn't see her. Shock froze him, clinging one-handed to the ladder. He watched the boiling water below, mixed with waves coming in from the ocean. Supply boxes and other items washed from the caves bobbed in the tumult. There was no sign of any people. Cherry was down there. Smart, funny, sparky Cherry, losing her fight with the water. He pressed his forehead against the cold, wet rock of the cliff face. He gripped the ladder like a vice, afraid that he would jump into the water to save her. He couldn't swim. He would drown too, and there had to be more trapped people who needed his help. Exerting every ounce of willpower, he forced himself to move. He climbed across and up and down the cliff, checking the caves. Others were doing the same. He found several more people and helped them to safety. The water continued to rise. Just as he was estimating that all the caves had been checked and that anyone who could be saved had been saved, an immense boom thundered up from below. His ladder juddered. He looked down in time to see part of the cliff break away. A lake full of water spewed out as the rocks crashed into the ocean, sending out a massive wave. He flew up his ladder, his hands and feet a blur of motion. When he reached the cliff top, he launched himself onto the flat ground. People were hanging around near the edge. "Get back! Run!" He urged them to run toward the hills bordering the dried-up river where other survivors were gathering.
"Move!" he yelled. "The cliff could collapse any second."
Finally they took notice and began to move. Running with the others, he reached and then climbed the hill slopes, slipping on loose stones and dirt. When he thought he'd gone far enough to be out of danger, he halted. Gasping, he threw himself to the ground. As he panted, the image of Cherry being swept out into the torrent played again and again in his mind. A lump rose in his throat. He couldn't believe he hadn't been able to save her. He'd touched her. If he'd only managed to reach just another couple of centimeters, he would have caught her for sure. Just a couple of centimeters had meant the difference between her life and her death. When he had caught his breath, he sat up. The surviving gens were dazed and weeping. Some were going from group to group, trying to find lost loved ones. As the tragedy of Cherry's death gripped him, other thoughts crowded in. Why had the aquifer burst? The suspicion that he'd pushed aside in his rush to help resurfaced. As far as he knew, only he, Garwin, and Twyla were aware of the existence of the aquifer. Now that he replayed the memory of the sound he'd heard and the sensation he'd felt just prior to the flooding, he realized that they could have been caused by a bomb exploding. Had someone deliberately cracked the aquifer walls and caused the disaster? Tens, if not hundreds, of people had died. His grief and guilt over Cherry churned up inside him. Anger and fury took their place. He was sure he knew what had happened and who was responsible. He would make them pay. He ran down the hillside, passing through the clumps of survivors. Already people were organising help for the injured. It was a very different scene than the reaction after the stadium bombing, when the gens had been a mess of confusion and inaction. The flitter remained where he'd left it. The cliff hadn't collapsed as he'd feared it might, or not just yet. He sped over to the vehicle and jumped inside. He would head back to the settlement. He needed to confront Garwin and Twyla. Chapter 29. When the news of the disaster at the gens' new settlement reached the Nova, Cariad's first impulse was to go planet-side. It turned out the gens had set up home at a cave system next to the ocean, and the entire place had flooded. The rest of the Woken also wanted to help with the rescue effort, but Anahi was reluctant. She cautioned against using the shuttles. Everyone, including the shipboard gens, had assembled in the shuttle bay. "What if they're booby-trapped?" Anahi asked. "The Guardians went over them all with a fine-toothed comb," said Cariad's soil biologist friend, Renee. "And no one except that party Aubreo took down has been near them since. No one's been allowed." "We have to go and help," Cariad said. "What will the gens think if we stay up here all safe and sound and leave them to deal with this alone? If they ever needed us, it's now. And what better opportunity to try to heal the rift?" Anahi tried to voice another protest, but others were already arguing with her. Cariad desperately wanted to go down to the planet, and not only to offer what help she could, she needed to see Ethan. She had heard that he'd been there at the time of the disaster, but nothing more. She wanted to be sure he was okay. "Why am I even listening to you?" Anahi could do nothing to stop her or anyone else if they wanted to go planet-side. Ignoring the leader's reply, she said loudly, "I'm going down. Is there a pilot here willing to fly me?" Anahi's mouth dropped open as Cariad walked right past her into the shuttle bay. "I'll do it," called one of the gen pilots. She also strode past Anahi, and several Woken followed. Soon everyone who had been waiting and arguing was in the bay and boarding the shuttles. Cariad was on tenterhooks all the way down. The shuttle flight had never seemed so long. As soon as the ship landed, she was first to disembark. She ran to the passenger processing area and asked the clerk if she knew what had happened to Ethan. The woman said he'd been seen in the settlement, but she didn't know where he was now. Cariad sped to the farmers' dorms, not really expecting to find Ethan there, but hoping she might find someone who knew where he was. She was in luck. A man in the lobby told her he thought Ethan was with Garwin, and he gave her directions to Garwin's house. She raced over and impatiently rang the door chime. When no one answered, she rang it several times again, wondering if maybe Ethan wasn't here after all. After 10 or 12 rings, a tall, bony woman answered, looking deeply agitated or perhaps harassed. She seemed more agitated than was reasonable due to someone aggressively ringing her doorbell. Cariad didn't know the woman, but she assumed she was Garwin's wife. "I'm looking for Ethan. I was told he was here." "Oh, he's here all right." Ethan appeared behind her in the hall. "Cariad!" He pushed past Garwin's wife and grabbed Cariad, hugging her so tightly he lifted her feet from the ground. He stepped away, but held on to her upper arms. "What are you doing here?" "We heard about the disaster. We've come down to help. A lot of Woken are on their way out there now, but I heard you were here. I wanted to make sure you were okay." Another figure appeared. Garwin had come into the hall too. Ignoring Cariad, he told Ethan, "I think it's best that you leave." Ethan faced Garwin. "You might be able to make me go away for now, but what I've said remains the truth. I'm not going to let it rest." He turned to Garwin's wife. "I know what you did. You're not going to get away with it. I'm not going to let you hurt anyone else." "Ethan," said Cariad, "what's this about?" He shot another look at the woman before saying, "I'll tell you all about it." "Not here, you won't," Garwin said. "Don't come back. I don't want to see you again. Come on, Twyla." He disappeared into the darkness of the hall. Ethan was taking Cariad's arm to leave with her when Twyla leaned toward him and hissed, "I should have put an end to your interference while I had the chance." Her expression was so full of hate and evil, Cariad stepped backward. The door slammed. They went along the narrow pathway to the street. "What was that about? You sure pissed them off." "That's nothing to how they'll feel when I prove I'm right." Ethan looked puzzled. "I'm not sure what Twyla meant by that last remark, though." "Right about what?" asked Cariad as they walked down the street. "Twyla, Garwin's wife. She's a Natural Movement member, and maybe he is too. I'm not sure about that part." "What? How do you know?" "The flood at the caves was caused by an aquifer bursting. Only 2 people knew where that reservoir was apart from me, and that was Garwin and Twyla. We were together exploring the caves when we accidentally stumbled across it. It was difficult and dangerous to reach, and I'm certain no one else has gone that way after us. Twyla almost fell into it. Things might have turned out better for everyone else if she had." He halted, his expression shifting from anger to sorrow. He hung his head. "A friend of mine died, Cariad. I nearly saved her, but she got swept away. She drowned in the ocean, like who knows how many more. And Twyla's responsible, I'm sure of it. Just before the flooding, I saw her speeding away from the cave site." "Oh, Ethan." She touched his arm. "I'm so sorry. So you came back here to confront them? What did they say?" "What do you think? They denied everything, of course. Damn it, I went about it the wrong way. I shouldn't have said anything. Now they know they're under suspicion, they'll cover their tracks even more carefully. They're going to wipe every trace of their possible connection with the disaster more carefully than they already have. When I told them I'd seen Twyla race away from the caves just before the aquifer broke, Garwin stood by her like a hero. He wouldn't hear a word I said against her. Thought up every excuse he could as to why she couldn't possibly have anything to do with it." Ethan shook his head. "I'm not sure that Garwin's involved.
I don't think even he is that two-faced. But her, I had a weird feeling about her the moment I met her. And their relationship is very strange. She's odd, nervy. Garwin doesn't seem to see it. He's in love with her.
Well, she is his wife.
Yeah, well, their relationship's complicated.
They'd resumed walking as they talked and wandered over to the shuttle field. It was full of Nova Fortuna shuttles.
What are so many shuttles doing here?
Ethan asked. Only 2 or 3 would have been enough to transport all the Woken. We didn't know how many gens had been injured. We thought we might need to take them up to the ship's medical facilities. No one knew if the hospital here was fully operational. And Ethan, we thought some of you might want to return to the ship anyway. It's safer for you up there. All the bombings and disasters have taken place on or near the surface.
It's a good thought. Plenty of us will appreciate it, I'm sure. But though I can't speak for the others, I don't think I'll ever be returning to the Nova. This is my home now. I don't want to abandon it. I want to put right what's wrong here, not give up on it.
She was about to reply when the sight of an approaching shuttle distracted her. Uh-oh.
What's wrong?
It's the Guardians.
You didn't expect them to show up?
I should have. I just didn't think about it. What have the Guardians been doing around here the last few weeks?
I don't know exactly. I haven't been around the settlement much myself. I was at the caves most of the time.
She nodded and was quiet for a few moments. I guess that's why you haven't spoken to me for weeks.
I didn't want to lie to you and, well, I'm sorry.
She touched his arm again. It's okay. I understand. I have to ask you about the Guardians. Have they taken anyone away or hurt anyone?
I'm sure I would have heard about it if they had. Why?
She explained what the Guardians had done to Orbrio. After his initial surprise, Ethan laughed wryly. What's funny about it? They had no right to sedate the man. He hadn't done anything. They were shutting him down because of what they thought he might do.
Kinda like what you Woken wanted to do to us.
She winced.
That wasn't fair. I know you were trying to fight it.
I was. Maybe I should have tried harder. The Guardian shuttle had landed. The ramp was down, and a group containing 2 especially familiar figures was heading across the shuttle field.
What do you think they want?
Ethan asked as Strongquist, Faina, and the other Guardians drew nearer. They'll say they want to help.
Then they'll find their help isn't needed or welcome, especially not after word gets out about what they did to that guy. If the other Woken are telling gens about it, that might be the final, stick?
Huh?
The final thing needed to send someone over the edge. It's a saying.
Oh, straw. The straw that broke the camel's back. Do you think the gens will be hostile toward the Woken?
Probably not. You aren't armed. The Guardians are already hated down here.
Although neither Strongquist nor Faina were carrying weapons, others were, and they were behaving like guards, flanking the unarmed Guardians. They were acting as though they expected to be attacked, which, given the tensions in the colony and the high feelings after yet another disaster, wasn't unlikely.
"Cariad," said Strongquist, "I'm glad to see you. We're here to help with the disaster response, but I also have some news. I've had another breakthrough in our investigation into the natural movement saboteurs."
If she hadn't been there to witness it, Cariad doubted she would have believed the nonchalance with which the man and the other Guardians were behaving in the face of their outrageous actions.
"Fantastic,"
said Ethan.
"Why don't you tell that to the bodies floating in the ocean? I'm sure they'll feel much better about being dead, knowing you nearly caught the person who killed them."
Strongquist was nonplussed by Ethan's sarcastic response.
"The flooding was caused by a natural movement saboteur? Possibly saboteurs,"
Ethan replied. He said to Cariad,
"Garwin was here the whole time as far as I could tell. I doubt he planted the bomb, but he had no explanation for Twyla's behaviour, and neither did she.
"It was a bomb?" asked Faina. "We heard it was a natural disaster. From the sound of it, the caves were unsafe from the outset. It was unwise to attempt to create a new settlement in such an area. There was always a risk of something like this happening."
"The caves were safe,"
Ethan said angrily.
"They were bone dry. No water had flowed through them in decades, if not hundreds or thousands of years. This was a deliberate act, designed to kill as many people as possible. Designed to—"
He paused. His hands were clenched into fists, and he was leaning toward Faina. One of the armed guardians had gripped his weapon. Ethan turned his face away.
"Go back to your ship. You helped us in the first night attack, but since then you've done nothing but interfere and make things worse. Leave us alone. We can deal with this ourselves."
"We'll be the judge of whether our help is needed. We've identified the site of the disaster, and we'll be flying the shuttle there." She walked back to their ship, and the other guardians went with her. Why had they come to the settlement at all if they intended to take their shuttle to the caves? Unless they had only just discovered where the caves were? Faina hadn't received any comm that Cariad had seen.
"I just wanted to tell you," Strongquist said. "We found that Frederick Aparicio somehow managed to get aboard the Nova Fortuna as one of the first generation. We cross-matched our vids of him from Earth with the vids from the first decades of the voyage. We had no access to the ship's recordings until we downloaded them from the archive. The appearance match was 100% accurate. There's no doubt it was him aboard the ship after it departed Earth."
"How the hell did he manage that?" Cariad asked.
"We don't know for sure. Yet if the natural movement had operatives who could manipulate and falsify court records and newspaper reports about the legal appeal, perhaps they were able to do the same with data about the first generation."
"But he must have taken someone else's place, and whoever was bumped off the list wouldn't have kept quiet about it."
"Perhaps the natural movement paid for their silence. Successful candidates were offered millions to sell their places, according to the records."
"I know, but that was strictly prohibited. The candidates had been selected with extreme care. Their genetic codes were verified before they were allowed aboard, and no twins were allowed. You couldn't get tighter security."
"I don't have the answer. What we do know without any doubt is that Frederick Aparicio lived and died aboard the Nova Fortuna,"
Ethan said.
"And he passed on the natural movement philosophy to a group of young gens, indoctrinating them from a young age, and when they grew up, they passed it on to other young children, down the generations, right up until arrival day."
"But I don't see how. Maybe if the gens lived in families, I could see it happening. Back on Earth, parents usually brought up their kids to follow their own beliefs, but the controls we put in place on reproduction prevented that. Children were brought up in small groups with caregivers, not in families."
"I know how they did it," said Ethan. "This guy, Aparicio, he was a kindergarten teacher, wasn't he?" "How did you know?" Strongquist asked. "Because that's Twyla's job."
Chapter 30. After the Guardians left, Ethan returned to the caves with Cariad on a flitter. The Guardian shuttle was much faster than their vehicle. By the time they arrived at the site of the disaster, a standoff was already in progress. On one side, their backs to the cliff edge, stood assembled gens and Woken. The two groups had banded together and were facing the small party of Guardians, who stood in front of Ethan and Cariad as they walked across from the parked flitter. The wind was high, gusting along grey-black clouds that threatened rain. Shouts could be heard from each side as they approached, but Ethan couldn't make them out until they got nearer. The first voice he recognised was Strongquist's.
"I repeat, we only want to help,"
the Guardian shouted. Yeah, right, a faint voice from the crowd replied. Is that what you told Aubrio? That was an entirely different matter, came Faina's high, crisp voice over the noise of the wind. Sometimes it's necessary to remove elements that threaten the success of the colony. He isn't an element, replied the same voice from the Jen and Woken side. He's a human being. An asshole human being, another voice said, which brought a tense burst of laughter. But that doesn't give you the right to knock him out. I assure you, Strongquist said, as soon as the colony is thriving and able to withstand the repercussions from the presence of extreme personalities, we will bring Aubrio out of sedation. How nice of you, another voice piped sarcastically. We'll look forward to it. This drew some more chuckles, but the expressions of the colonists were soon hard and confrontational. This is wasting precious time, said Faina. There may be people trapped in the caves. We want to prevent any further structural collapse and then conduct a thorough search. Let us through immediately. For the last time, go away. Your help isn't needed or wanted. We've already searched the caves thoroughly. We got everyone out. We can manage this ourselves. We will manage this ourselves. We don't trust you, and we don't want any more of your interference. Do you understand? Leave. This is our colony, not yours. Go back to whatever's left of Earth, or go find another colony to poke your noses into. You're not welcome here, another voice yelled. But give us back Aubrio before you go. As Ethan and Cariad arrived behind the Guardians, they stopped talking, as if considering their next move. Ethan wondered what he and Cariad should do next. Should they cross the space to stand with the Gens and Woken? Cariad put a hand on his arm. They both halted and waited. As far as Ethan knew, the Guardians were unaware of their presence. How would they respond to the refusal of their offer of help? The news of Aubrio's sedation had spread as fast as a comb. Surely they would have to give up now. The assembled Gens and Woken were too hostile, and the situation was too strained. They couldn't possibly do any good by remaining. The Guardians had gone too far. Gens already hated and feared them due to their armed control, and now the Woken understood they might also be subject to Guardian control. They detested them too. It would take drastic action to redeem themselves and earn the colonists' forgiveness. A good first step would be to apologize. Then they should leave. Even he, who wasn't any kind of politician, knew that. Except for the rush of wind and the sigh of waves on the beach below, all was silent. The Gens and Woken stood defiant, their arms crossed, waiting for the Guardians to back down. The Guardians watched them, not speaking. The tension stretched thin and taut. There was no way the colonists were going to allow the Guardians to help. They either had to leave or force their way through. They made the wrong choice. Guardian weapons were lifted. Gasps came from the crowd. "This is your final warning," said Faina. "We demand that you let us pass. We must search for trapped settlers." But some Gens had thought ahead and were ready for the escalation. They stepped forward, weapons at their shoulders. Cariad grabbed Ethan's arm. "This is insane," she whispered. "We have to do something before someone gets hurt." "Wait," Ethan called out. "Let's talk about this." The Guardians swung around to him, which meant that he and Cariad were looking down the muzzles of their weapons. Whether the gun-bearing Guardians intended to aim at him, Ethan didn't know, but the threat was enough. The Gens fired. Pulses flew from their weapons, hitting Strongquist and Faina, as well as the armed Guardians. The group took pulse hits on their torsos, heads and limbs. None had any effect. Almost before the shock of this fact could register, the Guardians swung back to face the Gens shooting at them. They returned fire. felling the weapon-bearing gens and others in the crowd. "Stop!" screamed Cariad. Ethan ran at an armed guardian, knocking him from his feet. Other colonists were also running over. The remaining armed guardians began picking them off. Ethan fought with his, trying to grab his weapon. The man was exceptionally strong. As they wrestled, others were fighting around them. The gens and Woken who had reached the guardians were attacking, hitting them with their fists and tools. Ethan was losing his battle. The man was just too powerful. As they tussled on the ground, he wrenched his weapon from Ethan's slipping grasp and turned the muzzle to face him. Ethan managed to push it away as a pulse round flew out. He grabbed the gun again, but the man was forcing it relentlessly upward toward Ethan's chest. A cry of effort sounded from above. A rifle butt pounded down onto the guardian's skull. The skin split, revealing... Ethan sucked in a gulp of air. He let go of his hold like the man was contaminated with poison. He leapt up and stared at the prone figure. Where the weapon butt had struck the guardian's forehead, there was no blood. And what was that under his skin? It was Cariad who had struck him. She also gaped at the wound she'd inflicted. Where there should have been blood, tissue and bone, there was only a pale grey, non-organic surface. Ethan couldn't tell if it was plastic or metal, but whatever it wasn't something that should exist inside a human being. What was more, the Guardian was only mildly affected by Cariad's devastating blow. He should have been knocked out, but he only blinked a few times. He grasped his weapon close with one hand and reached up to feel the loose skin-like material hanging from his head with the other. The sounds and sight of his surroundings had faded away. Ethan could only see the artificial interior of the Guardian's head. Then he heard Cariad shouting, "What are you? You aren't people! You aren't human!" Around them, gens and Woken were still fighting. 3 had overwhelmed an armed guardian and managed to wrest her gun from her. More had targeted Strongquist and Faina. A group had lifted up Faina and were carrying her, writhing and struggling, toward the Guardian shuttle. The ones attacking Strongquist had him on the ground and rained blows down on him. But Cariad's shouts penetrated. Her words were heard and understood, and the violence quickly ceased. Woken and gens alike got up and backed away from their victims, eyeing them warily. Faina was also lowered, almost dropped to the ground. Strongquist rose to his feet, looking none the worse for his ordeal, though his expression was grave. "I always knew there was something wrong about you," said Cariad, her voice trembling. Ethan said, "What are you, and why are you here? You've lied to us all along." "We are here to help you," Strongquist replied. "That's always been our intention. Yes, at times we've been forced to lie, but that was only when we had to, when telling you the truth would have been dangerous." "Answer the question," Ethan demanded. "What the hell are you?" "They must be some kind of android," said Cariad. "That was why the pulse rounds had no effect on them." Faina said, "We are what you would call androids. We are complex machines designed to look human." "Designed to fool us," Ethan spat. "Designed to help you," said Strongquist. "You call this help?" a voice asked incredulously. "However," Faina went on, "in a sense we are human. Our consciousness is an amalgamation of data from thousands of stored human minds. In the last years of human civilization, the remaining survivors uploaded their minds to storage systems. The technology to upload distinct personalities had never been perfected, but the information from thousands of memories and facets of personality was sufficient to form a new, human-like mind. The guardian struck by Cariad got to his feet, holding his torn skin to his forehead. Without any communication taking place between them, he and the other armed guardians left, heading toward their shuttle. "The last days of human civilization?" Cariad echoed. Strongquist nodded.
"I'm afraid to say that was one of the points on which we weren't entirely honest. We judged that to reveal the actual state of humankind would be too shocking and would exert too much pressure when the colony was in a fragile state. Also, we couldn't reveal the truth without raising questions among you about our identity. Now that our true natures have been inadvertently revealed, we have decided to supply an accurate and complete explanation of why we're here."
The remaining colonists who hadn't taken part in the fight had walked over from the cliff top. They crowded around, leaning in, silent. Strongquist went on.
"We've only withheld information on certain things. Everything we told you about the archaeological evidence revealing the natural movement plot to sabotage the colony is true. And we did come after you in the Mistral to avert the plot's success."
He looked at Faina as if listening to her, then turned again to the crowd.
"I will begin with what we know about the collapse of civilization. After the departure of the Nova Fortuna, environmental degradation and resource depletion increased. This was despite the fact that the natural movement's philosophy, intended to prevent these things, had predominated. As far as we can tell, research on how to solve the problems had entirely ceased. The difficulties worsened until the physical and societal infrastructures supporting civilization began to break down. When fledgling colonies on Mars and the outer moons could no longer be supported from Earth, the colonists who could return did so. Urban centers began to lose their populations as people returned to the land to find and grow their own food. Economies wavered as credit systems disintegrated and people returned to cash and barter economies. At that point, human society might have continued at subsistence level, or it might have continued to gradually decline. We will never know, because a new deadly mutation of the flu virus appeared. A pandemic traversed the globe. Its passage was slower than it would have been in the days of massive movements of people, but it was inexorable nonetheless. A few scientists remained who had studied epidemiology in secret, wary of public disapproval, but they lacked the know-how and technology to create a vaccine in time to halt the epidemic's progress. Toward the end, those who foresaw the destiny of humankind remembered the attempts of earlier scientists to upload their minds to databanks and live on as digital information. The funding for the research had ceased decades previously. It had not been thought natural or fitting to seek to live beyond the natural human lifespan. Thus the technology had never been developed to its full potential. But some saw it as a chance to live on in a small way, even if they could not exist as full, complete personalities. A part of them would continue as long as the machines storing their data still functioned. Most of those wishing to upload their minds' data were scientists. Despite the prohibitions on research and experimentation, some had continued their work in hiding, teaching and passing on what they knew to others. People who had heard of the scheme to save something of human consciousness travelled down empty potholed roads for weeks to reach the site. They removed forbidden renewable energy devices from storage and set them up. When their time came, they uploaded their minds. It was the last gasp of humankind.
"Everyone's dead?" gasped Cariad. "All of humanity has been wiped out?"
"Not all. Some people remain, representatives of the tiny fragment of the population who is naturally immune to the virus. This is why you cannot return to Earth. You do not have any immunity. If you go back, you will all die."
Strongquist paused. No one spoke. The Guardian hadn't yet told them the entire story. He hadn't explained how he and the other Guardians had been created and sent out to the colony. But what he had told them was so momentous it was taking time to digest. The assembled colonists remained still, as if the news had robbed them of movement. Ethan himself could hardly believe it, and not only because it was almost too amazing to believe. The Guardians had lied to them before. They had lied to them all along, in fact. Who was to say they weren't lying now? A movement he saw from the corner of his eye attracted his attention. He turned to see what it was. Someone was walking toward the group, coming from the plain beyond the hills that led down to the as yet unexplored coast. The person was walking along the cliff edge. His heart lurched. He thought he recognized the figure, but he didn't dare believe he was right. His legs weren't listening to the disbelief of his mind. Before he knew it, he was running. He sped over the ground toward the person approaching. Yet he'd crossed half the distance to the woman before he could allow himself to believe what he saw. "Cherry!" he yelled. "Cherry!" Cherry raised a weary hand and halted, waiting for him to reach her. When he did, he scooped her up, her feet dangling, and hugged her to his chest, reassuring himself that she was real. "Yow! Glad to see you too, Ethan, but you're crushing me." He set her down carefully. She had a large graze running across her face, and her clothes were torn, but she seemed okay.
"What happened to you? I thought you were dead. I was sure you were dead."
"I thought exactly that all the way down from the cave. I thought it when I hit the water, and I thought it the whole time I was trying to get to the surface. The falling water kept pushing me down. That was the only way I knew which way was up. But I got out from under it in the end, and when I made it up to the light, a storage box was floating on the surface. A sealed one. I grabbed it and held onto it for dear life. I didn't know what else to do. I got carried away from the cliffs by the current a long way along the coast, but then the waves pushed me to the shore. I arrived at a beach kilometers away."
"You've been walking back all this time?"
"Yes, and I'm freezing." Ethan immediately pulled off his shirt and put it over her. The hem hung down around her knees. By this time, Cariad and some others had arrived, including Strongquist.
"Let's get you something to eat," said Ethan. "You must be exhausted. Here, I'll carry you."
"It's okay. I can walk a bit farther."
"Please come to our shuttle," urged Strongquist. "We have medical facilities aboard."
"No," said Cariad. "Don't. Ethan and I will take you to the settlement hospital on a flitter." Cherry hesitated.
"You seem in good health despite your ordeal," said Strongquist. "I'm sure that the treatment you receive at the hospital will be perfectly adequate for your needs."
At last, the Guardians seemed to have begun to understand how severely they had breached the colonists' trust. Ethan put an arm around Cherry and began to guide her to where he and Cariad had left the flitter. Faina ran up, carrying a blanket of thin material. She wrapped it around Cherry, saying, "This will conserve your body heat. I have some oral rehydration solution and nutritional supplements too." She handed the packages to Cariad, who broke one open to give to Cherry. After some expressions of relief to Cherry over her safety, the crowd of Woken and Gens began to break up. They returned to the task of assessing the safety of the cliffs and salvaging what supplies they could. By the time Ethan reached the flitter with Cherry, only Cariad, Strongquist and Faina remained. Ethan helped Cherry aboard. She lay down across the back seat. As he got in the driver's side, Cariad said to Strongquist, "You didn't explain what happened after. Where did you come from?"
"What individual minds couldn't achieve separately, they could accomplish en masse," Without cultural boundaries and clumsy languages preventing the passage of ideas, the uploaded minds began to work together. The surviving living scientists worked with them, trying to find a way for human civilization to continue to exist, not in the degraded environment of Earth, but out here on a pristine, untouched world. I understand that you might find it difficult to believe, given everything that's happened. We have made some mistakes. We see that now. But we really are here to help the colony to survive. You are all that's left. If the Nova Fortuna project fails, human civilization fails with it, perhaps never to rise again.
No pressure then, Cherry said. Chapter 31. While the doctor checked Cherry over at the settlement hospital, Cariad sat in the waiting room with Ethan, her thoughts spinning almost out of control. She couldn't imagine an Earth almost entirely empty of human beings. The previous story the Guardians had told, that resources were stretched to the limit and humanity was struggling to survive, had been hard to hear. But she'd believed it. In fact, it seemed that the conditions they'd spoken of had existed, only much earlier in time, long before the Guardians had left the planet on their rescue mission. The second part of their story, about Earth scientists working together to save the Nova Fortuna project, was harder for her to swallow. Ethan was quiet. His hands were on his knees and his head was bowed. "Do you believe the Guardian's story?" Cariad asked. He looked up as if coming out of a dream or a nightmare. "I don't know. I'm not sure I can believe anything they say. But does it matter? Whatever happened on Earth, the result is the same. We're here, and we have to do the best we can to survive, while avoiding killing each other in the process. I only hope the Guardians will leave us alone now." "I guess you're right, but I can't wrap my head around the fact that Earth's a wasteland, and from now on, we're it, humanity's best hope. After thousands of years of civilization, it's come down to us to carry the torch." He shrugged. "It's different for me. From my perspective, Earth was only ever a picture or a vid or an ancient book. It's never been real. Not like this place anyhow. I mean, I believed it. I just never really cared." She hadn't thought about it that way, but he had just defined one of the gulfs that separated the gens and the Woken. The gens already thought of the planet as their home, a place they could finally live as themselves, and not as someone else's idea of what they should be. To the Woken, the colony was a project they wanted to succeed according to the plan they'd set out. Maybe the difference in perspective was one of the causes of the problems. "I'm glad your friend didn't drown." He leaned back and closed his eyes. "So am I. I've seen so many deaths, Cariad, people I loved and cared for." She took his hand and held it. She had lost people too, or rather, she had chosen to leave them, breaking their hearts and her own. She didn't think she would ever get over the guilt of what she'd done. They sat together like that for some time, quietly waiting. The doctor appeared. "I'm happy to report that Cherry's going to be fine. Secondary drowning is a possibility in cases like this, but there are no signs of it. She has some bumps and scratches, but no broken bones or any other serious injuries. I would say you could go and see her. However, she's sleeping right now. We're going to keep her here overnight as a precaution, then I'm sure she can leave tomorrow." "Great," said Cariad. She was impressed that the doctor knew about secondary drowning. None of the gens had been near large bodies of water until coming to the planet. She would have had no experience of treating drowning victims. Then she realized what she was doing. She had slipped into a patronizing attitude toward the gen doctor, just like a typical Woken. "Thank the stars," Ethan said, visibly relaxing, as if suddenly relieved of a heavy weight. He rubbed his face before getting to his feet. We'll leave her in your capable hands then, Cariad said to the doctor. As they left the hospital and went out into the settlement, she noticed that Ethan's expression had darkened. She touched his arm. What's wrong?
Garwin wasn't there. He should have been there.
A flitter came down the street toward them, heading for the hospital. They moved out of its way. You mean he should have come to the hospital to support the disaster victims?
I mean to see Cherry. He doesn't even know how she is.
Are they good friends?
They're lovers. Garwin was having an affair with her. You'd think he cared about her, wouldn't you? But instead he's at home protecting his traitorous, murdering wife.
She took a moment to digest this new information. If he's been at home all this time, maybe he doesn't know that Cherry survived and she's at the hospital.
Oh, he knows all right.
He reached up to his ear and removed something from it. He held out his hand, palm upward. A tiny electronic device rested in the center. Is that a comm? She was incredulous. She had seen similar devices on Earth, but none had been brought along on the Nova. You have your own comms?
It's separate from the network and encrypted. We needed a way to talk to each other without Woken or Guardians snooping. I've been listening in on conversations ever since the disaster. For a while, Garwin was fielding questions about Twyla. I'd told others what I suspected. Then he went silent. That was after Cherry came back. He knows she barely survived the flood and that we took her to the hospital. He knows all about it. He just doesn't care.
I agree that he's an ass for abandoning Cherry, but maybe he doesn't dare to leave Twyla. He might be thinking that people could take the law into their own hands. Maybe he's staying home for self-preservation and to protect his wife in case something happens. Ethan didn't answer. His brow remained furrowed in anger, but then his eyebrows shot up and he halted. What's wrong?
That's what she meant.
What? Who meant what?
Twyla, when she said she should have put an end to me when she had the chance. One day, a few weeks ago, I caught her in my cave. There was a big argument going on among the gens, and I left to get some peace and quiet. She must have thought I wouldn't be back for a while.
What was she doing in your cave?
She told me she wanted to talk to me in private. She asked me if Garwin was having an affair.
She did? What did you tell her?
What could I tell her? I told her the truth. I wasn't going to lie, but it was strange. Garwin has a terrible reputation in that regard. I was amazed she didn't know.
How did she take it?
That's not the point. She did know. She knew all along. She was covering up for her being in my cave. It was all a big lie. She had me completely fooled.
So why was she there, if not to ask you about Garwin's affairs?
She had a bag with her. I think she was there to plant a bomb in my cave. She wanted to get rid of me.
Oh, Ethan! She had come so close to losing him. The settlement was bustling. She guessed it was for the first time in weeks. They were wandering with no particular direction in mind, but the majority of the crowd appeared to be heading for the stadium. It made sense. After the disaster at the caves and the Guardian's revelation, decisions had to be made. The future of the Nova Fortuna project hung in the balance. Things could not continue as they were, and the implications of the true nature of the Guardians had to be discussed. They turned in the direction of the stadium too. When they arrived and she saw the size of the crowd, her heart plummeted. Even allowing for people who couldn't attend because they were injured or helping to care for the injured, the number of people was pitifully small. She recalled the first time the stadium had been used at the planet naming ceremony. Then the place had been 2/3 full. Now the crowd filled less than half the space. The first night attack, the stadium bombing, the shuttle explosion, and the flooding of the caves had drastically reduced the population. It was a painful realization, But even if they eliminated the natural movement threat tomorrow, and there were no further unexpected deaths, the Nova Fortuna project was doomed to fail. They took seats in the lowest tier, where they looked up into the dignitaries' box. Strongquist and Faina sat there, presumably in order to explain who, or rather what, they were to the gathered crowd. No other guardians were present. As Cariad watched, another figure appeared. Anahi's visual aid gazed out across the stadium. She seemed to be looking for something or someone. Though Cariad was somewhat distant from the older woman, she detected weariness and stress etched on her face. The black strip turned in Cariad's direction and stopped. Anahi beckoned. Did she mean for her to go up to the box? The Woken lifted her lapel to her lips. Her voice came over the loudspeakers. "Cariad, Ethan, come up here." After exchanging a look, they rose and made their way along their row, then through the stadium seating to join Anahi and the Guardians. When they arrived, the square space seemed empty, with just 5 of them there. Garwin was conspicuous by his absence. The crowd was already mostly quiet. It didn't take more than a few words from Anahi to entirely silence them. "Gens, Woken, I'm sorry." She paused before going on. "I'm only going to speak for a short time before I hand you over to wiser and more compassionate people. I confess that I've been foolish and impatient, and if I'm honest, I've been scared. I acted too hastily in assuming control of this project. I feared for its success, and by extension, my own survival. Since I declared myself leader, people have died. I feel that I bear some responsibility for those deaths, and that is something I shall regret to my dying day. It took the egregious behavior of the Guardians and the disaster at the caves to shock me out of my delusion and pride. I only wish I had seen sense earlier, but I can't reverse time and take back the stupid decisions I made. All I can do is try to make amends for my mistakes, and my first attempt is to step down as leader. Before doing that, however, I am making one last amendment to the manual, and that is to revert the election of leader to its former process. Leaders may only be elected from among the gens by majority vote, as before. I only have one final thing to say. I nominate this man to stand for election." She pointed at Ethan, who was leaning forward in his seat, his head bowed. At Anahi's final statement, he looked up to see who she was indicating. When he saw it was him, he shook his head. A cheer of approval rose from the crowd, but still Ethan looked unhappy and embarrassed. Cariad stood and turned her comm to general broadcast, to be picked up and transmitted by the stadium speakers. "Admitting that you made a mistake is a hard thing to do, Anahi. You have my respect, and I'm glad to see the return of the scientist I admired and looked up to for all those years that we worked together." Anahi nodded in acknowledgement and went to the rear of the box to sit down next to Strongquist and Faina. Ethan was staring at the floor. Cariad suddenly found herself the only person remaining to address the crowd. She struggled to think of what to say. The gathered folk were waiting for someone to address their fears and show them the path to a viable future. But she wasn't sure she was capable of either. All she could do was explain how things stood as she saw them. "I wish I could stand here and tell you that everything will be okay, that we've got everything figured out, but it just isn't true. I'm a geneticist, as some of you already know. I can tell you now, we've lost too many people for this colony to survive as it is. Our genetic diversity is too low. Within 5 to 7 generations, we're going to start seeing noticeable effects of inbreeding. So I will restart the reproduction process aboard the Nova Fortuna. We have stored gametes that will add variety to the gene pool. She became aware of a presence at her side. Ethan had joined her.
"Give me your comm."
She unpinned it and handed it over.
"The time for fighting among ourselves is over."
His voice echoed around the half-empty stadium.
"I don't know about you, but I've seen enough fighting and death to last me a lifetime. That isn't why any of us are here. I've been listening to the exchanges between the gens while I've been sitting here, and I want to set you straight on the rumors that have been flying around. First, the rumor that the Guardians aren't human is true. We saw it at the fight at the caves, and they've told us so themselves."
He went on to relate to the crowd everything that Stromquist and Faina had told them about the situation on Earth.
"I don't know if I believe everything they've said. They've told us plenty of half-truths and outright lies, all in the name of trying to ensure our survival. I don't know what the facts are, and I doubt we'll ever know for sure. They saved us in the first night attack, so we saw them as our saviors and protectors. They occupied a position of trust and reliance in the early days, but that quickly changed, and they became a force to control gens. What they're planning on doing now, what role they intend to take up, I don't know. What I do know is their presence has harmed our colony. Anahi used the Guardians as a tool to assert her power. If the Guardians hadn't been around, she wouldn't have been able to take over. And the fact that the Woken had an armed force only deepened our resentment and desire to break away. For all the times they've said they're here to help us, the Guardians have done nothing but make things harder. I'm no leader, and I don't want to be, but if I were, the first thing I'd do is to order the Guardians to leave. We don't need them or their tech. Everything we need, we brought on the Nova, and that includes each other. We need to trust each other and work together to survive, without interference from the Guardians."
During the latter part of Ethan's speech, Stromquist had come up behind him.
"If I might speak, I have a proposal to make."
Ethan looked distrustful, but he gave a small nod.
"We Guardians are in agreement with Ethan. Our presence has not had the desired effect. Though we have carried out our mandate to the letter, the Nova Fortuna project does not seem to have experienced a net benefit. In fact, it seems reasonable to conclude that our actions have been detrimental. However, if we were to leave, we would be depriving the colony of advanced technology. Therefore, we would like to propose that we place ourselves in suspension. Facilities in the Mistral storage areas allow for this. If at some future time the Nova Fortuna colonists require our services, you may reactivate us."
Ethan turned to Cariad. She raised her eyebrows, then shrugged. If the Guardians were like the more rudimentary androids she'd been familiar with on Earth, they could be turned off or turn themselves off. Whether the Guardians could reactivate themselves at will was another question. Perhaps it would be possible to bar their exit from the storage area Stromquist mentioned and prevent any surprise awakenings. His proposal might work, but the gens and Woken had a lot to consider. The Guardian was right when he said they could benefit from their ship's tech. Ethan asked the crowd,
"Who agrees that the Guardians should deactivate?"
The stadium was set up for voting. At each seat an interface allowed the participants to record their responses. The totals were relayed to the stadium's screen. The response was clear. Most of those present wanted the Guardians to deactivate themselves and leave the gens and Woken alone to run the colony. Stromquist nodded and turned to Ethan and Cariad.
"We will conduct training in the operation of the Mistral before handing it over. I also have some key information to impart before entering deactivation."
"You also have to bring Aubrio out of sedation," said Cariad. The Guardian's face expressed reservations, but he nodded again.
"If you insist."
"We do," said Ethan. He addressed the stadium.
We have plenty of work to do, but if we stop fighting and hindering each other, we can do it. We don't have a choice. We have to do it."
A voice floated up from the crowd.
"What about the natural movement?" "We're on it," said Ethan. "I'm not saying any more than that, but we're closer than we've ever been to rooting them all out."
His reasoning strongly implicated Twyla and possibly Garwin too. They also had the records of all the children Twyla had cared for over the years. If natural movement followers were among them, others who had been in her class would remember things she had done and said.
"Voting for a new leader starts tomorrow," said Ethan. "Like I said, I'm not standing. There are plenty among you who can do a better job than me, but there's another vote I want to hold. We need to name this planet. Let's give it a name that shows it belongs to all of us. We need a name to unite us. Input your suggestions to your screens. In 5 minutes, we vote. Then it's done. The past will be over. Our new lives begun."
Cariad had sat down while he spoke. As she watched him talk to the crowd, she didn't think she had ever seen a more natural leader. If only he would realize it. "That's a good idea," she said as he joined her. "We need something to unite us. I've thought of a name." She quickly typed her idea into her interface. He read what she'd written.
"What does it mean?"
"It's a play on a word that means agreement."
"I like it. You've got my vote."
More suggestions appeared on her screen, along with the option to vote for them in order of preference. The countdown began. They waited while the system collected the votes. The winner would appear on the stadium screen when the time was up. While she waited, she looked at the back of the box. Anahi had left, but Strongquist and Faina remained, sitting impassively while the voting took place. She could still hardly believe that they weren't human. The tech that had created them and their ship was so advanced. It didn't seem credible that the remaining scientists on Earth had devoted all their skill and energy to trying to save the deep space colony rather than themselves. If the Guardians carried out their promise and deactivated themselves, she would try to find out the whole truth about them.
"Voting's up,"
said Ethan, nudging her. She looked up at the screen. The name she had suggested had won. The crowd was cheering. For the first time in a long while, she laughed. "Welcome to Concordia, your new home," she said to Ethan. Then, as she gazed out at the crowd of mixed gens and Woken, Concordia's colonists, a realization hit. Through the painful days of struggle and conflict, she had come to see them not as two separate groups, but as one group of people, a group of people to whom she belonged. The family she'd left behind on Earth, the sorrow and sense of loss at parting from them had been real, but it was in the past. If what the Guardians said about Earth was true, it was likely that even her family's descendants were long gone. Now the people of Concordia were her people. Chapter 32. Two Gen farmers, after hearing Ethan's suspicions about Garwin and Twyla, had volunteered to guard Garwin's home and prevent his or Twyla's escape. As soon as the applause and general celebration at the stadium over the naming of the planet had died down and the crowd began to break up, Ethan left to head straight for the house. He wasn't sure what he would do when he arrived. He didn't have any authority to take the two suspected natural movement followers into custody. That would be the decision of whoever was elected leader tomorrow, but he could keep them under supervision until then. Cariad came with him, along with Strongquist. Faina had excused herself, saying she would return to the Mistral to begin organizing the handover. Evening was falling as they walked through the streets. "Anything happen?" Ethan asked Misha and Phi when they arrived. The farmers were standing outside the gate. "Not heard a peep from them," Phi replied. "We aren't even sure they're home. No one has come out while we've been standing here, and we haven't heard a sound from the place. Damn, had Garwin and Twyla already left? Had they fled to the home of another natural movement follower who would hide them? He should have asked for someone to guard them as soon as he left the place. He pushed open the gate and walked up to the door of the dark-windowed, silent house. The couple had almost certainly left. It was unlike Garwin to sit passively at home when his wife had been accused of a horrendous crime. The man had to have heard everything that had happened, and what Garwin had said at the stadium via his earcom. He would know that Ethan was about to draw a net around them, that they were at risk of meeting the same fate as the first night attack saboteur. He shivered at the recollection of that fateful moment when the saboteur had been executed. The long daydream of arrival had been over, and he had been jolted into the harsh reality of life in the new colony. The door was locked. He shouted Garwin's name. "Open up! I have some more questions for you and your wife." Silence was the only answer. The bad feeling in the pit of Ethan's stomach grew. He didn't waste any more time on exhorting Garwin to let them in. The house had to be empty, but he wanted to know for sure. "Stand back," he told Cariad and Strongquist, bracing himself by pushing his hands against both sides of the narrow porch. He kicked the door with his heel 2 or 3 times until the lock broke. The door banged against the wall and bounced back. He caught it and went into the hall. "Be careful," said Cariad. No voice or sound of any movement came from the unlit home. He turned on the hall light and went into the living room. It was empty, but a sound was coming from the open door leading to the kitchen. Someone was home after all. The sound was a human voice, moaning softly, full of despair. The hair stood up on the back of his neck and the knot in his stomach tightened. He went toward the noise, dreading what he might be about to see. "Maybe you should stay back," he said to Cariad, but she came with him anyway. Strongquist heeded his advice. Ethan stepped into the kitchen. Garwin was sitting on the floor with Twyla in his arms. A wide pool of darkening blood surrounded them. The woman was dead. Her skin was devoid of colour, and deep gashes marked both her wrists. Garwin was rocking his dead wife like a baby, while moans escaped his lips. As the man became aware that people had arrived, he looked up. He was also ashy pale. "I was too late. It happened so fast. Just minutes. She only said she would make some tea. Didn't utter a sound when she did it. When I came to check on her, she was already gone." Ethan didn't know what to say. Pity stirred his heart. Twyla's suicide seemed to be an admission of her guilt, but he wasn't sure that Garwin acknowledged that. He seemed to have loved her deeply, in spite of his infidelities. "She should never have married me," he said. "I think she thought she made a mistake. When things became difficult between us after a while, she rejected me. I don't think she ever stopped loving me, but she didn't want me near her. As if to make up for her coldness, she made it clear she'd overlook any dalliances. I don't believe she was a natural movement follower, but if she was, I don't care. I would have stood by her." He pulled the dead woman closer, burying his face in her hair. Strongquist came into the kitchen, his gaze cold as he quickly appraised the scene. The Guardian's face betrayed no emotion. His inhumanity struck Ethan forcefully. Their desire to help the colony in their misguided fashion was not born from a feeling. It was a function of their machine minds. "We may be able to discover some useful information from the suspect's remains," Strongquist said. "I would like to retain the body for an autopsy." Ethan concurred. If Twyla had used explosives, some traces might remain on her skin. Then they would know for sure they'd caught one of the saboteurs. After some coaxing from himself and Cariad, Garwin finally released his grip on his dead wife's remains. The man was soaked in her blood, but he seemed oblivious. Ethan called Misha and Fayin to help with Twyla's body. They were both round-eyed when they stepped into the kitchen, but were quick to offer assistance. They carried the corpse out, and Strongquist went with them. Garwin was almost unrecognisable. His confidence and charm had melted away. He stood, caked in dark red and brown stains, looking like an old man, forsaken and lost. "We should take him to the Mistral too," said Cariad. "He has to be examined as well as Twyla." They led Garwin out, and he came with them without resisting. He appeared almost catatonic, moving mechanically like a sleepy child. The blood on his clothes was already stiffening the fabric. As they walked him through the streets, people stopped and stared. They drew aside, giving the strange procession a wide berth. Garwin's appearance would have given anyone pause, but the fact that the man had once been well-liked, respected, and often admired, an unofficial leader of the gens, made the spectacle of his downfall all the more astounding. It was a long walk to the shuttle field. The Mistral shuttle had already departed, so they took another, telling the pilot to fly them up to the Guardian ship. The Nova's shuttles travelled at half the speed of the Guardian's, so they were still on their way when Strongquist contacted them over the ship's comm to report on his preliminary examination of Twyla's body. "I would like you to look at something," the Guardian said. The image he sent showed an area of skin bearing a small tattoo. "This is on Twyla?" Ethan asked. He kept his voice low and glanced at Garwin, but the man didn't appear to be registering anything. "It is." "Do you recognise it?" Cariad asked Ethan. "Should I?" "It's the natural movement symbol. Can you see? It's a stylized N and M." "Twyla had the natural movement symbol tattooed on herself. That seems risky. What if someone had seen it and knew what it meant?" "It is risky, but I wonder if they needed a way to identify each other, and this was it." Cariad leaned closer to the screen. "It would be dangerous to reveal your affiliation unless you are absolutely sure the other person also belonged to the movement. They probably had some kind of ritual when the tattoo was applied. That also explains Twyla's coldness toward Garwin. She must have married him thinking she could convert him to the natural movement philosophy. Then when that didn't work, she was worried he might have discovered what the tattoo meant and expose her." "He probably wouldn't have. I didn't recognize it." "Maybe it was still too great a hazard. The natural movement wouldn't have survived this long, passing down the ideas from generation to generation without being extremely careful." "So now all we have to do is examine everyone and discover who's got the tattoo," Ethan said. "Then we can capture them all." "Maybe. I was thinking, though, by now everyone knows what Twyla did. The natural movement members might guess that we would examine her body and find the tattoo. They could remove theirs and pretend the wound is an injury they received when the caves flooded. But I'm still hopeful. It's a step forward. We have plenty to work with." Ethan came to a decision. Now was as good a time as any to let Cariad know about it. "But it's work that's going to go on without me." "What? Why? There's lots you can do to help with the investigation." "But there isn't anything that someone else couldn't do just as well, or even better than me. Besides, someone needs to search the beaches for survivors of the flooding. Cherry's young and fit, and she wasn't badly injured. Others could have managed to get to shore, but can't go any further. They could be kilometers down the coast. I want to look for them. Then, after that..." He took a breath. "Cariad, someone needs to check what other dangers there might be out there. We already know about the slug limpets, but no one has any idea what other predators might live on this continent. We don't know what might attack us at any moment." Cariad looked troubled, but she nodded. We've been remiss in that. The planet clearly harbours dangerous life forms the probes didn't discover. It would be safer if we knew what they were.
Also, I have to get away. I have to be by myself for a while. I've thought about it a lot. I never really got over the first night attack and Lauren and Dr. Crowley's deaths. I pushed myself to carry on as normal because there was so much to be done. Then everything that happened between the gens and Woken, I wanted to help. I tried, and I did some good, I think. But that's it. I don't have anything left.
I'm sorry. I didn't know things were so bad for you. If I'd known...
It isn't anyone's fault. I didn't know it myself until that moment when I thought Cherry had died. I couldn't stop the scene replaying in my mind. I thought I'd go mad.
We have treatment for how you're feeling, with counselling and...
I know what I need, and it isn't anything a Woken can offer me. I need to leave and just wander. I don't know for how long, but this planet can heal me. I'm sure of it. I just need some time. I'll explore the continent.
Cariad gave a sigh and said quietly, "If that's what you want."
It's what I need. Can you take Garwin to the Guardians? I want to return planetside as soon as we arrive and get ready to leave. I want to start searching for survivors as soon as I can.
She held his gaze with her own. "I'll miss you." He pulled her into a hug.
"I'll miss you too. I don't know when I'll be back."
"I have plenty to keep me busy. The time will pass." Chapter 33. As Cariad guided the devastated Garwin down the corridors of the Mistral, a bone-deep weariness settled over her. The task of replenishing the colony's gene pool loomed ahead. She would have to look up the genetic codes of the surviving gens and cross-reference them with the frozen gametes aboard the Nova and the codes of the Woken, revived and still in cryo. The genes of every sex cell in storage and every fertile individual would be essential to ensuring the long-term survival of the colony. Then she would have to select out the best matches to boost the heterogeneity of the pool while maintaining optimum good health. For who knew what trials lay before them? And that was only the beginning. Next would come the task of gestating the fetuses to full term using antiquated equipment. Stromquist awaited her at the entrance to the medical centre. Another guardian with him took Garwin away. The man hadn't spoken a word during the entire trip.
"Preparations for our deactivation are well underway," Stromquist said, "as well as for handing over our ship. The question is, who are we handing it over to?"
"I don't know, and to be honest, I'm too tired to even think about it right now."
"It's been a long and harrowing day, I understand."
"Do you?" They entered the centre, where Twyla's body lay on a metal table, looking entirely inhuman. Cariad had seen plenty of corpses during her early days of medical training, yet the sight of this one made her cold and nauseated. The Guardians had cleaned away all the blood, but hadn't yet begun an autopsy. The skin was light blue and rubbery looking, and the gashes on the wrists gaped, empty and dry. The body looked like someone's sick idea of a mannequin.
"The tattoo is here,"
said Stromquist, indicating a place Cariad couldn't see. She went around to the other side of the table. The tattoo was about the size of a fingernail and sat behind the curve of the protruding hip bone. It was somewhere only a lover would normally see. "I regret that we didn't examine the first night attack saboteur before or after her execution," Stromquist said. "We incinerated the body. If we hadn't, we might have noticed the incriminating mark and searched for co-conspirators, preventing more deaths." Cariad nodded. Regret? It seemed an odd word for a machine to use. On the other hand, Faina had said their minds were human-like, and though Stromquist's demeanour had always been reserved, at times emotions seemed to inflect his speaking tone. "Can I ask you something about the Guardians?"
"Now that you know our true nature, we plan on answering every question you put to us. Until deactivation, that is."
"Do you feel emotion? And if you do, aren't you worried or upset about being deactivated?" She was reminded of her own anxiety before being placed in cryonic suspension, not knowing if she would ever wake up.
"We do feel emotion. It is a natural consequence of intellect and consciousness. But I believe we don't experience extreme emotions as humans do. They would interfere in the execution of our programming. For example, we might be unable to defend a human from a predator if we were terrified of also being attacked and suffering injury or termination."
"That's an interesting example. You talk about defending us, yet you could also kill a human if it came down to it."
"If it was essential in order to save the lives of more humans, and the death of the aggressor was the only available choice, we could."
"It's odd. We had androids on Earth when I left. They looked fairly human, but they were easy to tell apart from us. Only a small child could have mistaken an android for a person, but they were all fitted with fail-safes. None could ever harm a human under any circumstances."
"I can understand the reasoning behind that protocol, but if a human were engaged in mass murder, and it was impossible to stop the person without risking their death, it would make little sense to abstain from action and allow more people to die. One death is preferable to several."
"I guess I can't disagree. It's only that during my time it wasn't felt necessary to program androids for such a scenario. Mass murder and war were things of the past." A Guardian entered the room. "Excuse me," she said, as she came around the table. Cariad moved out of her way. "I am about to begin the autopsy. You may wish to leave. The procedure may be disturbing for you to witness." "No, it's fine. I've seen plenty. Go ahead," she said to Stromquist. "I'd like to see the test results when you have them."
"I'll send them directly to you as soon as they're in."
"There's another thing I wanted to ask you. Why didn't the people who made you take the opportunity to escape Earth instead of creating you to come here and help us? I can understand they probably didn't want to risk infecting us with the pandemic virus, but then why didn't they build their own colony ship too? There could be other planets suitable for colonization." However, even as she asked the question, she knew the answer. They didn't have the resources, did they?
"That's correct. You are aware of the time and resources that went into building and stocking the Nova Fortuna. Mining, refining, industrial processing, manufacturing. These activities no longer occur on Earth. The people who created us and built the Mistral had a finite supply of materials. They used up what they had in order to save the Nova Fortuna colony from the natural movement plot.
They gave their lives for ours?
In a sense. It was also true that no other planet capable of supporting human life had been discovered. If the survivors had used the Mistral to escape Earth, they might have been wandering the galaxy until they died. And even if they replaced themselves with their offspring, their descendants would have died out eventually. The Mistral isn't a colony ship designed to support many generations of humans. Besides, it would only have held a fraction of the hundreds who helped to create it and us.
As the Guardian performing the autopsy began to saw open the body's skull, Cariad imagined those people of an Earth far in the future from her own, toiling to ensure the survival of the Nova's colonists, knowing that they would never personally benefit from their efforts or even see the results. Although Stromquist's explanation made their work slightly less selfless than it had first appeared, they'd had no reason to complete it, except for their desire to help strangers. Perhaps they'd seen the colonists as fellow human beings nevertheless, and perhaps they'd dreamed of saving human civilization. It was a strange twist that the Guardian's creators had worked so hard and with such good intentions, yet they had almost engineered the downfall of humanity's last hope. There's something else I don't understand. Why the big secret about you being androids? Why not tell us the truth from the beginning?
I cannot answer that for certain. That was never explained to us. If I were to guess, I would say that our creators wished you to accept our superiority and authority, and that if you knew we weren't human, you wouldn't do that. They didn't trust that you would accept our advice.
Ha!
Is something amusing?
That's just like us and the gens. We didn't respect them or their opinions. Your creators thought they knew best, despite the fact that they weren't even here. The exterior of the brain appears typical, commented the Guardian performing the autopsy. I think her brain will be entirely normal. Twyla's problem wasn't a disease, though we'll have to treat it like one.
I take it you'll be examining all the colonists for the same tattoo?
Yes, but I don't know what good it's going to do. If the Natural Movement members guess that we might have that clue to identify them, they could remove the tattoos easily enough. It would be painful without anesthetic, but it could be done. Her tiredness settled deeper. She yawned. I really need to lie down.
I'll arrange a room to be prepared.
Strongquist didn't speak aloud or go anywhere in order to make the request. Like any machine, he accessed the ship's comm internally.
I am also arranging that all our data be accessible to you. You may wish to browse the files before we deactivate in case you have any questions, though you will also have the option to reactivate myself or another Guardian for further information.
I don't think anyone will be doing that anytime soon.
I understand. However, one item of information that we withheld is very important. We didn't wish to alarm you. We have been scanning for signs of life within this galactic sector ever since we arrived, and we have identified several planets that appear to not only bear life, but sentient life. At some point in the future, it may be prudent to reactivate us in order to help protect the colony from hostile organisms. I would strongly advise not to hesitate in this scenario.
Hostile aliens might attack the colony. That's all we need.
It is only a possibility. If there is intelligent life within the local galactic area, it is currently unaware of the colony's existence, and we haven't detected any signs that aliens have ever visited Concordia.
Strongquist's words were not reassuring, but she didn't have the energy to deal with the new information at the moment. Fine, great. Anything else you haven't told us?
I'm not aware of anything of equal importance.
Okay, well, if you think of anything, put it in a comm. I'm going to rest for a while. As Strongquist escorted her to a room, she felt a pang of envy for Ethan. Exploring the new planet was what he'd always wanted to do, and he would be far away during the long, hard days lying ahead as they rebuilt the broken colony. She wished she could go with him, but he needed to be alone for a while. Never mind. She had new people to grow. The end. This has been the Concordia Deception, Space Colony 1, Book 1, written and narrated by J.J. Green. The next book in the Space Colony 1 series is The Feeler Epiphany, Space Colony 1, Book 2. For more J.J. Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.